Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so. Obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, oh. Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuni kife la chasha me, oh. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you gon' love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, yeah.
Ayanda ba. Anamana, Anamana, Anamu, Karatuba, Dodri, Chukuma, Tukutuba, Dodri, the Mo, Karatuba, Dodri, Chukuma, Tukutuba, Dodri, the Mo, Obodo, Jisike, Nubo, Serona. Oh, you go.
It is everyone,
baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, but I say, yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, but I say, yeah, we mo. No, but I got come to mo. Yeah, they will get mad. Oh, quit that, I mean, my amiga, boy, a baby mo. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna toga book.
Germany kigbo akobi ewe ayo ewe tumeje itun lo ni otun ese ifa lo ni kan fa imora aidinu gbogbo atare gbogbo meji ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jó ẹlòkó bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú Odògbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́.
And there it is right there. I don't know quite why my lighting is acting up, but there it is right there. May God never depart from you. That's what that means in Yoruba language. So I cannot imagine a prayer more potent or powerful than that. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you. my friends. So amen to that. On behalf of myself and you, my friends, good to be in your company. Always a delight. A banking session lined up yet again. When is it never not a banking session on the One Man Went to More platform? It's just a gift that just keeps on giving. It's like Christmas every day, isn't it? The number one space on the whatever it is that it is jostling with. So good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. So I hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. I've had a decent day. So that's always been my aspiration, just to have a decent day. You know, I don't like, I've said it before, I don't like spikes in ups or downs. I enjoy moments of euphoria, but I prefer just a steady as she goes sort of a life that is consistent, pleasurable, and somewhat predictable. So that's just how life should be lived according to my own worldview. So according to my own worldview, so yeah, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you come in. I've explained endlessly all of the reasons why you should do that. So you know all of the reasons. So it is not just at your behest if you're going to carry it out or not. But certainly click on the like button just as soon as you come in, because it helps us go up the YouTube algorithm, and then it brings the platform to even more attention, and then the conversation gets even more enriched. So it's actually a selfish interest. It's not a selfless. It is in your own interest to click on the like button. An equal argument for the subscription button. The same argument applies. Click on like and click on subscribe, and then click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to come and be an active combatant in the ebb and flow, the rapier weight that is the experience, then click on this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard. It will pop you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, engage you in conversation. There's nothing, don't worry about the funky way that I speak, or don't worry, I speak in a multitude of inflections. So if you inflect in a particular way, I can pivot to where you are. So don't worry about all the highfalutin and whatnot so don't worry about all that. Just hop on and enjoy the experience. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard to be an active participant on the screen. And we want the screen filled up as soon as possible. It's always a tepid build up, and then we reach a crescendo, and then people are trying to come in and they're struggling to do that. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, book your seat on the screen, settle down, have yourself a cup of whatever. I'll deliver the body of the talking points, and then the conversation ensues. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, like, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then follow the example of RD and click on the $ at the bottom of the YouTube screen, or whatever it is on whichever platform you are engaging with, and super chat towards the stream. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on the $ to super chat towards the stream. We have the anticipation of 5 super chats per session. So that's not excessive, but they have to be to the quality or more of what is already on the screen. So do all that. So let me not repeat it. I've already repeated it enough, but certainly we want to see the like buttons going up, just as I'm inviting you to do that. So do all those nice and cozy things. And as I say, if you do all I've just said, you'll be subsumed. Your body will be enraptured with a glowing feeling of warmth. Your body will be enraptured with a glowing feeling of warmth. Your body will be enraptured with a glowing feeling of warmth, but certainly somebody that is not enraptured at the moment, Nnamdi Kanu. So we get to that in a moment. We're reticent always to go to the east, because we seem to spend a lot of the sessions in the east, but the eastern space is a space that just keeps on gifting to the headlines. If it's not Peter Obi, then it's Nnamdi Kanu. So what can you do? You have to go with what is agitating the space, and what seems to be agitating the space at the moment is the Nnamdi Kanu narrative. So certainly we'll spend some time with that. So we'll spend some time on that, and I'm not quite sure, this might not catch on with you, but it's certainly catching on with me. So now it's a couple of hours to the next day here on the 4th of July. the UK goes to the polls to elect a new prime minister or to retain the one that is already there. But all the better that a new prime minister will emerge with the largest landslide that the country has ever witnessed. The largest landslide that the country has ever witnessed. But then, of course, you say, how would that mirror somewhat what happened in Nigeria? And what lessons can Nigeria learn from what is about to happen in the UK? I don't know what lessons Nigeria can learn, but I can certainly show you the lessons that the United Kingdom has learned from Nigeria. Vote buying, United Kingdom style. Do you want to see how votes are bought in the United Kingdom? Watch this.
You want this wrap, porridge, bacon rolls, pancakes. Have we got muffins? Breakfast rolls. Right, breakfast rolls, bacon rolls, porridge. Who wants what? This is what you want. Right.
So that's the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom right there, Rishi Sunak, bribing the electorate, not with the awards of cash, but with McDonald's. So that's a little bit of what's going on. So conversations around that, because Rishi Sunak almost certain to be tomorrow last day as Prime Minister. But why is that is the question. So the Conservatives, they have ruled this country. So there are two globally. There are somewhat two strands of politics that dominate the power space. So globally, there are two strands of politics that dominate the power space. So those two strands of politics, they latch either to the right or the left of the ideological. Just follow me. It's a bit complex, but I think you'll get it. There are two strands of politics that dominate the power base anywhere in the world. Those two strands of politics, they sway either way, left or right of the ideological divide. So now the political ideological divide is a libertarian philosophy. So, but from that libertarian philosophy then, which is an equibalence sort of generosity to the people, from that libertarian middle ground, a party can latch somewhat to the right, which is to the right is less taxes, more privileges, and somewhat elitist as well. And to the furthest of that right, you have the far right, which is the extremism, the KKK, where you are in America, the National Front in the United Kingdom, etc. Now, to the left of the ideological divide, the extremes of that is socialism, and the all gravitating towards the middle is welfareism. So the Conservative Party in the United Kingdom, they're a right of center party. And if you want to know the equibalence to form that thought, the Republicans in the United States, they are right of center. The Democrats, they are left of center. So the Conservatives in the United Kingdom, they are right of center. The Labour Party in the United Kingdom, they are left of center. So that's how the ideological divide works. And if we narrow it down home, if you want, a lot of people say there's no ideological underpinning to the Nigerian political paradigm. I disagree. There's an ideological thrust in the Nigerian political paradigm. Because if you look at the policy thrust and actions in government of the APC, which is a welfareist sort of a thing, with all these parachuting money to the underprivileged, trader money and all of that. So that's a welfareist sort of a system. So that's left of center. And the PDP, of course, you say that they're right. So that's the ideological divide. So the Conservative Party, they've had dominance of the United Kingdom. The last Labour Party Prime Minister we had was Tony Blair. And we've had a slew. We had Gordon Brown. We had David Cameron. We had Liz Truss. And then, yes, was it Liz Truss that replaced David Cameron? And then we now have this, our our chappie right here, Rishi Sunak, bribing people with McDonald's. So the country has had a good a fed upness with that. And then if you add the element of race as well, because there's always an undercurrent of race within the United Kingdom space, then you see that the faith of Rishi Sunak is cast. So the faith of Rishi Sunak is cast, and then the verdict, then the hangman puts the noose round and puts him out of his misery tomorrow. So there it is, a bit of United Kingdom politics. So I'm not quite sure if that's your diet. I can see a couple of people bailing out already, but that goes on. So now let's go back home and then let's kick it off with this. And by the way, that super tax space still open. So somebody should join. Somebody should join RD in that space. So let's kick it off with this. Let's kick it off with this. Lagos, Ogun, Kano account for 23% of Nigeria's mobile subscription in Q1 2024. This is the National Bureau of Statistics bringing this to our attention. So that just speaks for a lot, because if you think that we have 36 states and only 3 states account for a quarter of internet, it says account for, yes, mobile subscription, that should say, then that just, what does that then speak to the rest of the country? I'm impressed and delighted to see Kanu on the list. The latest telecommunications data released by the National Bureau of Statistics has revealed that 3 states, Lagos, Ogun, and Kanu, account for 23% of the country's total active mobile subscription as of Q1 2024. According to the Bureau, total active mobile subscription in Nigeria at the end of the first quarter stood at 219 million. So that you know, that's just that's staggering statistics, you know. So that is a gold mine right there. So that's a gold mine right there. According to the Bureau, total active mobile subscription in Nigeria at the end of the first quarter stood at 219.3 million. So there are 219.3 million people with active phone accounts, subscriptions. So if you are able to access just a naira a day, if you are able to access 50 kobo, if you are able to access a naira a day from 10% of those people, then forget Dangote. According to the Bureau, total active mobile subscription in Nigeria at the end of the first quarter stood at 219.3 million, showing a 3.3% decline from 226 million reported in Q1 2023. The states emerged as top 3 for having the highest number of mobile subscription, with a combined 50.5 million active mobile users. Lagos maintains lead, so infrastructure gap and all that. So that just let me just give you this one because it's in quotation marks. To bridge the infrastructure gap in the country, the Minister of Communications and Innovation and Digital, Dr. Bosun Tijani, recently announced the government's approval for the establishment of a special purpose vehicle for the delivery of an additional 90,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable to complement existing connectivity for universal access to the internet across Nigeria. So, you know, they talk about unemployment in Nigeria. If they're able to carry this out, then this opens up earning opportunities on a global scale to Nigerians. So this is very important. The government is not an employer, but the government is a facilitator of employment. They say infrastructures, the structures for employment should be there. So the structures for employment are not just the roads, and the structures for employment in this day and time that we live in, it's essentially electricity and internet connectivity. So if they can at least get that right, give the Nigerian people a fighting chance. So yes, To bridge the infrastructural gap in the country, the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, recently announced the government's approval for the establishment of a special purpose vehicle for the delivery of an additional 90,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable to complement existing connectivity for universal access to the internet across Nigeria. According to the minister, working with partners and stakeholders from the government and private sector, the SPV would build the additional fiber optic coverage required to take Nigeria's connectivity backbone to a minimum of 125 kilometers from the current coverage of 35,000 kilometers. Building on our existing work with the Broad Alliance, this increased connectivity will help plug the current non-consumption gap by connecting over 200,000 educational, healthcare, and social institutions, etc., etc. So there is that. But my takeaway is that 219 million Nigerians have mobile subscription. So if you don't know, if you are an entrepreneur, then that's the sort of data you would need. So there it is. So now let's not go to the headline piece. So let's go to the headline piece. 5 reasons many headline pieces, but this one, five reasons many are calling for release of Nnamdi Kanu from prison. So yes, I'll read you this and then I'll play you a clip afterwards. It says that several leaders from the southeastern region have been urging the federal government to release Kanu, including the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, even as security concerns within the region deepens. In a recent move, the Southeast governors resolved to meet President Bola Tinubu to discuss the possibility for Kanu's release, even though the Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, says the offense of the detained IPOB leader is a difficult one and can only be resolved by a competent court of law. Following the persistent calls for Kanu's freedom, here are 5 compelling reasons why many believe he should be released from prison, focusing on human rights, the potential for dialogue and peace, legal fairness, political stability, and strong public sentiment. So human rights, so those are the reasons anyway. I think, let me play you the clip, because it looks as though now there's sufficient enough movement now that we are suggesting that they may well release him, at least according to Senator Eyenaya Abaribe. So let's hear Eyenaya Abaribe speak to that space.
Go beyond this. You can come back here. No, I think it's beyond. Let's come back. Let's go back. Let's go back. Are you okay? Yeah, sit back. Nigerians want to know the purpose of your meeting with the AGF this morning, sir. Yes, this is the members of the Southeast Senate Caucus, and we're here to see the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice on a very, very important matter to the people of the Southeast. It's the matter concerning Nnamdi Kanu and the continued legal wranglings concerning his incarceration. The Southeast Senate Caucus, just like the rest of the members of the Southeast, put the business leaders, the clergy, the political people, and everybody in the Southeast are all very worried about it, knowing that that has been the fulcrum, I would say, for what is going on in the Southeast regarding the insecurity. All the criminals and all the people going around causing mayhem in the Southeast have all said that it is because Nnamdi Kanu is being held. We know that this is not the truth. It's just that we have gotten to the point where people are now hijacking a legitimate call for his release and turning it into something that has led to deaths and destruction of properties and so many other undescribable mayhem that is going on in the Southeast. And so we came to meet with the Minister of Justice and Attorney General because we know that at the end of the day, everything that happens in the political, in the legal scheme will eventually come to his office. And we came to appeal to him to help us to let Mr. President know that all leaders of the Southeast feel that the release of Nnamdi Kanu will help in dousing all the tensions and everything that is going on in the Southeast. And we are very, very certain that his duty as the Attorney General also gives him the powers of nolle prosequi, the powers of making sure that litigation don't continue and the sufferings of the people of the Southeast continue. That is the essence of why we came here. And I think you know also, I think it's also clear that several different groups in the Southeast, including the Southeast governors who met yesterday, have all been making exactly the same type of plea. And we think that this will help us to bring to an end all the insecurity problems going on presently.
So focus met with Mr. Kanu to know whether he is willing to accept either conditional release or no.
Yes, on behalf of the caucus, I met with Nnamdi Kanu myself on behalf of the rest of the caucus on Monday. Today is Wednesday. We met with him between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. on Monday, and he is very, very supportive of this, our plea to the President and of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Yes.
They need the senator to be supportive this time, and we will be willing to stand.
I don't think that is necessary to ask. We came here on his behalf, and that tells you that any of our senators that you see, the 15 of us, by the way, the 15 of us signed this letter. A few of us are not here just for reasons of logistics and all that, some are also not. But we all signed the letter, and you will also have a copy of the letters that we did. So any senator in the Southeast is very willing. The governors are willing. The business leaders are willing. The clergy, they are willing. So the traditional rulers are also willing. So I do not think that anything will stop us if it comes to that. And he has also assured me that he is ready to fulfill any conditions that are put that will lead to his early release.
Sir, is there any...
All right, that's the point I wanted to land it. He has also given the assurance to Senator Abaribe that is ready to fulfill all the conditions that will lead to his release. So there it is right there. But what would those conditions be is the thing. I have the anticipation that Nnamdi Kanu will be released before the end of the year because the pressure to release him is just too paramount, it's too intense, you know, so it's very difficult to continue to hold on to him. But saying that he's ready to fulfill all the conditions, we all know the conditionality that the state is likely to put up. You know, we all know the conditions that the state is likely to put up. But would Nnamdi Kanu, would he buckle at that is the question. Of course, they will want him either to publicly or in writing distance from Biafra and agitations. I think I think we all have the expectation that they will ask him to address that. So, and if he's imagine now, the guy has been locked up for 3 years, so he's had enough time to sober up, and are we not saying the sobering of Nnamdi Kanu? So the anticipation then that he'll be released fairly soon. So anyway, let's leave that there. But let's leave that there and go on to something else. So we leave that there, go on to something else. Let's leave that there, go on to this. This portends good news. So you remember, of course, the students' loan thing has been tracked through, has been paced through the process for it now to be an active thing. Students have applied, beneficiaries have been identified, monies to be disbursed. So that's that. So another marquee item within the government's policy positioning is this credit facilitation thing. So it looks as though the birthing of that is just about to, is in the labor room now. Tinubu appoints board of Consumer Credit Corporation. So it's boring news to you, but it's great news for the Nigerian person. President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of Uzoma Nwagba as the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, Credit Corp. Other key appointments, let's take that from top again. President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of Uzoma Nwagba as the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, Credit Corp. Other key appointments the president made on Wednesday include Otumba Aderemi Abdul, who is to serve as board chairman, independent non-executive director, Mrs. Aisha Abdullahi, executive director, credit risk and portfolio, and Ms. Olanike Kolawole as executive director. So that's essentially taking place. A terse statement by the special advisor to the president on media and publicity, Ajuri Ngalale, noted that the president expects the new members of the board of this pivotal institutional vehicle to bring their vast experience, competence, and dedication to bear on their functions to achieve Credit Corp's mandate of accelerating access to consumer credit for millions of Nigerians. Aduri added that the appointments were geared towards expediting the process of expanding consumer credit access to Nigerians. So a lot of people may not know what this means, but this is a big deal. You know, so if the government, if you are earning, let's say 1,000 naira a month, of course you are not earning, just for the purpose of the example. So that 1,000 naira a month now, with the access of this credit facilitation, it affords you a spend of 10,000, maybe even 100,000, at least 10,000 naira by somewhat of an instrumental payment sort of a scheme, which is something that obtains globally, but now has landed on the Nigerian shores. So let's go from there to another one. Let's go on from there to another one. How we lost billions of naira worth of investment in Nigeria's textile industry. This is Aliko Dangote. He's been throwing minor jibes at the government for quite a few. Just earlier as yesterday, he told them that their interest rate was SHIT, but then the interest rate has to be high to control inflation. But he was talking on the impact of it on business. Now he goes to the textile industry, a space that has been moribund for two decades. How we lost billions of naira, what of investment in Nigeria's textile industry? Aliko Dangote. Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, has recounted the challenges his ventures faced in Nigeria's textile industry during the boom, resulting in his company losing billions of naira in investment. Dangote shared his experience during his keynote speech at the 2024 Manufacturers Association of Nigeria Summit in Abuja. The chairman of Dangote Group stated that his company invested billions of naira in the textile industry following the boom of the 1960s. However, the lack of government protection through policy decisions led to the shutdown of the two factories. And by the way, this is a theme. This is a theme that Dangote is fast evolving, because what is inviting them is that the government should wrap around some protectionist policies around manufacturing to insulate it from the vagaries of the sharp movements that we see within the Nigerian financial space or even policy-making space. So the assurances of a steady base is essentially what he's speaking to. And let me take it from the top again and speak through it. Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, has recounted the challenges his venture faced in Nigeria's textile industry during the boom era, resulting in his company losing billions of naira in investment. Dangote shared this experience during his keynote speech at the 2024 Manufacturers Association of Nigeria Summit in Abuja. The chairman of Dangote Group stated that his company invested billions of naira in the textile industry following the boom of the 1960s. However, the lack of government protection through policy decisions led to the shutdown of the two factories. Dangote mentioned that he had to sell his bank. I didn't even know he had a bank. Yeah. My goodness me, man. This guy, anyway. Dangote mentioned that he had to sell his bank, Liberty Merchant Bank, for 1.2 billion naira to pay off the pension and gratuities of workers in Nigeria's textile mill. When textile businesses were booming, we went and set up our own textile mill in Kano called Dangote General Textile Mill. Then we massively invested billions at that time. Billions at that time. I'm not quite sure billions was to spend at that time. It would have been millions, because that was in the 60s. We also went and bought the foreign shareholder of Nigeria Textile Mill, which was a textile mill set up for the Western region by Chief Obafemi Awolowo. That was in 1960. That was 1960. At the end of the day, there was no government protection. We had to shut both factories down. In fact, we had to delay. The biggest challenge we had was with the Nigeria Textile Mill, because most of their workers had worked there for 20-25 years, so paying their pensions and gratuity was difficult. So that's Dangote going down memory lane. I think that's sufficient enough of that. I think that's more of a memory lane thing rather than a blame Tinubu thing. The second big news to come through the news cycle, before we go to the second big news, actually, before we go to the second big news, let me share with you this somewhat biggish news. So the Lagos Calabar Coastal Way, but that is not the only marquee project that the Tinubu administration is taking on. President Bola Tinubu is not here to joke. Kudos to Dave Umahi for the determination to pull off these high-ticket infrastructure projects simultaneously. This Lagos-Sokoto super highway project shows that the government is unrelenting, a smooth continuity from Buhari. So this is let me just play you this.
Umahi, CON, cordially invites members of the public to Kebbi State. Time is 12. Line Ministries, Emirs, Royal Fathers, Professional.
All right. So they're kicking off the Sokoto Badagry Expressway as well. So where they get the money for that, I don't quite know. So that's that. Yes. So the second big news to come out of the Nigerian space is it's the flooding in Lagos State. Lagos completely subsumed by water. So let's have a video capture of that. Yes, let's have a video capture of that. Which one should I'll play you two. It's only about a few seconds each. So yeah, I'll play you three actually.
You want the wrap, porridge, bacon rolls?
Okay, I only have two of that. So, but I'm sure you've all seen endless clips of Lagos being subsumed by water. So, plenty of room on this on the panel. Let me send the link. We don't need the space populated so that the conversation can take place. There's one more clip that I want to play you. So, a lot of arguments around the price of items. We hear that price of items, food items I'm talking about, we hear constantly that the price of food items go up, but we never hear the price of food items go down. But thankfully, we have a correspondent in the north, and he reports this.
Hello everyone, it's your boy Mr. Mubarak, aka Ola of North. For those that are following my price report on Instagram knew that 3 weeks ago, this current bag of Shumbo, which is called long pepe, is going for in between 100,000 to 110,000 naira plus. But the current price now is going for in between 35,000, 40,000, 45,000. To even this one that I'm trying to check, 40,000 naira for this bag. So if you are following my page, you know that I'm the first person to update you on the current price of major foodstuff price in the market.
So when I saw that, it was the sharpness of the movement in the prices that startled me. So something that was selling for 110,000 at its peak suddenly sharply dropped to 35 to 40,000. So imagine then that you are some sort of a trader, you bought it then at and this is why businesses are shutting down in Nigeria, by the way. Imagine that you are some sort of a trader, you bought it then at that 100,000 peak, only for then within a week or two, the price then drops to about 30, 40,000. So where is your profit? What's your selling point? Because of course the other traders that go to buy it at 40,000, they will undercut you. So that's just the vagaries of doing business in Nigeria. One last clip. This one, we're watching it together for the first time. Somebody said they're saying apparently it's how the Labour Party parliamentarians are being stifled in Parliament.
I have noticed, Mr. Speaker, with due respect to you, Mr. Speaker, each time you preside, you do not give preference to first-timers. Look at the mover of the motion is a ranking member. Virtually everyone who contributed here were all ranking members. You need to allow for fresh ideas. You need to allow for fresh ideas, Mr. Speaker. Some of us, we know more than the old ranking members. Allow us to speak. I took time to listen. Virtually everyone who contributed here are all ranking members. And this is always what you do. And I don't like it. So if you allow me, I'll make my contribution, Mr. Speaker. You allow me, I'll make my contribution. This matter is very critical to our country.
All right. Thank you very much. You see, there is no discrimination in the parliament.
I have noticed it.
Yeah, please sit down. There is no discrimination in the parliament. It depends on where you raise your hand and the area we are focusing. Sometimes we give one per role. So if you happen not to be on that role, when we call for people to raise their hand there, it might elude you. I was also once a first-time member. So and I knew that I was not discriminated against. So let's not make it first-time member or that's not the right way of discussing it. All right. So I want to put the question. Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. National security and intelligence.
All right. So that clip was actually advertised. The person that sent it to me sent it under the caption of how Labour Party candidates were being stifled. I suppose you could extend to say that that does apply, but there it is. That's the presentation. Like I said, the room needs filling up. Anybody that wants to join, join. We play the Kegite music and then we take it from there.
Only water where they see ma. Water, only water where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀, the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku Kodiri may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that again on behalf of myself first, and of course you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, Solly from Amsterdam. So that's Solly right there. Somewhere in America, RD. So Paddy. So that's Paddy right there. He's the one super chatting to the stream as well. King Gamemaker joins us somewhere in Canada. Ola also still in Canada. Joining us from Ojo, Adasa Ekene right there, and Isaac Black makes up the list. So that's the panel so far. Still plenty of room. Anybody wants to hop on. Good to have you, gentlemen. Let's kick it off with Solly. Solly, good to have you. Solly.
Hello.
Salam alaikum.
Why are you telling me salam alaikum?
Is that not a greeting? It means peace of Allah be unto you.
Okay.
Do you not want the peace of Allah to be unto you? You didn't even know what salam alaikum means.
I'm okay.
I'm okay. Yeah. Look at this guy. So what's happening? How have you been?
Just chilling.
What's happening in Holland anyway? You're also assumed by the football, are you?
No, I don't even care. I'm not watching it. I wanted to go and watch some of the German games though, because it's just here. I didn't even know it was.
Oh, did you want to go to Germany to watch it, or to go and watch it in a pub?
To go and watch it live
in Germany.
Yeah, it's just some of the games.
It's around the corner from you anyway. You are what? 2 hours from Germany, something.
1 hour, 2 hours drive. There are some games. I think there was an England game I could have gone to watch, but I didn't care much, Joe. I didn't really care.
Yes. You don't care about football, do you really? But
no, I care about football, but
you don't feel invested because it's not Nigeria.
Yes.
No, all right. I don't Gary or support one. If people that are putting Gary in your belly, you can't support them. Eh?
Are they going to win? Okay, let's say it was like World Cup. I'll be interested, but European countries club, I'm not really, not that interested.
All right, let's get into it. Let's get into it and let's kick it off with the floodings in Lagos. The whole of I could bring you more clips. The whole of the space, it seems completely submerged with water. So what are you making of that? Lagos on that. They said Lagos is going to sink within the next 30, 50 years.
Is not surely not below Netherlands sea level. If they didn't have anything protecting it, that whole Amsterdam, Rotterdam, basically 1/3 of the whole land would be underwater. But you don't see that happening. They still have drainage, So they are just that Nigeria. They always complain, sit down in their house and they will say that they are looking for work. Is this not work right here? All the people that are studying architecture, they cannot, make plan and propose drainage for these people. Give the plan to an estate. This thing is not hard to solve. I swear. It's architecture I studied now. Solving drainage is one of the easiest thing an architect can do. It's so easy. It's not even a problem, but year in, year out, we hear the same.
It's about town planning rather than architecture, I suspect.
Yes.
Yeah, and it goes back to the narrative of that canal. You remember when they were fighting over canals in Lagos, and people were encroaching on canals. So the consequence of that is this.
But one man, even before this, there has always been flooding. There has always been flooding for us. I can't remember the time.
Because there's no proper drainage system. It's nothing to do with how the houses are built. It's how because Lagos is it's a rainforest sort of. I don't know if that's the right term, but it certainly suffers heavy rain. So that rain has to be funneled. If they build roads, they don't put gutters. So what do you expect?
Yes, so I was getting there. So it comes back to projects like that. An architect can just simply say, okay, this is a problem. I can easily make this solution and make money from it. You don't have to do it for the whole of Lagos. You can do it estate by estate and be using that one to make money. It's not hard. But the kind of drainage they build in Nigeria is you build your own drainage. Everybody builds their own drainage. Then the drainage will not connect. Then if this person doesn't build their own drainage, that's where the water will stop and that's where it will start flooding. Because you cannot tell me all that water is because the canal is blocked. No, that's impossible. So it's just a very funny situation.
The solution to this is like it's $1 billion spend, a minimum of.
And yes, and you make more. You make more from doing it. That's the thing. No matter how much you want to spend, it's like spending 1,000 to make 5,000 or 10,000. But they don't just know the possibilities. Very easy work to do. This is one of the things that I would have been doing if I was living in Nigeria. I would just quietly be doing it. Nobody will know. So it just doesn't make any sense. They do it in Holland here all the time. They stop the water. You see that Eco Atlantic, when they wanted to stop the water, they knew what to do, right? Because their investment is there. But because their investment is not in all these new places on the island, they don't care. And Nigerians don't have, it's only when they want to do party, that most Nigerians have a sense of community. But when it comes to actually solving town issues, urban issues like this, that's when there's no community,
But you told us Tinubu built Lagos now. So is this the Lagos that he built, and is this the Nigeria that he's going to build?
No, I didn't say that. I've never ever said that before.
No, not you personally, but your narrative space keeps on telling us that Tinubu built Lagos.
My narrative space. I didn't send a message now. I didn't send a message, but some parts were built, some projects were continued. and some projects were finished. That one, they cannot deny it. In some other places, there are no projects that they have that can ever compete at that level, at that point. See, they've put Lagos, if you go to Lithuania, no, not even if you go to Latvia, and you go to Lagos right now, at least most of the developed areas in Lagos, Lagos is almost a first world country. If you don't know, but you
Well,
guys,
sorry, relative to where?
well, relative to poor first world countries.
No, I
So,
wouldn't say that.
okay, relative to
don't
where
know.
then?
I don't know any first world country that doesn't have electricity, basic amenities, a
That's why I say
proper.
almost. That's why I say almost. I didn't.
Yeah,
I
no,
didn't
no.
say.
Lagos does not compare to. If you're saying in terms of wealth, Lagos is richer than most Western cities. But in terms of infrastructure, Lagos is very much a third world place.
No, I wasn't talking about infrastructure. Once they upgraded the transportation system, it upgraded their level also, and that's something they are continually working at. That's the part I was pointing out. Not infrastructure, not healthcare, not electricity. So my point is, if they fix those healthcare, electricity, all those things, which is something that they can easily do, then voila, it's basically a first world country. The things that will allow you to get there are not much, just very little, compared to other states where it's literally like they have to start from scratch. Even though they've done so much, it's still like they are at the base level. That's the difference that I'm talking about. But anyways, again, this is good. What me, based on my analysis, I will say that, and this is normal university analysis, I'll say that the island is full of people of different cultures, so many cultures, so many people from different countries, so they don't have a sense of community to do a project that can protect them from this flooding. Because if you go to
I was reading some anecdote on this flooding. The Lagos state government went to seal off a building. Do you know what they said? Those people were just they were throwing garbage into the flood, and then the state had to go and seal their property. So there's no sense of ownership. That's the thing of the communities that people live in.
Yeah, especially on that island. But on the mainland, it's different. You will see that people on the mainland cooperate in terms of projects. They cooperate more than people on the island. When in my own estate, that the moment they brought meter, we were the first to get it. The moment they brought all those transformers that they put on the electric poles, we were the first to get it. The moment they were tarring roads, we were one of the first to get it. The moment they were doing government water, we were one of the first to get it. Because our whole estate had a sense of community, and we had a lawyer who was always ready to fight for all of us. Now, if you have an estate and you have 100 people there, and those 100 people are contributing, even if it's 30,000 or 50,000 a year as community money, and you are forwarding all that to your protection, you are forwarding all that to your legal fees, you have a lot of money to work with. But then we're paying like 100,000, so you have a lot of money. The estate had estate fund, which was used for projects that we all used to do estate meeting for and vote on. But you don't have this on the island. You just have people who want to, outmuscle the next person. So they're going to keep on suffering this over and over and over for a simple solution.
All right. Let me take you to another conversational space so I can move the conversation around quickly. So I want you to be a bit just elegant with how you approach this one. So 5 reasons many are calling for the release of Nnamdi Kanu from prison. So that space spikes up again with Senator Abaribe telling us then that Nnamdi Kanu is now willing to accept a conditional release, is ready to abide by conditionalities that the government are going to impose. So it looks as though the release of Nnamdi Kanu is imminent, but that release, there's the argument that release, in spite of all of the atrocities that people level against him, that release, it best serves the interest of the country more than its continuing incarceration. So how are you positioned then on the imminent release of Nnamdi Kanu?
The East has been far more peaceful since his incarceration. So I don't know.
What does that even mean? When the East has been what? What did you say?
One man, I think we
the
have
East
all
has been peaceful.
Wait, I said the East has been more peaceful since his incarceration. That's what I said. I didn't say it is more peaceful now or peaceful, because I think we've all forgotten the videos of where this guy used to carry, if I say it now, okay, how do I code it in a way
No,
that
we know his backdrop. So they're not going to tell us anything we don't know already. But the situation now is it's the purpose that his release could serve for the quelling of the agitations in that space and so on and so forth.
if you want to burn down Nigeria, release this guy. That'll be the end of Nigeria. Nigeria, if they release this guy, Nigeria will divide. That's the end.
What do you mean Nigeria will divide? What do you mean?
Nigeria will divide. This guy is not
why? Why?
He's not going to bring any peace. We know that. We know that.
No, we don't know that.
We know that. Oh, we know that.
No. I'm not sure that. All right. That's your thought.
He said it himself.
That what?
He said that he's not going to rest till he sees the end of Nigeria.
And no, that was when it was full of vim and pomp. Now it's been humbled somewhat. It's been humbled now.
Okay. Let's use his past tense.
Do you not hear contrition in his language whenever he, I don't like it? It's very contrite now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he has done that before, right? And they let him go again. They gave him house arrest. What happened after? He came back with more vengeance because he realized that they are foolish enough to do what? Give him house arrest and release him. Now you want to release him again. Do you think he will come back more mellow, or you will try to fix all the mistakes that he made before and do it better this time? Knowing this guy, we just use his past antecedents and you get the answer. So it's not coming. That's the end of Nigeria. If they ever release him, that's the end of Nigeria. If you really fully want to finish the East, release this guy. Release this guy, because number one face is going for his vengeance, and he's going for vengeance for a lot of people in that East.
No. I'm not quite sure where you're getting that from. Vengeance for. Maybe you don't even know sufficient enough of it. What vengeance on what, from who, against whom?
People that have been speaking up against his release now in the East.
All right. Well, those are your thoughts. All right. Is there anything else you want to speak to, or should I go on to the next panelist?
Nigerian youths are still wasting time arguing with Yabo Ojo and Kemi Olonuya about random rubbish on the internet.
Are they arguing over Very Dark Man? Was it Yabo Ojo that jailed Very Dark Man?
Yes.
They
are just very dumb people. They are just, somebody is oppressing. Man, I don't understand Nigerians. Somebody is oppressing someone. You don't like oppression, no, but you like this setting. You like this setting oppression. I don't understand them. They claim that they want good governance, but anytime something that happens to them is happening to somebody they don't like, they fully support it. Do they want good or do they want bad in that country? I'm always very confused. That's the only thing I noticed. That's why I just give up.
All right, Brit.
They don't learn.
All right, brilliant. Stay there, Solly. We'll loop round to you in a moment. We're going to do 5 minutes monologues, 7 minutes monologues, just to whip round the platform. We'll kick off the 5 minutes just for editorial reasons. we'll kick off the 5 minutes with Pansat, and then we go from Pansat to Paddy, then Emeka, etc.
I was here before Pansat now.
Yes, yeah, I know you were. That's why I said for editorial reasons.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, because I would like Pansat go if it's strictly 5 minutes because I have to do something quickly. Yeah, I think I should go after Pansat.
All right, we'll come to you after Pansat.
Emeka, hold your horses. Hello, everybody on this platform. Those on the panel and those on the comment section. This 5 minutes then, it's not going to be enough for me to do my editorial, but let me just try.
Yeah, we'll whip round again. Just we want to get to voices quicker, and then we whip round again. Yeah.
I appreciate the conversation.
Do you want the talking points, or you want to free flow?
I want to just free flow on this issue. Then when it comes for the regular session, then I'll do on the talking points. So
right.
let me say that it's a good thing to see our country working in unison, to have some respect for all our activists. This administration has already released Showore, accused of treason, and so many other things. In Nigeria, when somebody's accused of something, it depends on how we take it. If we say, hey, Showore was accused of treason, he should rot in jail. We could do that. But that won't be right, because Showore is not treasonous. He's an activist who is fighting for our country to do better. We have to also understand people, youngsters like the last speaker here. If the parts are good, then the whole will be good, right? So the parts should at least equal the whole. We cannot have a country where the Southeast is not doing very well. So if you have people agitating in the Southeast and they make it better over there, we all win. All Nigerians win if Nnamdi Kanu is successful, which is to say, do the right thing. Let there be competition between those who want out and those who want to stay in. Nobody's going to choose good instead of better. If it's better to stay in, when he does his what do they call that? Some kind of plebiscite referendum, then the referendum will lose. Just like in Scotland's case. I know they rigged it in Scotland, the Brits. But if any of these people agitating, including Showore, who's probably more nationalistic when it comes to Nigeria, if they went, so today should be a happy day for everybody as everything is going that direction, right? Now, let me take 1 second to say that don't forget that Nnamdi Kanu already won in court. It's the government that is appealing or being given a chance to refile. He's already defeated the Nigerian government in virtually every courtroom that he's appeared in, including all the way to the United Nations. Just remember that. That is one thing that people keep forgetting. They're getting a second bite of the apple, right? So, and that's okay. Government can do that if the courts allow it. But what they shouldn't be doing is obeying the court order. It's Nnamdi Kanu is not different. There's been so many others. The leader of the Islamic movement over there in Kaduna, he was ordered released and the government won't do it. And there's so many others that the government will not obey the court order. The government, Nigerian government, have killed people in prison, including Abiola, right? The Nigerian system have been unfair in the past. They're jailing Awolowo for treason and so many other ridiculous charges. And it was released. And of course, Showore and others, Iboho and all those. All those are people who are fighting for one cause or the other. It's not, if the government wins, it doesn't make the Yorubas win. It's the government. A lot of Igbos are in that government. A lot of weird and illegitimate people who are in that government, uneducated, are Igbos. A lot of people who don't want Nnamdi Kanu release are Igbos in this Nigerian government. So there are some people who come online, like on this platform and others, to be fair, to look for hubris, retribution, to humiliate the Igbos by, like scoundrels, hiding under the Nigerian government, as if the government belongs to them. No, It's our government. We want to make it better. You don't humiliate anybody by wrapping the flag around you or staying in the side of the government. It shows how.
All right, Pansat. What serves the greater good? Because there are, and by the way, Nnamdi Kanu is not being held outside of the law because when there's a Supreme Court judgment that steps down but I'm not going to get into that. What serves, does the release of Nnamdi Kanu, does it serve a greater good than his incarceration?
Absolutely. And the last comment you're making, let me address that. You do have to get into it. What the court said, it went all the way to the Supreme Court with prejudice. In essence, they judged it. The merits of the substantive issues, not the procedural stuff. They kicked it back to the trial court for procedural. But what the judge did was to look at the substantive case itself by saying he did not jump bail. He looked at it and he admonished the government for doing, for even thinking that, and for renditioning him illegally. The court, Supreme Court, the apex court, already looked at it and said, look, this is shameful that you will go and rendition somebody legally. And I've made that case several times. I don't know why people don't think about that when you talk about Nnamdi Kanu. As far as the courts are concerned right now, Nnamdi Kanu is more innocent than I am. He didn't commit those crimes. He's been looked at, right? So it's boring when you don't want to hear the truth. Yeah, I go on and on.
No, that's not even the truth now. But
correct me though.
No, I don't want to get into a labored something in a land of make believe.
I'm sticking on my neck so that you could then poke holes in what I'm saying.
No, what the Supreme Court said was that Nnamdi Kanu did not jump bail; he escaped for his life, and then yes, but that did not reinstate the bail. The bail had to be reinstated by a lower court. And I think we were just reading it yesterday. I can go and dig it up again. There was a Supreme Court justice judgment that held in abeyance that release of him, which still subsists. So it's not being held outside of the law. It's still held within the ambit of the law.
No, listen to what I'm saying. It's not argumentative. It's not. These are facts. So where you're not sure, right? Or if you're sure, you showed it again, because now you have me. I'm saying to you that what the court did was to give some kind of respect. He had an opinion. He says, just because these obtained over here at the Supreme Court. Let me land.
Hold on, because you are putting conjecture into what is you're putting an inflection on it. The Supreme Court did not say they reinstated his bail, because if they said they reinstated the bail, he would have walked out of that court.
Absolutely.
So they sent it back to the lower court, which is to tell you that his bail has not still been. And they did not even say that they should reinstate his bail. They said he did not jump bail.
Okay, hear me out, because you are wrong about what you're saying. That there's an opinion, right? You could this is so important that if you're going to discuss this issue, you should be prepared. What I'm saying to you is that the tact that this opinion was given is like this. He's saying, look, Nnamdi Kanu did not jump bail. It's one of the issues that was raised in appeal. So what the judge said in his opinion is, even though you've come up here, what I'm not going to do, I believe he actually erred by saying we don't have it in our constitution that we should just cut the knees of this trial judge, so I'm going to send it back over there. That's an error. The Supreme Court has not only the right to make those kind of determinations, right? The court has ability to even render things that have passed in our National Assembly as unconstitutional. Nevertheless, opinions by lower inferior court. So he has the power to do that, but he was gentlemanly about it. He said, look, number one, he did not jump bail. Number two, he was rendered illegally, but I'm going to send it back there. Now, here in the United States, right, when if you have a bail and you did a court rules that you did not violate that bail condition, then it persists. So now this judge that is sent it back, the inferior court judge is saying, okay, you two go and talk about it and resolve this issue outside of courtroom drama, right?
They also sent it back to continue his trial, the Supreme Court.
No, the Supreme Court sent it back, not to continue the trial, but sent it back to that judge.
No, they said nevertheless, they admonished the government for renditioning him, but they said nevertheless he should go back and continue his trial. That was what they said.
Right. It's a matter of semantics. What I'm saying is
it's not
back.
a matter of semantics. It's a matter of.
Would you relax? You don't have you can give your opinion, right? But
no.
You're tell me what happened. I'm telling you what happened, and you have a different opinion for what happened. So now we can resolve it by fact checking it. All I'm saying to you is that when you go to an apex court, and it wasn't just an opinion; it was admonishment of the government for shamefully going to rendition somebody from another country illegally. I mean, he really sucked it to the government there. But why am I raising these issues? What I'm saying is this. For those who come, including the Igbo governors, Southeastern governors, and all those who are applying for the government to resolve this issue, they shouldn't be making it as if Nnamdi Kanu, according to the way you also put it, should show some kind of contrition, some kind of repentance, some penitence, right? To be apologetic, a hand dog, to be sheepish or rueful. No, this man is winning, and he's winning properly, and we don't want too much for this to go on further, but it should be resolved, but not in the contrite way that you put in it. You just want to say what you want to hear. That's not what's happening. They need to resolve it. There's momentum to resolve it, but you don't want it to go without you humiliating the Igbos, and that's not going to happen. You remember when I came here yesterday?
No. It's not about the Igbos now. It's just about some terrorist guy.
Okay, so he has not been convicted of terrorism, right? So when you speak, you have to be careful. The IPOB have not.
Its designation is designation within the Nigerian state.
No, it's not. The recent ruling, or as a matter of fact, you could be sued for what you're saying now, because those lawyers have already warned you that the latest courtroom drama and opinion says that IPOB is not a terrorist organization, period. And that anybody who keeps saying that will be sued. Now, you don't have any money.
Can you let them live in your community?
Excuse me. I'm an IPOB. Why would I live in my community? So what I'm saying to you is that you being a young man, you don't have any money. You say nobody wants to sue you because of a nuisance value. You don't have any money. But stop saying that IPOB is a terrorist organization. They're not. If you respect our courts, then look at their opinion and do the right thing. See, you're the one who has no respect for the court. You want these people to be terrorists because you wanted to be, but the courts have ruled that they're not. The courts ruled
what's my stake in wanting them to be terrorists? I'd rather they were not terrorists.
You want to humiliate. And not only for you now, yours is a sad case because ordinarily you're a jolly guy, right? You're not really that tough guy that you try to present here, but you don't want to lose your supporters who want you to suck it to the Igbos, right? So I'm telling you,
no, please, we don't want to do the Igbos, man.
We're
just talking about Nnamdi Kanu.
Okay, fine. I will give you that. I saw you today at Niger Watch, and you came over there. You were contrite.
I wasn't contrite. I was my usual self.
Okay, then. All right. So what I'm saying though, be truthful and honest in what you're saying. Nnamdi Kanu has won in the court. Now the judge has ordered both sides to go and resolve this thing politically. So there's a political movement afoot, right? We should encourage that. But that's Nnamdi Kanu. That's not me, right? Oh. We do have to have that country do the right thing. If they don't do the right thing, what Nnamdi Kanu wants, it's a small potatoes to the right thing that needs to be done in that country. So let me say this. I know my time is gone. Let me say, one man, the Kenyans are doing some activities. You have basically ignored it because you know it's infectious.
No. We can touch on it after we whip round. But
All right.
There are images coming out of Kenya that's showing us that it's not quite Oli.
It's never easy. Yeah, it's never easy. They
no,
try.
they're just breaking into shops and looting. Essentially, is what they're doing there. So, but
I will condemn that. That's not right. Okay.
Yes, that's usually how it spirals, and then they declare curfew, and then they roll the troops out. It's a well-worn path. Emeka, you're up next. Emekos, we don't necessarily want to be the focus on Kanu. There's flooding in Lagos. There's data coming out about subscription to mobile spaces, all of those things. But Emeka, you're up next. Free flow.
No worries. Good evening, everyone. I'll touch on Nnamdi Kanu, and definitely you know the reason why. You see, I'm terribly embarrassed or ashamed with the Southeast governor. When the signs are so obvious that the government is negotiating with Nnamdi Kanu and putting terms and conditions in place, then you see the opportunists, the politicians, but that's what politicians are, you understand? They would always want to wait at the finish line.
They are moving to grab the credit, Abi.
That is what they want to do, right? Where were they when this man was incarcerated, right? If the view was to release him, you understand? They were literally all quiet. There's also been a change of governors in the last election. So if the mindset of the Igbo political elites class is to ensure the restoration of peace in the Southeast, right? The number one goal would be to begin to pursue the release of Nnamdi Kanu, right? Because that is hinged on ensuring that the Southeast is peaceful. Apparently, let's put it at that level. But you can tell that they just want to stand at the finish line and then grab the cup. So that's why they are doing this public showcase of support. And in my opinion, an embarrassment. Similar thing Peter Obi also did. Politicians are politicians. They'll keep playing that game. You understand? And the followers who don't understand how this thing is being done will keep falling for the same gimmicks. Same thing pertaining to the Southeast governor is also pertaining to Peter Obi. They are cut from the same clothes. They think alike. Politicians will play that game, but the view is if the followers can read the room properly, and many of them don't. Okay. Now, these same governors, there was a different report that came out probably last 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. I can't get the timing so right or accurate. That the governors in the Southeast were actually the reason why this man has not been released. So it is a double-edged sword and a game of cat and mouse that they are playing. I think the conditionalities for their absolute control of power and influence in the Southeast has been addressed. That is why they are pushing now for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Despite the loss of properties, the loss of lives, the loss of economic benefits, and the subjugation of the people in the Southeast into impoverished conditions. These individuals, as selfish as they are, kept quiet. Not only did they keep quiet, they went behind the scene to keep pushing the incarceration of this man, fueling the insecurity and the heightened tension in the Southeast. So what I'm saying all this is to let Nigerians know, especially those from the southeast, that you don't take politicians seriously. And I'll be honest with you guys, to be frank, if I was a governor, I'll play the same game too. It's all about power and control. They add some influence into that. Anybody that wants to diminish my influence, I will try to play the game. So if you take politicians seriously, I'm afraid you're going to get the outcome of being disappointed. So I will leave it at that. I don't take them seriously. They are playing the power game. They're playing the game of controlling their influence and political relevance. That's how to play the game.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
You from the way you are speaking like you feel Nnamdi Kanu is going to be released. So I feel that comes with a sense of you have some thoughts that he will be found innocent and set free. Can I ask what makes you think that?
It doesn't think that, answer that, and then I'll take you to another.
Thank you, woman. It's not a thinking. It's something that is absolute now. It's just a matter of time. And Sonny, you're a member of the platform. You've joined on multiple occasions where we analyze this. That Nnamdi Kanu is a political refugee. Yes, he has committed some crime, understandably so. His arrest is illegal, right? But then again, I'm not saying that he's innocent, clearly. But then you're innocent until proven guilty, and that is not the case here. He has made some infuriating statements. He has made some calls that I think are inhuman and inconsiderate. He has launched at different tribal and ethnic groups of the country that I think is silly. But then again, he has not been convicted by any courts in the land or anywhere in the world. So, like Obeni will always educate us, you are innocent until proven guilty. And again, we've also considered the fact that his release may not resolve the insecurity concerns in the Southeast. But what do? You don't put it on the plate of possibilities. You try to see if you can effect it, and then what next? So if his release does not immediately or at some point resolve the tension and the insecurity in the Southeast, the question will be, what do these people truly want? Okay? Then the next line of action would come into play. But would Nnamdi Kanu be released? Definitely. Let's read the room. The signs are there.
Is that something you could bet money?
Emeka, I want to add something because it's just a clarity.
Is that something you could put money on?
Hold on for Ola, sorry. Yeah, Ola.
So the clarification is this. If we are talking of illegal repatriation, there is illegal. Other than that, his arrest in Nigeria for the crime committed was not illegal. That's just the point. And I've seen that it seems that the people too misunderstand. This is my own understanding too, that court ruling that repatriation of Kanu from Kenya is illegal, that they should release him there. And I find it that people think the federal government, the court in Nigeria, has actually freed Kanu. So two different things. So I think his case is so complicated. So his arrest, was very legal.
I agree, right? It's a complicated matter. But in the first place, you cannot solve an illegal situation using an illegal means. He was arrested in a different jurisdiction and brought to Nigeria, or was kidnapped, not arrested. He was kidnapped and then brought to Nigerian border and arrested. So that kidnapping is a crime already. Let's call a spade, to be fair. I'm not saying Nnamdi Kanu does not have a case to answer. He does have a case to answer. So again, our government, and likewise other governments in the world, should not be engaging in illegalities. So kidnapping Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya is a crime. They're bringing him to the Nigerian border where you think he has a case to answer. Definitely he does have a case to answer, but you would only wait for him to step his foot on Nigerian soil. But let's remember that he was fleeing for his life. Those who went against him was the Nigerian military, that's the soldiers, the Nigerian army. Nigerian army does not have the power to arrest civilians. So they were going to his house, not to arrest him. So if it was the police, it is only the police that has the ability to effect an arrest. So if the military...
sorry, let's make a flow a bit.
If the military is going into someone's residence, right? Be rest assured they are going there to kill you. Let's call a spade a spade. So the military don't go to people's houses, especially civilians, but to effect an arrest. So I don't know why the military was going to his house. If the military felt he has a case to answer, they could have written a petition to
the police.
The police, not just only the police, the justice minister, bringing it to his attention, and his arrest will be effected. So let's look at it clearly.
Emeka, I've often said all they needed to do is to send one single police vehicle to go and take him to the station.
Definitely.
And then if he resists that, then it becomes a different matter. So they didn't even afford that. They just sent a battalion to go and shoot up
his house. So let's be fair to him. Yes, Nnamdi Kanu has not conducted himself in the proper light. But to be fair to him, what were the military going there to do? Were they expected, if you see the military coming to your house and you see over a platoons of army coming to your place, what do you think a reasonable individual will do if they have the opportunity? Flee for your life.
No,
you're going away.
If they're not a criminal, why are they fleeing?
No, stop it, sorry, please.
And hold on, please, Emeka. This issue has been litigated up to the Supreme Court, and they have given an opinion.
But the Supreme Court, Passad, has given a ruling on this. They condemned the Nigerian government on their illegal acts. But yet again, they say, hold on. Illegal act, hold on. But yet again, they said Nnamdi Kanu still has a case to answer. Let the Nigerian government route it through the court system. But the one thing now is, hold on,
could you just hold on 1 minute? Hold on.
No,
I'm saying to you that Solly making that inquiry from you.
Pansas, you don't need to shout at me. Pansas, is disrespectful.
Yes,
you don't need to shout at me.
Okay, I heard you.
I would have allowed you to speak. Please don't do it again next time.
The way to stop somebody from shouting at you is for you to.
Don't do it again next time, please.
All right. Sorry, Emeka, round up that space. I want to.
Did you just cut me off while I'm in the middle of my sentence?
I did. Yes. Emeka, round up.
Go to hell.
That go to hell is a bit past. You did it to Rudolph. So think of new things.
I think the negotiation going on behind the scene, you could see that the government is trying to look for ways to address the concerns. The signs are there. I know Solly was saying if I could put money on the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Unfortunately, Solly, I'm not a betting man. But if I were a betting man, yes, I'll put money on the release of Nnamdi Kanu. It is a matter of when, not whether he will be released. It is when would he be released. He's going to be released, definitely.
All right.
Let me move on to the flooding in Lagos.
I just want to ask one man a question.
No. I want to move on.
One man, let me just ask you this question.
We have to get to other voices.
No, I just need clarification.
All right. I ask and then
Okay, because I keep on hearing he was kidnapped in Kenya. Is it not Kenyan government that gave him to Nigerians? Or you can also say that Hush Puppy 2 was kidnapped because they have no extradition.
It wasn't given. We don't know that for fact. There's a suspicion that there would have been collaborations by agents. That hold on, you asked the question. There's a suspicion that there would have been collaborations with agents either of the Kenyan government or shadowy agents. So Nigeria could not have gone and snatched him without some sort of involvement of a Kenyan space. But we can't say categorically that the Kenya gave him to Nigeria.
So that refutes every argument that he was kidnapped. So what is illegal about him being in a Nigerian court then?
No, it was all right. Let Emeka just carry on. It was rendition. It was rendition. Yeah.
The Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, has ruled on the matter. I think the government is. In short, a lot of things has overtaken that circumstances. So I don't know why we are still going back on the debate again. Maybe just because we wanted to provide more context. But the ruled, government is negotiating. So I think we're basically moving forward on this. Now to Lagos flood then. Now when we see Tokunbo going out with his plans of trying to address flooding and trying to see how to ensure the flow of the waterways and the canals. You see, we castigated him. We threw out all forms of agenda towards him and his ministry. I mean, his commission. We called him names. Why the man was citing concerns. We know Lagos is on the water basin. We know flooding. I used to live in Lekki. It was a consistent concern. The waters, when it rains, the water would definitely the water will flood the place. And if your car is not so good enough, and Lekki is where that's high middle class earners and the rich lives. You see their Benzes being packed up. You see cars swimming and can't move any longer. You see people, those without vehicles, trying to find their way. It's a safety concern. Now that brings me to the topic or the discussion of Nigerians do not take safety seriously. We don't prioritize safety. We don't accept the importance of safety. We completely ignore it, right? There've been even, I would pivot a little. There was a fire outbreak recently at the Christ Embassy Headquarter Church in Ikeja. I saw the fire. I think Channels was the first to break the news. In my mind, I was like, how can...
Were they not throwing buckets of water at the fire brigade or some ridiculous something like that?
You can tell, right? How can an international organization, right, not consider safety at all? So a big location like that do not have one fire hydrant, do not have two fire extinguisher, do not even have an egress point, or even an assembly point. And then we see people on social media talking about, oh, God saved the lives of those who, trying to make things, take it in a religious context. And then the leader of the organization came out and said, oh, we are going to build a much bigger auditorium. It was trying to salvage in my own opinion, I think, the silliness of the accident. Now, if Nigeria is truly a country that considers safety seriously, there would have been arrest. I remember the case that happened in London, those towers that got burnt. The property managers were arrested. The owners were arrested because they did not have functional safety measures in place. So Nigerians don't take safety seriously, right? The Commissioner of Environment has been lamenting on the need to ensure that the canals are free, the water flows freely. We find people cutting corners. We find people blocking the canal drainages. We find people doing things at their own worst interest because they want to make profit. And that is ridiculous. You rightly, I read that article that Lagos will be submerged underwater in 50 years time. Whether we don't want that to happen, but then again, we are seeing the signs. The signs are there. What are we doing about it? I will be thinking that the residents of Lekki Metropolis should be raising concerns and petitioning the government to do more. Buildings that are in infringement of environmental concerns and safety issues should be brought down. People can cry for all they care. But again, you say, oh, put a human face. Where is your human face when you are blocking the drainages and the canal flow, the canals? Where is that humanity when you are acting stupid and silly? Because you want to make an extra buck, you want to build your house and see if you can occupy more space. Then in the future,
have to bring it home,
in the future, people are going to die. So Nigerians must consider safety first, and then it also boils down to the ineffective monitoring system of the government, especially the Lagos state government. Illegality should not thrive, regardless of when that illegality happens. We should stop cutting corners and do the right thing, or else we will pay for the consequences in the future. So I think I wanted to also speak on one topic again. I am forgetting. Run me down through the other topics.
Was it the consumer credit being formed?
We've talked about that already. So it was something else again.
Okay. There was the Nnamdi Kanu space. There's the Lagos submerged in water. Dangote speaking about the collapse of the textile industry. Lagos Ogun Kano accounts for 23% of Nigeria's mobile subscription in Q1 2024.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about Dangote. You see, a lot of people don't like the man, but he's an industrious entrepreneur, right? You see, he's one who identifies opportunities. What he has cited with his textile company is also to show that he has also made mistakes in the past, right? I respect that man. He's like the Andrew Carnegie of Nigeria, the John D. Rockefeller of Nigeria, the pioneer of African business. Not pioneer, rather the resilient figure of African business. You could call him a monopolist, but he's a capitalist. And capitalists would always want to take up opportunities when they see one. So now there's something he's doing that I really like. I think his conversation, he's probably having some internal conversations with the president. You can tell that he's now going into steel manufacturing. After we
Emeka, you're breaking up quite a bit. Have we lost you? All right. I think we may have lost Emeka somewhat. So thank you, Emeka.
That he was, right? Hello?
No, we lost you for a moment.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah. So, if you know Andrew Carnegie very well, you will know that his investment in steel manufacturing pushed him to the business mogul that he was, right? Now, that alone would transform our manufacturing sector completely. There will be different dependencies on the steel plants that he has. We have the vehicles that will be relying on that. We have those who will be manufacturing building materials. We have those who also would be looking at certain raw materials that would come into their production pipelines to bring out finished goods. That alone, see, Dangote has an eye. He knows his shit. So respect to him. That could push our man. In short, it will be the start of our industrial revolution in the country. And what would that do? You will begin to see more vehicle manufacturing plants coming into the country. We'll begin to see all that dependency industries or manufacturing plants coming into the country. Let's not forget, Nigeria has a huge market. It's just that we are yet to put in good business practices to make business thrive. That is why he was talking about that interest rates. Okay, you cannot talk about building $1 trillion economy when your interest rate is so high. Yes, I understand we are fighting inflation, but our interest rate has never been a single digit at any point in time since I have the consciousness of business. It has never been single digit. It has always been double digits. And to even see businesses still succeed is a testament of doggedness and resilience for those who are doing business in Nigeria. Let's not also forget that Dangote, apart from borrowing from Nigerian banks, he also can borrow from the international communities or suppliers of capital. He can do that, and they lend at single digits. So he can go and borrow and bring those funds into the country. He has the capacity. He has demonstrated that. He has assets that he can use as security, pledge as security. He's on the Forbes list, so his businesses are credit worthy. And he's listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, so definitely that's a very good prop for providers of capital, because they can actually look at his financial statements and annual report, and they will make great decisions based on that. So if the president through the Minister of Trade as well as the Minister
all right,
of
bring it home, Emeka. We're struggling to hear you because of the background noise, but bring it home, and then
if the president through the Minister of Trade and Finance is really serious about moving us to $1 trillion GDP, they should be looking at ways to see how to reduce the interest rates, the cost of finance in that country. So applaud Dangote. I like what he's doing. He's mounting pressures on the authorities to look into things. I think he's had enough. So let's see how it goes because his comment is really relevant. Those are strong criticism coming from the richest man in the country. And I think the president, who is sensitive and very well astute and sound on business, will take that into consideration. Thank you, one man. Good night.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent, Emeka. So thank you, Mekos. So thank you, Emeka. Let's go on from him. I was going to go to Paddy and then Uptown, but gentlemen, let me go to Henri, who I think is joining us for the first time. So let's just document his voice. Is it Henri after the footballer? Let's hear from you. On mute.
One man.
Okay.
Well done, sir.
Go on.
I'm good, boss.
All right, let's hear from you. You've heard the conversation so far. We're talking a myriad of topics. The pitch of it, of course, Nnamdi Kanu. We're also talking about
sorry to interject. Sorry. So just to correct, I think he didn't listen to me. 50 years, not 15 years. Lagos is being projected to be submerged underwater. Not just only Lagos alone. Several cities were being highlighted.
Where did you get that report from?
You Google it, you'll see it. It's from it's a prominent media house.
Yeah, I think it's a well circulated.
It's well circulated. The prediction is there. Within 50 years, Lagos will be submerged under. Certain cities will be submerged underwater. Then somebody was saying, the state built Dangote. Opportunities would only meet preparedness, right? Who else with the government support? There's someone who has demonstrated excellence over time in business. They're going to support you. Where's your track record? what legislations are they going to put in place? But if you have demonstrated excellence over a period of time consistently, and your performance shows that track record, why won't the government help you out? You are an employer of labor. Why would and then your business is paying taxes? That's how life works. So I would say remove the hate in your heart and let Dangote be an example that you will want to copy. Put your mouth where it matters, and then the government will definitely want to reach out and see how to support you.
All right, thank you, Emeka. So thank you, Emeka. Let's hear from you, Henri. Henri, floor is yours.
Yeah. Float me that Dangote topic. I want to see the first headline you had on it.
So which headline did you want?
Which one do you have on Dangote? Is it this one? How we lost billions?
No, it is this one. It was just reminiscing on how he lost billions in the textile industry. Yes,
because I saw the headline where it was talking about him losing like some interest rate with the CBN and all that.
Oh no, that was from yesterday. He was bemoaning the high interest rates that the CBN was charging. So the CBN.
Do you agree with him?
Somewhat, because it stifles business. If interest rate is at 30%,
but is the only businessman coming out to say that?
Yeah, but it was speaking at the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria Summit. So essentially, that whole market.
I just think Tinubu is not playing ball with him. Emefiele played ball with him. If you understand what's going on right now, they're not trying to play ball with him, and he's coming out to speak. Yes, he has very high stakes in the country, but it's like they are not playing ball with him. So his own sectors right now, it's like he cost us a lot of mess with Emefiele, and I feel like he was speaking to Asiwaju to get a soft landing for Emefiele. Like, okay, just, now if you look at the guys in the energy sector, them Otedola, they are making money right now. So now there's a lot of expectation. If the road that they're building right now, if that road connection should work, Dangote's trucks will be on the road, flooding all the states. But how long would that take? So now it's coming out that he can't get loans, but we don't know whether we've recouped our $5 billion from him. So there's a lot of negotiations that he's coming out to speak on, but I'm looking at it like they're just not playing ball with you, and then you speaking out like that. That's just my own perception of what's going on.
I'm not far from you, actually, because I think Tinubu is more of a Rabiu man, BAU or BUA.
I don't even think Asiwaju is really leaning with him like that right now, because the deal, what that guy and Emefiele got out of Nigeria was they just kind of fleeced us, and it's like, come on, man, where's the money? But they can't do anything to Dangote. That's why Emefiele is still where he is. So it's like, where's the money? That guy has a lot of money, though. Nigeria's money in his hands, man. So
a lot. And it's one of those that's so used to dipping into the system that nobody knows how much that guy is worth. So I think it's probably worth 3 times more than we suspect.
He has a lot of boys as governors, ex-governors, senators. They work for him. He goes into their states. He gets what he wants. So now he's telling the CBN that nothing. Nah, come on now. We can't listen to Dangote like that. Like, there's a different tonality with that. If he's getting 30%, if he's the only one coming out to say that, then how much are others get it?
No, that's not a Dangote price. So it's a policy position. They heightened up the interest rate that's there. So it's a policy position, not what they are. It's not especially towards him.
That's fair. If that's what the country wants to do, that's fair. But I just don't feel that he should come out and start making statements like that at this point. Like, not after what he did with Emefiele. No, not from Dangote.
All right, take us to another topic. You don't have to speak to the talking points. You can just speak freely, whatever interests you.
No, I'm with you. Float me some topics. Float me some headlines.
Yeah. So we were within the Kanu space, and its release, of course. It looks as though almost starting to be out before Christmas, and we're speculating then that does that serve the greater good in terms of dousing the tensions in the southeast.
I mean, it will come out, but from my own calculation, it might be towards the end of 2025, December, build up to 2026, politics and all that. But those, all the talks are, they are persuading, they are talking to Mr. President. Mr. President is been very quiet. His mode of operation, we love it, but we don't understand it. And then it's dealing with a lot of people. So the Northerners, they don't know what's going on. The Southeast, they kind of want to deal with, they want to love him. They want to love him, but they also don't want to love him. They like the way he's moving. But it's like their man, Peter Obi, is also a very big factor. Obi.
What led to that? That the Southeast want to love him?
You see, the thing is this. If you notice the people that come on your platform, the Igbo people that come on your platform, they criticize Asiwaju, they speak on different things. But the man himself, after the old election has gone, he's been very quiet. The way he moves, it's different. But the love he has shown for the country, there's a kind of, yes, this man means well. We can see that. But there are just some, they're just, you know how the Nigerian system is. When they start to come up, oh, we want to buy jet for Mr. President, we want to do this. Is he Asiwaju coming up with that? But it's like the things after that to come up. Now, what is he trying to do for the country itself? Raise the minimum wage. But that conversation it's taking too long. And now it's trying to show a little bit of inefficiency in the government too. Like, okay, if you really mean well for the people, show us some love. Like, let the people feel it. The people are not saying so much of what you're saying. The CNG buses that you said last year that this year, March to June, we're going to be in circulation. Now you're saying you're going to start releasing 10 billion to states to go and start purchasing CNG buses. The promises are not coming to fruit. Like, come on now. So the add-ups are not there, but it's like the way he's just kind of dealing with the Northerners, the way he's playing his politics is making a lot of people love him. Like, okay, this guy is different, is different. Like, he's a politician. He's not like
do you think only Tinubu is equipped to deal with the Northerners in the way that they're being dealt with?
It's not only Tinubu doing the thinking. That's where the problem.
No, I mean in terms of a president coming out of the South. I mean the way he was brutal with El Rufai, and the way he's trying to kick, and the way he picked up that Metiala guy and locked him up, and all of these things.
I mean, this is how I would see. You see, with El Rufai, you can't say he's really dealing with El Rufai like that, because I want you to think about two things. El Rufai is a voice in the North. Now, to you, is El Rufai a bigger voice than Shettima? Before Shettima as vice president, was El Rufai a bigger voice, or Shettima was a bigger voice? So I want you to reverse those roles. If El Rufai was vice president and Shettima was the one doing all the talking right now, would it make much noise? Would he be able to stir up any pot? But now it's El Rufai stirring the pot within those northern elites, those northern leaders. Tinubu has a lot to pay. He has to calm that guy down. Otherwise, El Rufai will make a mess of him. He has to calm him down. It's El Rufai stirring the pot in the north. It's El Rufai we're talking about. He's learned. He's one of those them Sanusi kind of clan. Those learned type. They have the money. They can deal with the illiterate, and they can also deal with the learned ones. Yes, he might have a very tough, because of that Kaduna South, the Christian side of they might not really, but that's not how the North play their politics. It's the Muslim, they are radical with it. And if they come after Tinubu, I don't know, but
do you think they are coming after Tinubu already? What we're seeing coming out of Borno State.
There's a kind of calculation that I'm trying to see, but I don't want to see it like that. Now, if Obi can hold that vote from the Southeast steady, if he can get a little bit of support, and then El-Rufai can stir up something from the North, I don't know what that calculation might be. But if El-Rufai can pull 4 million as Obi's VP, and Obi can pull that same structure, you get what I mean? If Obi can still hold steady, Tinubu has a big problem. If that calculation should work for them.
Are you saying El-Rufai is more influential than the current governor in Kaduna? Is that what you're insinuating? Are you insinuating that El-Rufai is now more influential than the current governor of Kaduna?
Who's the current governor of Kaduna? Ubasani?
Yep.
Ubasani a household name in the North?
Henri, that permutation that you are making, what people are actually permutating is an Obi Kwakwanso ticket. That is the one that can really strain the Tinubu space. Obi being the head, Kwakwanso being the tail.
I think Kwakwanso's ego is too big to go for Obi's VP.
I think you will have to settle that ego now with the politics we have in play.
Because I'm just looking at, if he gets like with that, okay, let's go with the name. If he gets the support, if El-Rufai can get that support, if they stir up those numbers, Asiwaju might have that problem. But there's always a but in it. Asiwaju is still the president. He has the instrument of state. Whatever is brewing, he knows how to calm everyone's nerves. It's just 4 more years, and after.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interject you. I'm sorry. I think you are using the template of the regular politician's game. That was done with Goodluck Jonathan when he ran in 2010, I believe so, 2010, thereabouts. As using his incumbency to win the election when he became from VP to become the president. It didn't work in 2015. Buhari also did the same thing. Yeah, but again, Buhari had a cult following. Asiwaju is a different breed of politician. He's completely different. That you want to put him in the context that it is shaking. Nah, Asiwaju will win landslide 2027. El-Rufai has that El-Rufai is fighting with his governor. The machination of Kaduna politics is being taken away from him. So he's struggling with the political elites that are not in power. And he's not fighting Asiwaju. He's only fighting those northern interests that kicked him out from becoming minister. He's cool with Asiwaju. Asiwaju begged him to stay, to be part of his government. But because the northern elites, he has wronged some of them, they didn't want him to be part of government. He's cool with Asiwaju.
His son is not
his son can say the current governor is his son's godfather, a mentor. That man brought his son. That seat that his son is currently sitting was that man's position.
I get your drift. I know where you drift.
All right, Emeka, let Henri carry on. I think he wants to.
No. I really do like where he's coming from. I get his drift, but this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying El-Rufai Obi ticket is gonna do much or stop Asiwaju per se. Nah. It can. I'm saying it could stir a pot. Get my point? Like, I get your drift. Like, Asiwaju is in charge. Trust me, I understand what's going on, but don't overplay what can happen if some people are not happy. That's just where I'm coming from. And then if things don't go as supposed as what's being promised, there are a lot of promises that started to fail. So Nigerians are, a lot of pockets are also hungry. But at the same time, when election will come, people will know what to do, they will know how to win and all that. But if people have a clear message, if there's a clear message on ground, like, no, people are hungry going into that election, nothing Tinubu will do. And you know that. So that's where I'm coming from. Just like the way Buhari came in. If they play that card for Tinubu, nothing he will do. He will get out, like just the same way Jonathan went. So just understand where I'm coming from. They can use the insecurity. They can start up with, there's already hunger. They can use, you know where I'm coming from. Like the nation has been quiet on a lot of bombings and all that. They're about to start it. We're already seeing, you're seeing what is trying to come into the countries. All these weapons coming in. You know who they're trying to face. But Ashiwaju is working. His boys are there. They're intercepting. Everything is going on. They're reporting these things. We are seeing it. But imagine those weapons coming into this country. Brand new weapons. Brand new, not used. Brand new. Bombs, over thousands. You saw it. You saw the videos. So you know what these people are trying to offer Ashiwaju right now. Like, we will face you.
So you have just presumed that those weapons were brought in by Northerners.
No, I didn't say that. No. I didn't say that.
Saying,
Come on, no, dude, relax.
Yeah,
I'm coming. No,
that's what you're implying.
What are you? Can you
No,
just?
but regardless of ethnic group, right? It's an insecurity. No, not to you. I'm responding to Solly. That your point is right. Regardless of who is bringing it, why are they bringing guns into the country?
Yeah,
it's an insecurity concern. So what are they trying to do?
It's a very big insecurity concern. It could be any region.
Yeah, so they want to use it to embarrass the president. So that's what is happening.
That's where I'm coming from. So if this thing should get into hands of whoever, what do we think? Whether it's kidnapping, whether it's it's a whole bunch.
Country is the president.
No, he's trying his best. He's trying his best. We've had very good insecurity, like steady. It was, trust me, under Buhari, the first 2 years we were recording deaths worse than this.
Buhari had improved on that security team before the man.
Buhari did not improve in the first 2 years. Buhari did not improve in the first 2 years.
Buhari had improved on security before this man came. Security was not as terrible as the way Buhari met.
Was this Buhari's first 2 years was this good? I'm not saying Ashiwaju is perfect. No, I'm not saying that. Don't get me wrong.
By Jonathan. Buhari
say that again?
One security situation led by Jonathan. There was Boko Haram. They were hosting flags in Nigeria. People are quick to forget that. Bombs were
but Patrick, Tinubu has improved the security situation more than Buhari improved the security situation when he took over from Goodluck Jonathan.
What I am telling you was that the security situation under Buhari when he came in, it's incomparable to what
under Buhari.
Buhari, let me tell you, Tinubu.
There's nothing you're gonna tell me. Go look at the records. The first 2 years under Buhari, you cannot stay in Nigeria.
Military.
What's this guy talking about?
Oh, we're losing you. Your connection is
Buhari met a better. Buhari left a better structured military, a more equipped military.
Patrick, you are breaking off. But Henri, bring it home, and then we're going to Paddy. Just wrap it up in a couple more minutes.
I bet not talk Buhari.
I mean, I feel like Kanu would be out, and like I said, it's more of a political calculation towards 2026, but I don't know. Something might happen before the end of this year, but from my own permutations, is most likely towards the end of 2025 or early towards 2025. Like 2025, the end of that, 2025, then he will settle with his family. But towards the end of this year, there would be a lot of clear signs like, yes, it would be released. Because the Attorney General has to okay, I think he has said something about it, but now he has to really give in the word, or I've seen Mr. President on this, and then, the leaders from the other side, they would have the discussions and whatever solutions they will resolve into, and then the man will be set free.
But it's been a while.
All right. Yeah. Land it, and then we're going to party.
I'm good, man. To the next one.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So that's Henri, a new voice on the platform. So thank you, Henri. Let's go on from you to Paddy. Hopefully, it's still there. Paddy.
How you up, man?
Yeah, good to hear you. You know, you have a BT textured voice, Babati textured voice. You, Babati, and Prince Daddy are separated at birth.
Awesome. All right. Let me start with the chaff. I want to filter the chaff from the wheat. The chaff news to be is the Nnamdi Kanu one. I think for me that's like the most inconsequential news to me as a person. I'm not a fan of that space. I think I'm even losing my fandom for these politicians and activists or presidential aspirants or whatever who are now coming out to rally, quote unquote, around MNK. And the reason I'm saying so is what that means to me is not the camaraderie that they're trying to project. I think it's more of an endorsement of what that guy represents. And it's not a good endorsement. All it takes is for anyone to just go back and listen to the rhetorics that this person has spewed over the years and the kind of animosity and angst and reason. In fact, the texture of the landscape that we're expressing today is part of what he has birthed. You know, this is someone who tries to jump on every little opportunity to denigrate the country. And then if you listen to very many people who come from that side, who will identify with him, you know, and the way they speak about the country, the way they speak of the country, the way they even treat the country and people, the other denizens who are not in their space, it's despicable. So when we have, you know, esteemed senators and governors and, you know, people of dignitary who are now coming out to say, free the guy, like the guy's just some random guy who was walking on the street and they were just kidnapped and captured by SARS or some military, and Nigeria government just want to just keep, you know, put someone just because, you know, they want to bully. I mean, that's not the case. This particular person has done more chaos even to that region, even to their finances, even to their security there, to the stability. There's so many lives that were lost from his rhetorics. So are you saying that those lives do not matter? So to me, that's the chaff. It's ridiculous that people are coming out and trying to say release him like he's some martyr, he's done some valor, some things of splendor. It's ridiculous. I mean, well, but to each his own.
But what about the unrest in the southeast? Do you not think it really will impact on that?
He's even before he got kidnapped, he has started this. And to me, I think it just speaks more of the listeners. They can shut down those militia forces. They can shut down those. They're not even asking the government to say, give us more people to help us make peace. They're not setting our policies. They're asking to release the guy to come and do it again. Are they saying that this guy will come out and suddenly he's going to become the saint? He's going to become a catechist. He's going to become a monk. He's going to come back and double down. He's done it over. I mean, he's going to come back and raise his hands and, you know, like Jude Bellingham, and so, you know, and say, look, I'm back. They're going to make statues of him. They're going to exalt him. He's going to be revered. He's going to jail, and he's going to come back and speak. This guy will say, even was not some months ago, he lambasted, said, who is that person who would speak when I speak? This was recently. So you get me? So he's going to go back and double down. He's not coming from a space where I go, I've learned my lesson, you know, I'm going to become a better person, you know, I'm going to denounce and renounce all my... No, he's going to come back and say, yes, I've faced the Nigerian government, and then they coward. They bow down to me. All these guys they're doing it for their own greeds. But what's the representation?
So what are you suggesting the way forward on his case? Well, what's your suggestion?
My suggestion is an expedited judgment, however it is. Something where we know we can hold him by, if the Nigerian government have something tangible, they should just judge this guy and let him know that he's going to go to jail for 5 years or 3 years or 10 years, and then whatever time he has spent previously.
The punishment for it's a capital punishment that the crime that is accused of is not a jail term. I think it's a capital punishment.
We don't need those kind of people in our environment. The chaos he has caused, it's almost as though we've forgotten so soon where this guy came from. We're forgetting so soon how he started. We're forgetting so soon the divide that he has caused. We're forgetting so soon the impact of how he's brainwashed people to think that the entire country is against them. This was something that he said over and over and over. Nigeria is against you. Nigeria is against you. And now people now believe that the country is against them. He's not going to come out and be like, okay, I was wrong. He would never say so. So it's almost like if we are thinking about the person and forgetting the consequences. It's almost as though we're like, you know what, just let's allow the dog go outside. But this dog has caused rabies. People have been beaten. People have been smitten. There is a pandemic going on. There's a mindset that his freedom would only amplify. So, but again, to each his own. To me, it's the chaff.
There are setting some conditionalities to its release, though. It's not just go on your way and sin no more. There are setting some conditionalities. It says agreed to abide by negotiated terms. So I'm not quite sure what those negotiated terms are, but it will wrap around his a good conduct sort of thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's going to be a replica of the one that happened in the past, where they told him, avoid gathering of X amount of people.
Do you think they're going to confine him to Abuja so rest out?
I don't know. They could. They might want to give it. I mean, that might even be like a better thing to do. So it's almost as though he's free, but he's not technically free. At least he can change his cloth. They can monitor people around him. They can put some sort of, detector around his ankle and limit the people who come to see him. Maybe that might give a sense of freedom. But here's the thing: even if he's within Abuja, he's still not free until he steps his legs, feet on that land. But the funny part, it's been a long time that guy stepped his feet in that territory. But he's causing far much more chaos. I look at you and here's the thing: even if you shut this guy down, there's another one in Finland who is even doing something crazy. And if that one goes again, another person is ready to take it up again. It's become a movement. This is what we condemned in Boko Haram. This is what we condemned in Al Qaeda. This is something happening right before us. Other people do these things and then they shut them almost at the very, very beginning. We've allowed these things to fester for too long. And it's deep rooted into how people's implicit biases, people's bigotry, people's tribalism that's it. You can't. I mean, I'm sure everyone understands where I'm coming from, but to each his own. Everyone just still feels like his freedom is really going to do so much more. There'll be calm and peace. There was calm and peace when it started. There was no chaos going on when it started. I mean, Masobat ended once Rafah has been shut down. So he just definitely did the same thing all over again. He saw a gap, he saw an opportunity, and then he filled it up. And then that's what's birthing this movement. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, the half of, it will be 60% of the obedient movement was part of this particular guy's rhetoric. That is actually the support movement that birthed that's a movement to spike up as much as it did. Anyone can want to deny it, but we know. So just one person has caused so much chaos. One person has filtered what the country has decided to suppress. One person has taken everybody back to 1967 all over again. From UK, eating money, wearing Fendi. And I'm not saying because it is some region. If this person were also from my own region, I would say the same thing. In fact, I'm sure someone from my region can't even be given this much opportunity. He will have been shut down long ago. He's done so much. There was a time when this guy asked for people's heads to be on spikes, and he got numbers, over hundreds of numbers. What about those people? And those people are from a particular region. I think their lives do not matter. Just one person. I mean, we will say he's just rhetoric, but those rhetorics are now it's become a lifestyle to people. It's become their mantra. They live and wake up for these things. So we need something that will counter it. What I feel these people should have been doing is to find someone who can speak against what that guy has said and clear the minds of people and say, look, you people are not marginalized. You people are loved by the country. You people are thriving. You people can become presidents. You people can become senators. You people can do everything you want to do. We've moved further away from 1967 to 1970 for us to be going back because somebody wants to make some money off this thing. Simon Ekpa is milk is fleecing this ideology. It's making money. They even have a Biafra coin. People are donating money in there. So two people who want to just live good lives.
I think they even have a cryptocurrency.
The Biafra coin. So they are cashing out. So it's not a movement from love, from a place of love. It's a movement from from an opportunity that he saw. The same person who started this movement for his own opportunity. When Ojukwu started this whole thing, Ojukwu was a young boy. He was in his 20s and late 20s and early 30s. Changed the matter of everybody, caused chaos, came back to the same country, ran for presidency, ran for VP, ran campaigns like nothing ever happened. Took people's money, changed their mindset like nothing ever happened. Ojukwu left. Ralph Wazorike came, did the same thing again too. Did with so much we could do with Masob. Okay, fine. That one ended. Nnamdi Kanu started all over again. Nnamdi Kanu is still alive. We know that. Now there's this Simon Ekpa there. We don't need single people who would change the mindset of people because they tell it. No, we need everybody to feel like equal players in a country and then enjoy. Those who know, the rich amongst them do not care about this guy. But it's the part of them that feel there must be this camaraderie. We must support one of us. He's one of us. But those people that hide, I don't know one of yours. That's where I come from, man. I want to move to the next topic.
All right, take us to the Lagos flooding. Lagos underwater at the moment.
All right, yeah. So the Lagos thing is, I think one thing that people tend to all forget more is that Lagos is about 6 feet above sea level, from 0 to 6 feet above sea level, just about 2 meters high from sea level. Lagos is not a highland. Lagos is less of an hinterland. Lagos is a lagoon surrounded. In fact, the name itself is the reason why it's called Lagos. So many cracked of islands that has been dredged over time. And whatever happens today is a torrential rain that happens every year. We know that there's always this spike of rain that happens in Lagos from April through September. And then the peak period of those rains is always between June and July of every year. But this particular one I felt today is a torrential rain. And this is probably like an effect from the monsoon season that usually happens. And during monsoon, there's always a very high wind pattern, that will come in from the West African monsoon. And that is what's causing this. I think one of the successes of this particular rain is that even though the tides came, it was able to settle in a very quick period. I think within about 2-3 hours, very many, not all, but very many of the places where this flood had the reason has started settling in. The ban of styrofoams has definitely helped. So we are seeing those floods, but we are seeing less death on the flood. This is probably the first time in a long time that there'll be this kind of torrential flood in Lagos, that we won't see so much of filth and death on the roads. And I think it just makes case for those who probably know how Lagos was structured, Sakra, 1958, 1960, very early Lagos, they were always using the natural pathways for water, from Ogun River all the way to Atlantic Ocean, to all the lagoons that we have in there. But those places now has now been filled with people who are trying to own properties. The Lekki never had to deal with those floods because Lekki was just a lagoon of its own. Festac and Tinkan, all those places were just serious lagoons. But now they are residentials, and there are people who build material, who don't just build homes. They build homes and then leave their building materials as debris. So their sand, their gravels are clogging the drainages. They don't build right drainages, and when the government try to work to stop them or happen on them, again we start crying again. Oh, it's because we are from Zamfara. They don't want Zamfara.
Lagos State came out today that they are going to intensify the demolition.
Oh yes, I think I saw that tweet from the commissioner of works. He doubled down, like we will do this because they have to, because here's the thing: they need the water to just flow through. So the tides will always rise, but it needs to flow through. And if it's not flowing through, in fact, there was another thing again that I also observed. So how because of the haggardness and stubbornness of Nigerians who would always cross roads. We've built roads with so very high dividers in between, and those dividers don't have proper pathways to flow. So you find it a 4-lane road or a 6-lane road, 3 on each side, that is flawed on one side, all the way to divide, all the way to the huge barricade of concrete divider, and then the other side is free. So it means that all it means that they need to expand the gutters in between those road dividers so that water can flow through. And those very many happen in the highlands, so in places like Songot High, in Alimosho local government, those are things that happen in those areas. But areas like Ojo, like Lekki, Sulere, those ones are canals and lagoons that have been narrowed down. In fact, the state is even doing too much. They are compromising too much. So many canals that have been narrowed down and allow people to build stores and build homes and build estates and expanded. We now have slimmer canals. And you can't compare a place where the water, the tides, is coming from an ocean. This is Atlantic Ocean, though. The Atlantic Ocean has the highest tide, especially in periods like this where we are almost at an equator with the moon. So the moon is pulling high tides. We are having the monsoon weather coming all the way from India, blowing high winds. This is definitely going to happen. We know it happens every June, July, August in Lagos. It's not a new thing. But again, because this is the first time that I'll see very many of that water without the debris, I think it's some sort of progress. The next thing we need to now start doing is we probably need to start seeing how we can reinforce building our homes with higher German floors. So if you're building your home on the island, you shouldn't be building your home with a regular 4 feet tall. You should go higher. Don't just look at Venice from the standpoint of Venice as canals. Those homes are really, really high. Let people start be more intentional with the way they build their homes. And all the people who are selling our sands, trying to use them for filling, this is what it costs. So they go dredge the canals, go dredge sands in the canals, sell all the sands to for profit. And then this is definitely what happens. So the sands that used to help filter those lands have become desolate. People are now building artificial islands in Lagos for pleasure and for fun. So I'm hoping that the coastal highway too will do something for people on that side, but the lagoon will always suffer. So even though we're not having the ocean tides coming with the influx of the wave on the ocean, we can't deny that our lagoons and our canals are flooding. And I would hope that Lagosians themselves too will become more accountable to their own community and stop getting their roots dirty. And when you see somebody say something, when you see any community that they're building houses and those homes will affect you when it rains, and you find out this estate agent is building a home where their home should not be, call it out. When you see an X on the building, when they put the red Lagos State X on the building, and you see them walking again at night, call it out. Don't just look away, because those things will affect you at the end of the day. And I think that's one thing. The Lagosians keep blaming the government, or the government allowed them. No, you also saw them. You saw them building those homes. You saw them bringing trucks to build their homes there. You didn't see anything. Then when your Mercedes start packing up, or when your homes start flooding, you start blaming the government for a community that you live in. So I think people also who live in Lagos also need to start becoming the watchdogs of their own community, ensure that nobody's building wrong houses, ensure that nobody's putting anything in the drainages. When you see anyone, call them out, tag the commissioners on Twitter. They're very responsive. They'll come to those houses and they'll demolish those houses. The places who are suffering are the new development areas, who are now making the old development areas suffer as well too. So that's that piece on that big one, man. On Dangote, so I think I probably wanted to speak initially to the inflation, but I think that was discussed yesterday. I tried to watch back some of the playback that was done.
No, you can speak to that because the Dangote headline that we have is somewhat nostalgic, so it's not anything contemporaneous. But what's your take? Because I think he has an argument that a 30% interest rate almost clearly stifles business.
He has his point, but at this very point where we have inflation, we can't but increase interest rates. And the reasons why the government is doing this are very, very clear. So these are monetary policies that's supposed to help the economy in periods of currency depreciation. It's supposed to help in the during time where we are having fuel price increase. Also in the place where moments where we're having food insecurity, moments where we're having infrastructural challenges, where we're having global economical factors, where we're having population growth. We can't help but increase interest rates. And what will this interest rate do? It's going to support people to save more.
Is that rate normal to you?
So there's a reason why it's not. It's again our inflation rate is not normal.
Hold on. Is that rate normal to you? Is that rate good for business? Is that rate good for growth, for productivity?
Yes and no. For every policy has its
yes and no.
Yes, yeah, because it has advantages and disadvantages. We have to now check which one outweighs.
So Dangote, a man that's I mean, the foremost industrialist in the country, speaking against this, you are saying he doesn't know what he's talking about?
I didn't say so. You are the one.
You are speaking against what he's saying now. You say government is doing the right thing.
Yeah, because the fact that it's affecting Dangote is for more of a purchase power standpoint. So when the government is trying to mop up money that people have in hand, it's going to affect retail sellers like Dangote. So
the rate have to go so high because you want to mop up liquidity in the system. So the rate has to be like 30% or 33%.
Yes, it has to
be. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, it has to be because our inflation rate is it's in the 30%, and we don't even just have monetary inflation. We also have
it's a catch Paddy, it's a catch-22 situation because what Dangote's argument is that rate is stifling manufacturers, businesses, etc., which of course it is. But then the counter argument is that the rate has to be spiked up to control inflation, which of course, so this is where all this intelligence that they attribute to them, then they have to find a creative way to straddle both spaces, because if they stifle manufacturing, then the economy hemorrhages and then the inflation spirals even more. So, I mean,
and do you know that's going to negatively impact the exchange rates too?
So
they are trying to work on and improve. It will still the naira will further crash based on the increased inflation interest rate.
Yes, it could, but here's the thing: we are already having that problem already. So it's not a case of you're trying to
aggravate it now. It's not as if it's just going to stay the way it is.
Yeah, but again, no, it's not going to aggravate it further. Because remember, you know why? Because you're trying to also attract FDIs. People who are foreign investors will see that, look, putting money into this economy right now gives us a 30% gain. So you're attracting far much more foreign, FDIs, foreign investments. And so that itself will make more dollars come into the market, and make more availability of FX. And once that happens, your currency starts to become somewhat stable. And then so that is the purported part of the reason why this is happening. So we're not killing one for the other. There's supposed to be a counter reaction as well too. We're also hoping that more people will want to be able to mop out their money rather than just keep purchasing, right? And also reduce food, food inflation. More people might want to save in their money. So let's put it like this: I have 30,000 naira. Atalico has 30,000 naira. One man has 50,000 naira, and we all want to buy pepper. So because we all have more money, just for the same product, we are willing to pay higher for that product. But now if all of us realize that, look, if I put half of my money into the bank, I can get 30% profit. So that means we have less money to buy. So because we have less money to buy, because we are getting more money while saving our funds, it automatically reduces the cost of the food in the market because we have less money fighting for the amount of food that we have. So they didn't just bring it up because they just wanted to just inconvenience people. But here's how does it affect Dangote or manufacturers? It means that there are fewer people who have spending power in the market. And what's the fiscal policy towards is they're trying to bring in a consumer policy where people can actually use consumer loans to buy these things. So they're not just letting it go simply because they are bringing other counter policies. So it means that I don't need to use my full 30,000 naira to spend like most Nigerians do. I can now buy on credit. So that way I can save more money in the bank. I can have a higher interest whilst I'm saving. My money can grow, faster than almost any economy within the world. And then
sorry, apologies, Paddy. Uptown, click on mute and unmute. Your device is not connecting. Click on mute and unmute. Sorry, Karen Paddy.
Right. Yeah. So I think that's the surface level argument of what we're trying to solve in there. Again, it also doesn't take away the fact that we are having other conflicts. We're having climate change. It doesn't take away the other reasons why the other negative reasons as well too. There's also going to be like fuel price increase. So it's not taking away all the negativities. But I think right now, based on the way that we are, based on the things that we're complaining about, we need to be able to attract people to have reasons to save their money and invest their money within the economy. We have to mop out the amount of cash that liquid cash that we have within that system, and it's gonna reduce the key problems that people have today. We have food inflation. We haven't had food inflation in a very long time. I mean, the one man shared a video the other time of a basket of pepper that went from 100 to about 35,000 in a space of 3 weeks. But why did it go to 100? Because there are more people who are willing to pay for that, pay at that 100,000. So yes, so at that 100,000, whilst we were complaining that the food is expensive, people were still able to buy the food. So that means there's more money in the hands of people. The money is not growing anything. They're not consuming that money. So what the government is saying is, don't consume your money. Put your money in the bank, invest your money, and we'll give you 30%, quote unquote, interest rates on your savings. Whilst so the little money you have, you're able to buy something, and when you need to buy something bulk, you can take credits for it. The government will pay on your behalf. So there's no liquid cash; it's just more transactional digital money, and everyone is fine. So let's look at that. This is supposed to solve a bigger problem than it's supposed to cause chaos.
Hold on. You see, all this thing you are saying, I don't even get it. So for a businessman that want to borrow loan with its interest rate, how do you think that he can put that loan to use that will generate a good return for him? How do you think that a farmer will borrow at this rate? And you think, how will business function with this rates that you are praising that is good? Do you really know the implication of this thing, this 33%? Do you know what you're talking about? Do you read the implication of this on businesses when it comes to borrowing of loan and to run business? Do you own business? How would you function with 33%? Do you know what you're talking about? And you're saying so sweet packaging. I don't get it. I don't think you know the practicality of these 33% interest rate, or maybe 30% is it, when it comes to borrowing and running of business. I don't think you know it at all.
Adele Koko, Paddy runs businesses both in America and Nigeria.
He cannot tell me he's running business. If in America we having 33% interest rate, the whole economy will collapse in this country. Businesses will close down all over. What is he talking about?
So the only thing that we will need, so it's like the way you argued it. You made your argument as though I'm sure you probably not even went through that that policy itself. There will always be debt reconciliation policies to cater to people who have current debts that's going to affect. So. But I don't want to stretch the argument. I guess we're just looking from the service level, the 3% rate. We forget that there was a catering that was done to people who have current debts that are being paid, who are probably some level exempted from some of these policies. That's number one. Then the example of farmers that you gave. There's a deaf bank, there's a bank of industry, there are all those there's the Islamic banks who have loan policies that cater to them, that exempts them from these things. Again, these policies are not done in isolation. They are done to cater to certain problems. So whilst you have angst of it's gonna affect lenders, it's gonna affect debt, it's gonna affect this, it's also gonna attract more people to come in as well too. We have to create a balance. The places where it can affect, they can be mitigated. So that means if you go to a commercial bank to get the loan, it will affect you. If you already have an existing loan that you are servicing, then you are currently exempted from this because you have to go with the current loan that you've already tied down. I mean, you live in America, we have fixed loans interest, and you also have, what they call them, is it floating loans or flexible loans. If your loan interest rate is fixed, you have less to worry about this kind of thing. But again,
Yeah, Paddy, let me help you a little bit there. This is about the money in circulation. Actually, we have very much money. I think as of this week, we have about 3.9 trillion naira in circulation. That's about $2.7 billion. Last year, this time, we had in circulation just 1.7. Just 1.7. And even then, that 1.7 translated into 1.2 billion. So this policy is a double-edged sword in the sense that we have to curb inflation one way or the other. It's very important, particularly the food inflation. So if you are borrowing from the bank at commercial rates, it's even more than the 30%, which is the lending rate. It's a benchmark. By the time the banks add their processing fee and all the rest of that, it could even go up to like 33% actually. But then we have to remind ourselves that farmers are the most important elements here. And if we are talking about farmers, you don't go to commercial banks to borrow money. There are facilities at the agricultural bank to provide that. And like you said, there is also those Islamic bank and the rest that can give you at a very low rate. I think the CBN could try this. After a monetary policy is about every 3 months. I think if I'm correct, anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, please. They have to meet 4 times a year. Already this year, they've met even 3 times. Though nothing says they cannot go beyond 4 times. I think that's a minimum that can be allowed. So they're in a dire strait, you understand, and they have to tinker with this thing any way they can. Dangote has a right to complain because he's having a lot of debt stock himself with the banks generally, particularly Access Bank. You understand? Who is that?
All right. I think Larry wants to come in. So Larry, you come in, and then after that, wrap up that space, Paddy, and then we're going to Uptown. Larry.
Yeah. So the thing is this. You see, like I said yesterday, Cardoso's job is a very difficult job. And I understand what Cardoso is doing. He has said it. He said he's going to go to using conventional economics. But the problem is this. Using conventional economics makes you put everything, around ceteris paribus. You want to keep every other constant. And in an ideal situation, if it's actually an ideal country where a lot of the sector is more within the formal sector, if you increase interest rates, you are expecting that it's going to help inflation come down and it's going to encourage savings. But the problem with Nigeria is that most of Nigeria's economy is not really within that formal sector, right? That's why in order to curb inflation, you are not just looking at the monetary tools. Most of the key work now, Cardoso can do whatever he wants to do. He's just trying to see a way to kind of like get things done. But we've always said it here on this platform. There are a whole lot of things that still need to be done within the fiscal sector. I know they've started 1 or 2 things, right, which I expect them to have actually done then. Because if you want to fight something, it's two edges of the sword. You need to help the two to sharpen, because for you to be at equilibrium, the two has to work. And that's why, Dangote, everybody will shout. Even all those things that we're saying, it's not even going to affect Dangote, because Dangote has most of the loans that Dangote actually
has, right? He has most, with what I know, he's locked most of them down, right? And the problem is, Cardoso will keep increasing interest rates because to him, that's the only thing he thinks, the only tool he has. And he keeps saying it. Every meeting he keeps saying it is going to be more of conventional economics until we have the other side, right? Coming up, if you, there is no way we wouldn't want to reduce expenditure. That's another tool that we have. Reduce government expenditure as much as possible, right? Tax, yeah. You could say, oh, probably increase tax and all those things. Fine, those things can work, but for now, it's not really going to work. We still have to do some a little bit of adjustment, which I think they've started doing in the tax side, right? So it's a whole lot of things for us to be able to get things. I know it's still going to be high, but I think with time, if everybody can actually put all hands on deck, then that's when we can actually start seeing the feasibility of whatever they are doing. Even in the US, you remember at a point, exchange rate was going up and up and up. It was affecting mortgage rate, it was affecting everything. But the advantage of this place is the fact that it's more formal, unlike Nigeria. That's why, when people say, oh, it's textbook economics, I understand what they mean, right? Because people are kind of like, it's not two things that work in the same environment, right? Some of all those conventional economics, let's be candid, it can work in the US because obviously if the interest rate is high, people want to save, people want to invest, people want to kind of like get higher turnover. But it doesn't work like that in Nigeria. Percentage of people in that economy that are within the formal sector, it's less than 30% of that population. So that's a whole lot of things. And I hope, because another thing that I think they have, that's why I'm always, every day when I hear that Dangote is having issue, because I think one key thing they can actually have, if they can have a very good bargain, if they can, find a very good way, work with Dangote, at least for a short time, reduce the price of fuel, right? It's really going to have a lot of effect. And at this point, sometimes when you're facing issues, right, you want to really direct whatever investment you are having into sectors that will definitely, at least in the medium time, will definitely bring viable return. I understand where party is coming from. Oh, probably foreign investors and all those people are coming in. Let's not deceive ourselves. That's not a short-term solution. It's not going to help anything. No foreign investor is going to come in. You can say, oh, probably it's easy, it's this, is that, right? It's not like that. So it's a whole lot of things that those guys need to everybody has to, as FIRS is working, government is also working, they are directing their investments into viable things that can turn things around, because they need a whole lot of things to turn things around. It's not they can, oh, Dangote is just this, Dangote is just that, right? Dangote is not even, you see all these loans and all those things. It's just what an average investor, right? If you're into, I don't know people that still, if you're into manufacturing in Nigeria, I don't know how you will be able to survive without pushing the cost into your price. I don't know. So whatever Dangote is saying, he's just saying it because a lot of people are actually on him, right? A lot of people are expecting him. Everybody's waiting. Okay, what is Dangote going to do with petrol price and all those things? So it's a whole lot of things. That's why you see Dangote coming out and kind of like speaking out what an average manufacturer, average, investor is actually facing. So it's a whole lot of things. So I understand everybody. It's textbook economics. Dangote has, Cardoso has always said it, that is only focusing on conventional economics. Yeah, so let's just see how it goes. Hopefully they can, at least in 1 year, hopefully we can actually start getting things a little bit down. That's my expectation though.
All right, wrap up that space, Paddy, and then we're going to Uptown.
All right, yes. So I'll probably just wrap it up. I think one of the things, again, that people forget is that I agree. I mean, I agree people don't go to commercial banks to get loans. They go to banks that cater to that sector, agri banks, and then any businessman who is going to commercial bank now to get the loan is jonesing. You can go to Lotus, you can go to Jaiz, you can go to Taj. There are very many banks who offer sukuk loans, that are zero interest loans, and those banks were catered to to solve those problems. So whilst we identify the problems that are there are current solutions that mitigate these things. And don't be surprised when we start seeing, and I think to one of Baba's statements is here, very soon we might start seeing lots of banks who will be running out campaigns, millionaire promo, save and win, save 100,000 in your bank for 3 months, and then you stand the chance for a rally roll, and then you can win a car. These are ways where banks used to mop out the amount of funds and have retained funds in there. It's definitely affecting Dangote, like I said before, because consumer spending is reducing, and people are probably not buying as much as they used to buy. And that is part of things that's causing food inflation. When there's food inflation, it helps the price of some manufacturers who are in that food space, but it's also affecting the entirety of the economy. So if you're supporting one, we should also take on the other one. I want to quickly wrap up with the textile piece that Dangote has spoken about now, but I'll be very fast with that. One of the things that Dangote had mentioned was his venture, into the textile space in 1960s, which is a good thing. I think it was one of the hallmarks of investors or investments, is you have to try your hands on very many things. You win some, you fail some, and I think one of the things that probably didn't make that his venture work in that space is because whilst we were trying to expand our textile companies like the United Nigerian Textiles, International Textile Industry, Nigerian Textile Mills, West African Textile Mills, the Western Nigerian Cotton Company, all those companies that Awolowo had set and the likes. We also had some people within the NCNC, I'm sure you know what I'm speaking about, who was insisting that no, we won't start importing fabrics. So while some sectors were trying to grow their textile industries, some people were choosing to import damask and importing Ankara and those things like the John Holtz and the likes, and those things are shut down. But whilst Dangote crumbled in textile, Telegram, as like saying, in that same space as well too, which probably came like in the 1970s. Telegram is thriving so well in Nigeria. So I guess his business model just didn't work out for him. He tried, he didn't work out, but he found the one that that's working out for him. His cement and his flour and his sugar business is he's doing very well. We hope that he will do something with his refinery. I personally think that this is sensitive, but I feel like the fire that happened in his refinery was sabotaged. I hope that it wasn't done intentionally to further postpone the date where he'll be refining our for us, and that's my piece, woman.
Yeah, do you know, Paddy? An interesting thing is creeping in on us. We are all now realizing it. Imports is going down. Very unattractive. Import is really going down. And we are having trade surpluses with a lot of countries right now. And to me, that's a good thing. That is one of the things this economic climb is giving birth to. So we are forced now to look inward, whether we like it or not.
I agree with you,
so
Papa.
The container economy is really going down. So everybody with deep pocket, who is an importer,
so what is replacing that?
Manufacturing.
Manufacturing has to replace. Wait. Let me land. Can I land, please? Manufacturing has to replace it. So any importer with deep pocket, because people like Erisco is making a kill from his tomato business right now, because all those that are disturbing him cannot compete with him anymore. Dangote has revived his tomato paste farms and factory in Kano. So a lot of people are into a lot of things. So it's going to take time. I'm not saying overnight or immediately, but if we continue at this trajectory and stay the course, I think we are going back to the boom era of the Adebowale Electronics, of the lot of those factories in Ijebu,
Yeah,
Remo,
Leganzas of likes, right?
Ayekpe, and all the rest. So this is coming. So that's what I'm saying is
Your
creeping
point,
on
Baba.
us.
To your point, Baba. Before I hand over the mic to one man, you know, I think this was the renaissance that we've had. You know, we had about our best years were the years where we were manufacturing. Importation is one of the things that has sent Nigeria to the doldrums that we have. One of the countries that we try to, you know, or the countries that we pride the most, you know, the big tiger country, 4 tiger countries, is manufacturing. Singapore, China, Indonesia, South Korea. Malaysia, Thailand. These people started. They also had the same problem that we had. They too were importing, you know, in crazy droves. When they started looking in, China literally shut their door to importation. And look at how far. Remember when we were buying fake Chinese products? This is something that we can do. What is Abba doing? What is Ogun State doing? This is places that are set for. We understand that there will be inconveniences at the moment, but we're also leaving gap for local investments who are willing to start their manufacturing companies in Nigeria. The other day, I saw a company in Ikorodu that's already coupling EV vehicles in Ikorodu, assembling EV vehicles in Ikorodu. The consumer taste of Nigerians is already moving from buying Mercedes and I mean gradually buying Mercedes and Fords and you know and the likes. We're not starting to consume locally assembled cars because they're not looking good. And you don't have to use bulk money to buy them. You can get a credit loan to buy those cars. It might seem like it's a difficulty, but give this country, you know, half a decade, and we'll start seeing that part of that trajectory. We can't be asking for the things we've been asking for over these years that want Nigeria to grow, and we can't also, and whilst prioritizing our importation over when we can manufacture the things we ready. Remember the eras when we used to get angry about how we're importing toothpick when we can do those things locally. That's my point, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. Uptown, you're up next. Uptown, the homie. Look at that. Yeah. I thought we lost you to sleep.
I mean,
are you not the one that is meant to be energetic? You know, you're meant to be the young buck.
Oh man, are you kidding me? This is night now. The rest of the country is sleeping.
The rest of the country. Tell us what's going on in Lagos. What's the flood situation? You can because you are the epicenter of it. What's going on there?
It's probably one of the worst I've seen in a. I can't remember. I don't think I've seen bigger one. I don't think I've seen bigger one.
Have they put a dollar sign to the damages yet?
No, not really. What I questioned was the fact that one of the major, if not probably the only reasons that was cited, and I listened to the Minister of Environment, Commissioner of Environment, and all of the people that spoke up during the many demolitions that started last year, was that, see, you guys are going to see what we are doing. We are trying to prevent the flooding, and the next time this flooding happens, you will see significant reduction, because this is the reasons why we are demolishing these properties even in these very hard times. But we've only seen like an unprecedented one, actually far bigger than every other thing that's happened before. So I would like to see what they will say in that space. A lot of demolitions has happened and the floodings got bigger. What is going on? What's going wrong? And I think I agree with the part where you talked about planning. So there's a huge planning deficit in Lagos State, and also issues of waste management. You know, I think it's literally. I think that stuff basically just worked under Fashola, really, because now you see gutters. Maybe we'll go to sets to shoot around Ajangbadi. Maybe we'll go to Surere, Festac areas, Satellite Town, and then you see these gutters all filled up and all of that, the canals filled up and all of that stuff. So there is definitely a thing to do with waste management there, but even those that build on canals,
do the citizens have to take a bit more responsibility?
Yes, citizens has to take a responsibility, but the government as well has to show and
Because
lead.
I've seen people that all these shops that go over gutterways, they will just they will bring their sachet ogogoro whatever and throw the. You know, there was a time I was going from there was a time that I was going from Lagos to Ondo, and I was in a commercial vehicle, and this lady, she drank water and threw it out, and I was just saying to her that you know, you could have just held on to that to where you're going and then dispose of it properly. She just cut me down with a withering look, like, you know, like just cut me up with dark eyes. You know, we live like
one man. I once did a course in Accra, and so I stayed for a couple of months. You throw away something. You are in a public transport, and you throw away something on the streets of Accra. The driver is going to stop the car and tell you to pick it back up, and so that when you get to your destination, you can dispose of it. And again, that is because if you are caught, the consequences are there. If you're caught by any government official or agency, it is serious. There's serious consequences for it, especially where the local agencies are very functional. So people know that I might do this today and get away with it, but I might not get away with it tomorrow, so I'll probably just not do it. So there is no consequences for action in Lagos, which is a Nigerian story anyway. So people can just do whatever they want. You find people that collect tax for government. We see them on the street every day. They drink, they litter the place. And these are government agencies and officials. They eat, they throw it on the floor. Is it the citizens that would do differently? You get what I'm saying? So the direction has to be presented and say, you know what, this is. I always admire Fashola anyway. I keep saying that. This is how this place is going. This is what we want. This is what we frown at. This is what we can't tolerate. This is the penalty for this behavior. The agencies has to sit up. So the waste management space has to be taken care of. The orientations and everything has to all go into that space. And for people that will allow people to go and build on canals, and we've said this a lot of times, that these characters are being propelled and enabled by uniformed government agencies and officials. I don't know how many times we are going to say this. So you don't have to be a reactionary government. Lagos is too rich to be run in a reactionary way. That is how many billion, about $100 billion economy. I don't think you can go to Angola and do some of the things you do in Lagos. So, and that is a lesser economy, I think, or they're about the same size. So the performance, that's why when some of us come and say, you know what, we feel if you put the money available to the Lagos state government and the functions of the Lagos state government in terms of providing infrastructure, providing the needed leadership and all of that, it is not a per, like it's not measurable. Lagos state government is functioning at the level of 30% efficiency. And I've tried to press the calculators before. And I've tried to compare it with other species, even countries that has the same level of resources. So the government has to stand up and say,
sorry, Uptown. How did you arrive at that? So you are estimating the economy of Lagos at I think Larry wants to come in. Yeah, Larry.
No. No, I just want to
come on, say what you want to say.
I was asking how you arrived at you estimated the economy of Lagos at $100 billion. Is that what you said?
Yeah, the last time I took a look at probably
and your extrapolation and projection is that the function is at 30%.
The efficiency, like it's an engineering. I'm using it as an engineering term. Efficiency, like if it's an engine is run at an efficiency, it's like capacity versus productivity. Capacity productivity.
Are you suggesting that the money is being mismanaged, corruptly purloined?
Yes, it is. It is the only reason why.
So those are $200,000 wristwatches on Sanwo-Olu has to come from somewhere.
Well, maybe we know where it's coming from. I think the guy is really into watches. I've seen like 4 now and counting. I think it's a watch.
Uptown, why don't you factor in the landmass of Lagos side by side with the population of Lagos?
Yeah.
Lagos at 23 million, far above Togo, Benin Republic combined, and a little bit below a whole larger landmark like Ghana, which is 33 million, and so on and so forth. So can you factor those things in, please?
Yes, they are factored in. In fact, the population of Lagos is a blessing to it. If you check the population quality, because it's one thing to talk about population and then another thing to talk about the population quality, like the quality of that human capital in that space. You find out that it's one of the best qualities of Nigerians that is converged in that space. In fact, when you talk about the richest 1% in Nigeria,
like the elements we see at Adekunle Abi. Like the elements we see at Adekunle and Moshe, those are the top end.
No, those ones are that's still there. I mean, Lagos we have it all. I mean, you find
you know what Baba said to you is the point. Lagos is a tiny little speck of a geographical space, and 23 million people in that space. The servicing of them, even that's a huge spend.
No. One man, I will tell you why it's not. When you come to Lagos, or even you come to this Etiosa and all that, the average Lagosian, at least even in this space now, takes care of their electricity massively. They take care of their security. A lot of them, you have to drive some level of luxury cars, like you must have AC because you don't want to rob on traffic. Trust me, you are driving in Lagos, you are not safe if your windows are down. Anybody in Lagos can testify to what I'm saying. You take care of your security, the estate, everything, security is on you, the electricity is on you. Water system in Lagos is terrible, in capital letters. You have to spend a lot to take care of your water. I know a friend who is a celebrity who till today, I'm not going to mention his name. I know how much they spend on bottled water and pure water to bathe a celebrity, to shower. So, but because the human beings there, a lot of them has some level of capacity. So the middle class has a huge middle class space. That is why you cannot necessarily, like, you might feel the place is working, but when you sit yourself down and bring out the papers, bring out your biro, probably call some guys that's good with the data and start punching the numbers. You're punching the revenues, you're punching the fact, you're punching everything, you're putting the landmass space. I mean, how many kilometers of roads are in Lagos that you cannot build to some certain kind of efficiency? But Lagos is still ranked as one of the states in Nigeria that is still performing really very bad infrastructure-wise, according to a report, I think last year report from Business Day or something. So what is the landmass that Lagos should be talking about as of today? Flyovers should be flying around my head as if it's a spider web. Connections straight from my area, bust it down to Ikorodu. things should be flying upon my head. If you place the numbers of the money involved, assuming the money is utilized to at least even 80% efficiency, let's throw away the 20. But it's not. Nothing near to that. Let's not lie to ourselves.
Okay.
You got what I'm saying? But then,
Uptown, can I ask
yeah,
you a question?
sure, bro.
Okay. Compare this particular flood that just happened in Lagos to what happened in Dubai some months ago.
Uh-huh.
So the one that happened in Dubai, was it as a result of probably they have some infrastructural decay?
No, we
Or
know what they did with the artificial rains and stuff.
Was that Dubai or Saudi Arabia? But because they don't
Dubai,
have they don't have drainage. They don't build drainage into their systems there
Woman,
because
do you want the Dubai clip? You will run if I send it to you.
you know, I
You won't
think we all
believe
saw
it.
it. We all saw
Yeah.
it, but they don't build drainage into their system because they don't experience that much to
rain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
there
if you
can be
look at
some artificial rain thing, that's the stuff.
if you look at that, another thing I want to ask you, because you are in Lagos, you know, when the whole flood started, how long did it take for it to start, you know, for things to start getting back to normal?
My brother ran into my house. I'm not trying to get drowned, but the thing is, I don't know the situation as I'm speaking now. Probably if I step out in the morning, I'll know. But the problem is you don't need flood for you to know what I'm talking about. If you move around Lagos State, you know, say me, we do shoot. So that means we dey put head everywhere. So I can comfortably tell you I'm putting head places that maybe I might not live in that place on a normal good day, but I've probably done shoots there. So I see the conditions of some of the infrastructures. When you step out the island and you go to certain areas, you're wondering, this is Lagos, guy.
Okay.
And then because you know the numbers of the money in your head, which a lot of people there don't know, you are wondering, you're trying to equal it, and it's not adding up.
Yeah, you know why I asked you about the time? You know,
Yeah.
now in terms of flood, right? It's a normal thing.
Sure.
Natural disasters happen, right? Even in the US, we've seen situations in the US where several cities get flooded, right? But the major thing is the time it takes for things to get back to normal, right? Because if you want to try to like see if there is improvement, you try to see that. And particularly this one, because what I'm seeing, right, because I've been following it up to kind of like see how things are actually going on in Lagos. And I think, you know, probably all the things that they've been doing, I think it's kind of like having some impact, because there are places that they had those flood and like 2 hours, you know, it found its way back to the lagoon, right? I'm not saying, you know, it's perfect, right? Because in most cases I follow Wahab. You know, I think Wahab is still going to be in, it's still going to be in all the TV stations tomorrow, right? So you can see that volume of flood. But the major thing is if you see that flood and it's there the first day, the second day, because there has been situation in Lagos that Lagos has been flooded, that for almost a week you could still see it being flooded.
When was this?
Yeah, it has happened in Lagos. This is
No, that's always been the historical
yeah,
backdrop. I'm not sure. I'm not
yeah,
sure how long you have been in Lagos uptown, but
it
yeah.
has Lagos. Lagos has always been like that, right?
Historical from the 1980 now. That's why I said when
No,
I was.
this is not a 1980 thing. Lagos has always been like that. So what I'm
No, I know
trying
flooding. You're talking about a flooding persisting for weeks. So I just
yeah,
wanted.
for you can see flood in Lagos that can actually take up to a week, right? But look at what they have now, right? And this is actually goes back to what they've actually been doing, because they knew that there is no way they can, you know, there is no way they can escape this flooding. And that's why they've been, because when you say they are not proactive, all the things, all the drainage channels, opening drainage channels up, ensuring they get things down to the lagoon. Those are the things you can't, because things you can't predict, right? there are some things like this flood now, you can't predict it. The only thing you can do is to kind of like open up those channels, which I think they've been doing for months now. Right. Probably if you say they've not been doing that, that's probably uh you are not really being factual. Probably if you've been following Wahab, I can tell you that out of all the commissioners that Lagos State actually have, I think it's only Wahab that almost everybody knows. Right. It's either they are opening this channel. And the Lagos channel, they have a kind of like, I think they have a kind of like feasibility where you could actually see where each of the channels actually, leads to and what goes to the lagoon and everything. And the major problem is still people, right? We've seen a lot of other issues. People either trying to shorten the drainage system or probably, sometimes some even block it. I know the Lagos State will damn it, they don't have a choice, right? They have to demolish some of those places. Right. I know it's a lot. At the point, I think Wahab wanted to do more. I think they called him, they were like, oh yeah, you can still find a way. But now it's happening to everybody. And they don't have a choice. They just have to still demolish and see how to really get hold of this, at least to be able to minimize the impact. Because if anybody tells you that, oh, probably Lagos is not going to flood next year, it's a lie. Right? Because Lagos itself, if you look at how Lagos is, right? Was it not said that probably in like 50 years Lagos might actually be underwater? So which is
Larry, do you mind?
Yeah.
Do you mind if I just chime
Yes,
in?
below
Quickly
sea level.
before
Mhm.
uptown? Again,
Yeah,
I think I mentioned this when I spoke initially. That first off, what we had today was a torrential rain, and torrential rains typically have a long inch rains. So here's what I always do, and I don't always blame. I try to also observe the cause. Because I understand the cause, I can react on the effect. So this is a natural thing that came from nature, so no one can stop. I think the biggest thing that Lagos State might have done better is probably to have informed people. So look, there's going to be torrential rain. If you know you don't have any reason to go outside, that you can stay indoor, stay indoor. I think that's probably like the level that Lagos State needs to get into. If you live in the US, whenever there's like going to be like maybe black ice on the road, there always be a warning. Schools will not open, so that way you have less hazard. Was that 9 hours ago? That's just like Larry had mentioned. Those rains are already going, and again, I think it's somewhat disingenuous of uptown. At that 2020, the pandemic we had in Lagos with those styrofoams was so ridiculous that today all we saw was just water, and those water have already receded, almost panned the entirety of the state. And to me, that's progress. Meaning that next year, there's no way we can't stop flooded water. Let's all remember that Lagos is a city that's at the coast of an Atlantic Ocean. By default, it must rise. There must be high tides. So this is high tides plus torrential rains, long insurance in a city that's already congested. Water will come and water will go. Is the duration of how fast it goes is what we should be projecting. I think that's the point. That's the point I wanted to include into what Larry mentioned. Because at 9 hours ago, many of those flood has already receded, which took Dubai almost a week to sort out.
All right.
All right, bring that space home, uptown, and then take
Yeah,
us to Nnamdi Kanu.
I want to move up from there. So thank you very much for that. As a Lagosian, what I want is a reduction in that. With time, I still feel that the government has a lot more to do because if you go to the Eco-Atlantic axis, those places floodings there has reduced drastically, and you can see that a lot of work was put in that space, probably because there's a lot of interest in those corridors. I think I should spread across Lagos a little bit more, not people focusing on corridors where a lot of political interest lie. So that is it on that space. But I want to see progress. And you say torrential rain probably is not going to come again. I hope it does not repeat this year. But let's watch this space. One month. Next topic, please.
Yes, take us to the Nnamdi Kanu space. Is that making the headlines on all of the TV stations in Nigeria? I suspect that they're not talking about anything other than that.
Uh, I don't think so. Well, I've not been on TV for the past 24 hours probably, but I think it's just a continuation of the conversations we've had a couple of days, for some days now.
But there's been spiking activities though, because it looks as though now there's a real possibility, even probably a probability that it will be released within the next, I won't say few weeks, but certainly within the next 3 months, because it's being compliant. And the noise seems to be getting under the skin of the government. So they should just remove him as a narrative, but send him to the east and let them deal with him. So it doesn't have to be in
Exactly.
Abuja. Just get rid of him, and not get rid of him by buying him, or just let him go. And
there is something a senator said. I watched him say. I think is a very big point for that. The longer they keep Nnamdi Kanu in custody, the higher he probably gets, the lower the government goes. So there's no need. Just like I said yesterday, this guy was just a radio broadcaster. It's just like, do you know that Mayagun guy? One man. I don't know if
maybe not the Mayagun guy, but maybe the Mayagun guy. I may know him, but
I'm trying to pronounce it.
Look at this guy, a Lagos boy. Carry on.
Okay, so I mean, it's just this guy is just a radio broadcaster. I mean, if I was president, I can't possibly just make a hero out of a radio broadcaster. But because we had a dumb president, I decided to start harassing these guys, even when all they did as a group, as at that time, 2016, 2017, was just some protests, some street demonstrations here and there. They just carried the Biafra flag. They go sometimes on a crusade and go back to their homes, and the guy goes back to his
Buhari turned him into the entity that he is, no doubt about it. He mismanaged that place because he knows nothing other than to just get the guns out and go and shoot them,
So that's the point I keep making, that some people keep misunderstanding. That is why it takes a lot of wisdom to be a leader. That's why anytime you talk about leadership, you refer to King Solomon in the Bible, which is what did he ask God? He didn't ask God for money or whatever it is. I am a king, just give me wisdom. And then every other thing followed. You know what I'm saying? So he mismanaged the space. He turned the radio broadcaster to some kind of guy now, making front of headlines, newspapers, and all that. Governors are gathering to discuss about him, and goodness. But I mean, the guy was speaking to real issues, just like I said yesterday. One man, Buhari, kind of made him go gaga, and then he probably also lost his emotional intelligence and played into the hands of that, and then everything went down the drain from that. Probably 2019, maybe after his first arrest. I think some of the crusaders were also shot by the Nigeria army, and all of that, made worse by the invasion of the Fulani herdsmen, and the governors of that time were doing absolutely nothing about it. He also waded in, probably lost control of his ESN, got hijacked by political interest. Criminals also decided to take advantage of it. Everything went messed up. But that does not take away the fact that the original idea, which is what even propelled him, still remains. Until you handle those ideas, somebody else will still come there. So let's release this guy, let him go, meet his family, then let's start speaking to ourselves as a country, so that another person will not. And immediately release him. Even the guy in Finland, he's already dead. Like, sorry, what did I say? He will buy, like, in terms of relevance here, just by releasing this guy, Simon Ekpa is gone. I mean, I'm sure everybody in the platform really desperately wants him gone, including, I think, probably on that list, number one is one man. you know, the cross dressers, you see. So he's gonna be done, you know. So there's a lot to gain. Security is going to improve in Southeast as well, and then we forge on from that space. Yeah, so he should be released. For my brother Emeka that came to the platform and started talking down on the governors and Peter Obi and every other person. I mean, the question I'm going to ask Emeka, is there any voice of reason in Nigeria that has not
Hold on, Upton. He wasn't actually talking down on Peter Obi, but did Emeka not have a point? Because what Emeka was saying is that at the 11th hour, when all the dogs are aligned and it looks as though the release of Nnamdi Kanu is imminent, suddenly they line as stride, saying that they're going to speak to Tinubu. So now when Nnamdi Kanu gets released, they don't want to cut a slice of that glory. That's what Emeka was saying.
So one man, even if I'm Tinubu today and I want to release Nnamdi Kanu, if I am a wise president, I will want the leaders of his region to be part of it, to take part of it, because they are the people that would help to calm things down after he has left. These are diplomatic processes. That is number one. But even to talk about what Emeka said is not completely true, if you want to be objective. Since Soludo came to Anambra State, I think Soludo has even paid him a private visit in the DSS custody sometime last 2 years.
I think he did that twice, didn't he?
Twice. Yes, twice actually. Without any fear of saying, oh my God, I might have political whatever in the future.
And Soludo is not even his home governor. If memory serves, it's from Abia State, isn't it, Nnamdi Kanu?
In fact, I know that his home governor was one of the biggest champions of his incarceration. He was one of those that championed the fact that, hey, Buhari proscribed this guy, terrorist. We know them, those sets, that's Ikbazu sets, Ugwani sets, those sets, they were one of those that collaborated with Buhari and destroyed and made this man a hero. Very clueless set of governors at the time, with a clueless president at the center. Soludo came, he started trying to attack that space, he visited twice. He didn't even say they might call me IPOB apologist or anything, but he knew that that is how it's done diplomatically. But you could see that he was almost alone at the time, because Umahi was unwilling to support him, even though Umahi was the chairman of the Southeastern Governors Forum, because of whatever political interest he has in it. Ugwani was unwilling to support Soludo, so he was always alone on that. Probably I hope is just here and there, not sure and all that. But now there's a renewed vibe now that new sets of governors came in. Obviously, most of them had to go through election litigations. So all they had was this year. The OT guy came on board, smart guy. The smart chap in Enugu came on board. You know, the young guy in Ebonyi came on board. These guys were more in kind of modern leaders here. And they synced with Soludo. They renewed whatever it is. This is the third time they are meeting. I think the second time they met, Nnamdi Kanu was also part of the discussion on the table. But again, the another point to make is that one of the things that even made this thing was because of the last outing in the courts, the kind of body languages the judges gave, suggesting a political solution to the parties. So it's natural that at this point, if these governors have seen that, okay, because it get as the case go there for court at the time, and you guys started pressuring as a regional group of governors, people might be like, okay, what's going on? This case is all hot on the court. What are you guys doing? Are you guys terrorists, apologists, and all that? But they waited till the court gave a body language of, hey, guys, settle out of court, do a political settlement. And they keyed into that to back up and say, you know, we too, we are in for that. What are we going? What are the terms of condition and all that, which is perfectly normal. So I don't know where Emeka's whatever was coming from. Obviously, it's not coming from a point of objectivity, but that's what happened. Also, Peter Obi also, and first of all, this is not the first time Peter Obi is calling for his release. He's called for his release in 2017. He's called for his release in 2017. This is the second time he's calling for it.
Do you think Peter Obi should stay out of that space?
Well, he has always stayed out of that space. I even know what Sheung had to go through in that 2017 Channels interview to even get him to speak on that space. You know, Peter Obi has always tried to stay off traditional Southeastern things. He's always been like that, even as a governor. But if you push him, he still says, "This is what I think." And if you watch that interview, I don't know, I think you just read it out, but there's a video of it, of the interview, the last one in his house in Onitsha. He was asked the question about Nnamdi Kanu. He said, "Man, I already said during my campaign too that I'm gonna release him. You cannot shoot ideas with a gun. It's still gonna end in diplomacy, and that's what I'm gonna do. And I feel that's what the government of the day should do too. They should release him and explore diplomacy, you know, which is what he said in 2017. I don't see any difference from his position then and now, just that he doesn't come out every day and carry it in his head. And I know an Obi will never visit Nnamdi Kanu. Remember, they don't even have some of the best history. Obi does not have some of the best history with the Biafra narrative, if you know what I'm talking about, even as the governor. You know, they met stiff resistance from him when he was a governor under
Extrajudicial thief resistance.
Not necessarily extrajudicial, but you know,
did he not spy them and throw them in the river?
No, the extrajudicial thing came from Obasanjo's government. Obasanjo's government, Obasanjo's history with with the spaces of agitators and all of that. And if you know the story, all Obi did then was because of the clashes that was happening in his state. And you know, Obi, his formula is, I don't want to know the name you are going by, whether you want to go by OKK, Okafo group, or IPOP group, or Masop group, or whatever group. I don't care. Once you carry gun and commit crime, you're a criminal. And you do that under my jurisdiction, I'll treat you as a criminal. If you are not going to do that, then you can go by any name you want to go once you're peaceful. So once the clashes happened then in 20, I can't remember the year, he declared a curfew immediately, and all that. So that's how that space happened in the States to calm things down and all that. But Obasanjo had to send reinforcement from Abuja, that had to kill some people, I use the word again, had to do some extrajudicial, whatever it is then and all that. But the point is, he's not really been a guy that's in that space of Biafra narrative. He has always felt that, all this agitation is just fueled by poor governance. Once we start governing well, everybody is busy in their shops, in their businesses, turning around, making profits. Nobody wants to talk about, everybody will forget what happened in Civil War. Everybody will move on. Everybody will thinking about how I'm going to build my house and buy my car. I think that's the narrative.
Clayton, that's not true. It will all be cozy if there is prosperity. Biafra is much more than that, and you know it. Carry on. I just want to tell you that Biafra is much more than that.
You could have your ideology about Biafra, which some people do. My dad has his own. I disagree with him because I have my own version, which is a little bit more tilted towards Obi's narrative. My dad has a different one. We always go back to back on that space. But for me, I feel agitations around the world, whether Biafra or whatever agitations for whatever, it might be there. The sentiments by the there, but the triggers are usually things that has to do with prosperity, productivity, inclusion, especially the feeling of it. It might not necessarily be included, but at least you feel like you are. It could be even an illusion, but it's there in existence. And the feeling of justice, some level of justice, it must not really be some perfect justice or whatever, but at least some level, there's some effort being seen at, hey, we want to build an inclusive place. We are all stakeholders and all that. All of these things calm it down. It's almost like you have the malaria, whatever, in your blood. You always have it if you're a Nigerian, yeah? But you might spend all your life without getting sick, yeah? Because there's no trigger for it. So nobody's saying that the sentiments, they may be there. People might live and die with it, which it dilutes over generations. Because I don't think I wake up I'm thinking about Biafra because I didn't go through Civil War. I don't even know the details. And if I don't know it, is it my son that will know it? So as generations,
you are an Araiko, so I will categorize it. But let me bring you to this observation. Maybe you are not looking in that direction. Uguachi, the House of Rep member, who is Kanu is his constituent. He is the one spearheading the House of Rep group that is spearheading the release, because there are many groups now. He went to Buhari a couple of days back, and
wasn't it yesterday?
You say?
I think it was yesterday. I saw the report.
He went to Buhari. Have you ever thought that what's Buhari's own in this? That is one. Two, Buhari told him, like I've had Buhari said before, that look, Nnamdi Kanu is lucky that he could have easily eliminated him. That's what he said it. He said it before, that they can eliminate him in Kenya. But he didn't do. He said,
do you think he should have? Do you think he should have?
No, I don't support extrajudicial. I don't support that. But what I'm saying is that they went, and there's another group of Igbo leaders that also went to Buhari. We have a sitting president. Why have they opened another road to Katsina in this regard? What's your observation about that?
I suspect. I suspect. Oh, okay, carry on. But I have a theory as well. I suspect that because Buhari did the heavy lifting. You know, Nnamdi Kanu is, to all intents and purposes, a Buhari prisoner.
Yes, son of Buhari as well.
Yeah. Yes. But more so, is a Buhari captee. You know, so I suspect that because if Buhari wants him released, then Tinubu will just say, okay, go.
Yeah, that's also part of it. Yeah, I subscribe as well, Oman, with your theory. Just in addition to that, I also think it has something to do with sentiments in the north here. So it shouldn't be something like, hey, I am the Southern, I just came. Buhari feel this guy should be a prisoner who is a northerner, and I just feel like, oh yeah, I'm now the powerful guy. I'm just gonna release him out there and all that. So maybe it's all part of the whole thing. Yeah, let's at least this guy that almost, let me use the woman's word, owns the prisoner. Yeah, let's just get a buy-in from him as well. Apologize, so that the sentiments there will not like contrast with what we're trying to do, and then everybody's in some level of agreement. So that's just.
But Uptown.
Yeah.
Hello.
Sure.
Buhari and the Saduana of Sokoto in 1966 or 67, who's more popular? Who's more powerful?
No, I think.
In your opinion, what do you think?
I don't know.
Who commands more respect? Who's more revered? Buhari and the Saduana of Sokoto?
I think it is Saduana, obviously. I mean,
it was Saduana now.
Was it touchable? Do you know his history? Do you know if he was able to be touched by a section of the country?
And you whacked him now. Is that not?
Okay, so
he was not touched by a section of the country. He was touched by the military. Stop giving that information you are giving is wrong. He was touched by the military.
Yeah, okay, that's true too. So all I'm saying is that violence, political violence, nobody has exclusive in that violence. Once they go that route, then it's okay. Then you're gonna pay for the consequences. That's what I'm saying.
Man, shut him out. Let's have civilized conversation, please.
For those who are enjoying the hubris of
let's respond to him.
Let them go ahead and talk. But then, if you
Clayton, can you take your place back?
Yeah, please. One man, could you have Baba respect himself when I'm talking, please? Admonish him. You can't shut me up when I'm here talking. When you don't know
anything. You are not talking to the topic. That is what.
Well, I am talking to but what I'm saying, listen, if you don't understand, let me explain it to you.
There is can't teach me anything.
Will you shut up? Shut up.
God punish you. Punish your generation for telling me to shut up.
Right?
They will put me and you for screen now, and I will have a showdown with you. You are getting into my trap.
Right? So, like I'm saying, when we're discussing what the government should or should not do, and you're talking about what they've done in the past that is wrong, like they killed Abiola in prison, right? That's government doing something wrong. Or they put Showore when it comes to court, you have DSS coming there and beat him up in that courtroom. And all of us, Southeasterners, we say, hey, look, cut that out. So, but when the government is doing it to one of our people, you have the temerity to come here and laughing and giggling and giving them support. Government's been wrong. For example, Awolowo, do you know how he was convicted of all kinds of treasonous offenses? And we released him from that prison. So I don't want to be upset. So, but if you keep needling me because you have this Igbo Lagosian that wants to please you, and you keep insulting our people by side remarks, then I'm gonna get back at you once it's my turn. I'm gonna make sure that I deal with you when it's my turn. Thank you.
You're too small.
Pansa, yeah, you fucking idiot, man. You're not dealing with anybody, so don't be coming here talking all that
Exactly.
rubbish.
It is a nobody,
And you're
a
stupid Nnamdi Kanu.
melancholia.
You can't be comparing Nnamdi Kanu to Abiola and all these people. Nnamdi Kanu is a fucking terrorist, okay? So don't come here with
A
all this
mental case
rabbling bullshit,
who's
man.
supposed to be
That's the
locked
same
up,
way that stupid
chained.
Kanu was running his mouth. Now he's begging. His stupid elders are now begging for him to be released.
Talk about Awolowo. Who born you? From village to America.
Hello.
You don't even know
Can
anywhere
I
in Nigeria.
can
You
I
come here
Nnamdi
and
Kanu will
blab
die
every
like a
day
chicken,
because
just
one
like
man allows you on this
Kuti said. He
platform.
will die in prison.
I say
We
something?
Your foolish
nobody
elders can
bastard.
beg all they want. The guy will
Can I
die
say
in prison.
something?
You abusing
I
Awolowo
bet you, and there's
yesterday.
nothing
Very uncivilized
bloody
idiot.
cowards like Pansa will do about it. You sit in San Francisco and keep rebel razzling on the internet like a fucking bitch. That's what you do. That's
Exactly.
your worst.
It's even worse.
Stupid
He's a
idiot.
street dog.
One man, can I chip in
When they
something?
let you keep insulting our people, you only
Fuck you and your people, you
Uh,
stupid motherfucker.
Pansat, sorry, can I speak?
All right, let's bring it down a bit. I only stepped away for a moment.
One man, I want to say something.
Yeah, Patrick, yeah.
Yeah, we thank you, one man, for this platform. We really appreciate. I believe that nobody should be shut down, no matter how that person holds an opinion that is contrary to you, no matter how you think that the person insults your leader or insult your people or insult. No, let's put all that aside. We want to have arguments that are meaningful. So nobody knows anybody. Even if they insult me, no go touch me. So nobody should feel that the other person insulting him or insulting. If somebody insults Awolowo, that's okay now. You say if you have a
It's
position,
not okay
insult
for
the
me
person. And then you can't
because
silence him. You
I will
can't
not
silence
abuse
him
Zeke
because
or
he has
anybody.
no.
It's
He
not in
has.
my place to do
You
that.
can't silence
Awolowo is
him.
dead and gone.
Awolowo.
You
So
can't bring him
Batoski, you want
into
to
a
silence
Awolowo is
conversation
a
that
or
dead
you
doesn't
don't
man
concern
silence him,
now.
him.
Abi?
That's the
This
point.
guy plucks things from the air.
I'm still talking. Awolowo is a dead man now. This person talking is a living man. A living dog is better than a dead lion. So leave that. Awolowo is gone. He has done his own time.
What is your
A
point?
dead,
What is your point there?
a dead Awolowo is better than
A living
1,000
dog is better
Pansats.
than a dead lion. A living man living on the street is better than the
So a
dead
living dog in
coon.
Maybe
Kanu
to
is
you,
better
not
than
to
who?
That's
me.
the
Better
point.
than you?
But this is what I'm saying. He should be allowed. I don't know Pansat. He takes position that is different from our own. He has his own. He has motivations. All of us have that. So it should not be silenced. Let's talk and share ideas and
Who's silencing
things.
who? We are all expressing ourselves.
The point is that you people are not able to hold or stand people that have opinions that are contrary to yours. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's
What
not
is your
true.
what the hell are you
We are
saying?
talking something
Isn't it Pastor
contemporary,
that's coming here
current, and
attacking
it's
people for their own
That's
reversing.
what
opinion?
I'm saying.
Did
Because
you correct
Pansat
Pastor?
always come with an opinion
Wait,
that is most of the time
hold on.
different
Did you
from
correct
your own.
Pastor when he's
You
attacking
people
other
I
are
people?
wonder.
able to stand
This
him.
guy, you Patoski, you don't make sense sometimes. I don't even understand where you don't know where you're
Because
We're
I'm
supposed to
talking
taking
go or
something
something.
position with
current and
You don't
Pansat.
make
contemporary,
sense.
and it's always
It's
bringing
typical
the
of you guys
North
on
and
South
things
South.
like that
When
into
Igbo
it.
man is
No, no,
attacking people, you don't have problem with it.
Forget about
But when
Igbo,
people grab
Hausa,
at
anything.
them, you got
This
problem.
guy is
Pansat
talking.
is the one attacking people for their opinion. When people give it back to him, we are telling us that we shouldn't
I
give. We
wonder.
are stopping
I
him.
know
What is your problem?
I'm saying that
Did you correct
everybody
Pansa when
should
he
be
insulted
allowed.
Baba? Did you say anything to Pansa when he insulted Baba?
No, I wasn't
Oh
listening.
boy, you
I
are
just
correcting Baba
joined now.
for responding to Pansa.
I'm saying nobody should be shut down. I'm not saying. I'm saying
No, you are
nobody should be
addressing me
shut
and
down.
Baba, but you didn't address Pastor
No,
at
no,
all.
hold on, Mike. Address what Patrick just said. Do you think people should be shut down just because?
No one should be shut down. Everybody should
Or
express
do you
how they
think,
feel.
yeah, or you outweigh them with your own logic?
Yeah, but no. That's what we are doing with Pastor. But if he wants to give, if Pastor came here was talking civil, I won't come here and be going hard at him. But he came here talking aggressive, so I have to give him the same energy. If he wants to debate in the civil tone, no one will go off on him. If he can't, he prove your point, I prove my points. I'm proving points to him. I'm responding with more superior argument. In fact, I'm just giving the same tone, the same energy. I'm using the same voice he's using. That's what it is. I didn't just come here going off on him. He's insulting Baba, calling Baba, telling Baba to shut up and this thing. I come here and bully people. Who the hell is he? That's their attitude where they come from. So if you're gonna do that, I'm born to do that too, man. Who the fuck are you, man? Come on.
All right, back to
Well,
your
man, just to remind you, Mike is 4 foot tall. 4 foot tall. He's talking to me anyhow.
Yeah, but he knows karate, though. He knows kung fu. He knows kung fu.
It doesn't mean I can't bury on your father, Pansa.
I'm
Forget
trying.
all that bullshit.
My lost father now.
Do you think that boy?
I will bury on your stupid Nnamdi Kanu and all your amazing bastard. All those red hat stupid chiefs.
He cannot look me in the eye.
Now
And
fuck you up, you dumbass.
Let me tell you something, Mike.
I'll make you shit on yourself. You meet in real life.
I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna send you home.
Oh fuck you, man. You're a dumbass.
You don't belong in this country. You
You're
know
a cowardly good man, bro. Shut the fuck up.
I don't know. Look, it was going so well, you know.
All I said was that what I was saying is that the way you're talking about Nnamdi Kanu, one of our citizens, right? Who's battling
one of your terrorists.
Will you shut up? Let me finish.
He's one of your terrorists.
So what I'm saying is that the government has a duty, not just a right, a duty to try somebody who they feel has committed a crime, especially a heinous crime. Go to court.
But why is Nnamdi Kanu scared to go to court?
One man, everything this boy does, I'm gonna hold it on you because
why is Nnamdi Kanu scared to go to court? Answer that question, you dumbass.
You're gonna have to.
Why is he scared to go on trial? Why is he scared to go to trial? I don't want to go to trial because they kidnapped me.
Meet him. He shouldn't be interrupting me. All I'm saying is that the government has, and they've had enough time to go to court.
They are in court.
Nobody wants a terrorist to be roaming around.
To be in the street, right? Exactly. That's why they keep him in jail.
Man, I thought you want a platform. Why don't you police the platform?
Stop calling one man. No more call one man when you were going out there. Okay? Don't call him for your rescue.
Right? You don't belong here. You know that. I'm gonna find.
Where do you think you belong anywhere?
So all I'm saying
everywhere
is
you go, they don't respect you.
When the country has
even your doctor damages, they don't respect you there.
And somebody has gone through the courts, and the courts have ordered his release.
There's no court order his release.
Right? And then they want to violate every doctrine in law, including double jeopardy. You want to try somebody again?
Okay, do your worst. Your guy's a terrorist. How about that?
Would you one man?
Do you know what double jeopardy means?
I'll tell you, but just have him to shut up. Let me land. That's all. I know what it means. I've been on your platform for 2 years. Everybody knows your ability compared to mine, right? Everybody knows that you're not
Pansat, hold on.
Yeah.
You know. If you say to people, if you give me a moment to land, rather than tell them to shut up, maybe it won't often spiral out of. I mean, you probably know that better than I do. But I don't know quite why you do it. But
the thing is that you say that the first time.
And when you tell people to shut up, of course it will rile them up. It will invoke an aggressive response, won't it?
No, but it would. The second time, the third time, you will expect it to escalate into those kind of words, right? That's not the issue. The issue, though, is that only you have those buttons. You should spend your time doing what you're supposed to do.
Guys, shut the fuck up, man. Don't tell people how to do stuff, man. Did anybody tell you how to talk? Don't you go everywhere talking like a fucking animal? Do anybody
hear that? That's all.
Yeah, they hear that. Stop begging you to come and rescue you.
All right, Mike, allow me in the moment to land this point, and then we go back to Uptown. Still plenty of people not spoken yet. Even like Jan Lekoko has not spoken.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes I want you to not just admonish him, but do something about it, because
Mike is a host now, so
he's not a host. He's not a host. But
He is
anyway,
a host.
I was saying,
Mike has his own platform, by the way. It's just that he doesn't. Maybe you should be.
So do I. So do I. You been to my platform.
Maybe you
you've
should
been to my platform, right? You haven't been to my platform. It may be just you and I on it, but I have a platform too.
Terrorist platform. Yeah, Biafra. You do Biafra, right?
Yeah, listen to me. One man, you said, just for in case you do know double jeopardy. I doubt if you do, but in case you do know, there are others who don't know. So let me tell you what it is. In jurisprudence, double jeopardy is a procedural defense that prevents an accused person from being tried again on the same charges, following an acquittal or conviction, or in rare cases, prosecutorial or judge misconduct in the same jurisdiction, right?
So it doesn't apply in this instance, then, does it?
It absolutely does. He's been to court, and the judge, an arbiter, looks at the case, whether they threw it out, whatever they did to it, that particular defendant is free to walk away. But the government can then come back, hold them over. In the case of Nigeria, hold them over for months.
Yeah, do your worst now. Do your worst. What are you going to do about it? Come on, sir.
Well, I'm going to tell you what we're going to do about it.
Nnamdi Kanu say we turn Nigeria to Somalia.
One man.
Do your worst. Nothing. There's nothing you guys will do. You are pop criminals.
You admonished him the first time. So what do? You have to at least send him to the back. Let me land so that you can then.
No, is he have to take over also? So is the after?
I don't care.
His crew are waiting for me to leave so that they can.
You take over. You run away. You're still between your legs.
Is to do the right thing, police the. You don't have this. A host does not determine true or false. You could never be able to do that, and that's where your power comes in: true or false. You should be able to make the right choices, wrong choices, good choices, and all that. But true and false, you don't have exclusivity to that. So, like I'm saying, before we deviate into this nonsense, when we're talking about Nnamdi Kanu, a lot of people we're calm, we're collected. Our guy Nnamdi Kanu is going through the system. That's what he chose to do. He wants to be, like, for example, when he came here, I was there. Came here, he's talking about going to fight. These people are not worth fighting for. I told him that myself. They're not worth fighting for. In essence, it's not a civilized place. But he determined to go there to fight for Nigeria because he loved Nigerians. He wouldn't listen. But now, he could do the time, right? If you could do whatever they accuse you of, hold you over, you want to stay there and go to the trial, he did, right? And he did it beautifully. I mean, I saw Showore, who I also like, but Showore in court, they have the SS beat him up in court right in front of me, right? And I wanted to break my screen. But they manhandled him there. The government doesn't belong to anybody. Now they kind of went through the whole thing. It's looking good, doing his thing, doing his, going through the trials of an activist like Mandela and others who've come before him. So now all we're saying is if a court rules, the country should obey the court order. Now, all the Yorubas who come and they say, hey, make sure he does this before you release him, and talking nonsense, right? We're used to that already. We're used to Yorubas doing that, but listen to what I'm saying. It doesn't prevent us from releasing your people when they cut you with your pants up your ass like Awolowo. We release them. Showore, Ojukwu, George Ojukwu, release him. Go home, son. Get the hell out of here. And he left. So Igbos, we're not looking at all that nuisance activity by Yorubas, especially on this platform. Because how could you want somebody who's already been through trial? We stood it. Anyway, the final point I was going to make is that.
That's like, it's not like a coward.
I made the point.
You're singing war song all this while, and you're begging. You're begging us to give you something. Go to war. That you've been crying all about. Go to you and Kanu, you are cowards. You sing songs of war. Now we are challenging you for war. Listen, let me tell you, the reason why Kanu will release him is because we want you to prove
I mean, please.
You are a coward. You and your stupid Kanu. You sing songs, you shout war.
One man, are you going to mute this boy or not?
Start the war.
You mute him right now. Let me finish.
You are a coward, man. You are a coward.
I was making yesterday.
You are a stupid coward, man.
You get the excuse that
you are singing songs of war. Now you are begging us to release your stupid terrorists. Why don't you fight war now? Come and fight war and release him.
The war is coming. But here's what
start the war. Then, yeah, we have got your terrorists. Come and fight one. I'm free him.
I'm going to start.
Stop begging us to use justice. Justice. You're begging for justice.
All right.
Have you heard that it's all fair in love and war?
Hold on, Mike. Let him land that point so that we can go back to
Uptown. That's a point.
Whatever it is that he has to say, so that we get back to the civilized space. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not happy with the fact that you didn't remove him, but what can I do? It's your platform. All I'm saying, that's a point I was going to make yesterday, and you sensed it because you're a very clever guy. And you said, no, please don't make that point. It's just going to hurt my platform. Everyone's going to quit me. Yorubas are going to be gone from here. Please don't make that point, you said. So I said, okay, I'm going to leave your platform. But let me make it now in this interjection. See, most Nigerians are stupid, right? You could see on this platform. They don't think beyond their nose. Critical thinking. Who do you think is holding Nnamdi Kanu there? That's why Africans were just sitting there like idiots. This is a much bigger
man, let's
thing.
go for this idiot, man. This is not idiot. Doesn't have sense.
One I was making
just talk around circle, man. Go back to who was talking earlier, man.
Did you hear that boy call me Nyamere, right?
Yeah, Nyamere fool. That's who you are, man.
No, Mike, you don't make sense. Please, no, Mike, no, now, don't do that. Let's just get back to.
Can't you hear him abusing Yorubas?
All right, let's get back to Uptown. So yeah, Uptown.
I didn't make that point, but I hold it on to another time. That's okay. I know you know what I'm about to say.
No, I think we've had enough of the little cameo. Uptown. So there it is. We thought we could escape today, but it seems as though we must always get an infusion of a bit of that. Uptown. Just pack that to one side and carry on as you were.
Well, I was kind of laughing the whole time anyway. Funny enough, I don't even know what was making me laugh. I mean, it's not necessarily supposed to be funny, but I guess it's just the way they were doing it. Okay, so yeah, for the first time I heard I was a Lagos Igbo today.
Well, you are a Lagos Igbo, though. You don't even speak Igbo properly.
I'm not a Lagos.
You're a Lagos Igbo.
I'm a true son of the soil. I'm from the roots of Nnewi, and I'm an Anambra boy. And so I'm Igbo as Igbo can ever be. I'm from the Odumegwu Ojukwu clan. You know, we might want to. I also agree with the other guy that spoke that in terms of tolerating other people's view. Yeah, so I don't think all of us can just be on the same space, and so anybody can make their view. And really, the way I strongly believe in my view is the way some other person that might be in a contrast, a complete contrast, might also truly strongly believe in their view. And I don't know what makes me feel that mine is right and theirs is wrong anyway. But it's just a matter of conviction. So yeah, I agree with him that nobody's view is should be maybe stifled in any way or whatever it is. The term Nyamiri, please, should not be used. It's a kind of a mockery.
I can't hear anybody.
You can't hear anybody. Is that the case with everybody?
No, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, so it's his problem. Okay. So yeah, please let's avoid that word Nyamiri. I know this it's a mockery of those kids that died during the war, and I don't think it's something that we should use for banters and just for respect purposes. And I don't pander. I think I had my senior Egbo said I was trying to, the Lagos Igbo guy was trying to pander. Anybody on the platform knows I don't pander. I have my my stand and I stand by it. And even if 100 men gang up against me, they're gonna change my views. I just happen to have this particular view with this particular topic, and that is what my view is with it. That's what my ideology it is, and it's unshakable. It's been like that ever since. Then I strongly believe nobody is a terrorist. Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist. One man, I actually saw his video when he was protesting pro-Nigeria. He hosted some pro-Nigeria protests.
Yeah, we played it here severally. It was actually protesting for victims of northern excesses, women
Yeah,
and children being
yeah. So
It,
you
it
can
was
see
a big one Nigerian. It's not quite 12 years ago.
exactly, you know.
Before
But
he became a terrorist.
so the thing is here in nationhood or society, or even if you're a class captain in a class, or you are heading a school band or whatever it is, or if you are even running a family, yeah, and I believe most of us are doing that on the platform, and you have children. In fact, in most cases, even if you are with your spouse, in most cases, when relationships get very toxic, in most cases, it's even those spouses that started off loving you massively
Uh,
that things
uh,
go wrong. They can.
what's his name? Can you just hold on? One man, please. How long does Uptown have? I would just maybe want to clarify something after him when he's done with his conversation.
Yes, Uptown is landing now, and then Larry is next. But you can get a little window between Uptown and Larry. So Uptown, bring it on me.
Okay, so people disagree. Sometimes our kids that used to love us very well, probably I didn't play my fatherly role very well, and he goes rogue, and then he comes against the family. Not necessarily because he really hates the family, maybe because some things were not handled properly and all that. So it burdens falls back on me and every other person, maybe the community, to try to know how to fix it and all that. And then this person might also end up being the breadwinner of the same family again, and the star child or whatever it is. So everything boils down to management. That's why they say hot tempered people are not leaders, or people that just act with impulse or all of that stuff. They can't lead anything. So the one man, my point there is release this guy. Proscribing IPOP terrorists, I didn't agree with it ab initio, and I think a lot of people, Wale Soyinka, other people, never agreed with that. That was a bit of nonsense from Buhari. But then we are here where we are today. We have a new president. He should go ahead, explore some diplomatic means. He should show some sense of commitment to it. We probably have some better sets of governors in that region, so I'm sure they will be able to also handle that space a little bit more better. And then let's move to serious things. One man, these things are distractions. We have productivity levels to raise. You heard what Dangote is saying. We need to engage our regions. We have to return the Southeast to the micro opera era, bring back the coals, bring back the industries, car manufacturing. We need to get things. We have to get busy, man. I think it's just the joblessness that's making everybody run back to tribal, whatever it is, rantings and all that. Well, a lot of people are jobless in this country. Even if you're outside and you're not jobless, people at home representing you are jobless. And then you'll be looking for other things. A lot of the things are agitating you and all that. So let's get serious in this country. Settle these distractions here and there. Show everybody a sense of belonging, restructure the space, start speaking to one another, bring out a clear plan. Let me end up with that one man, which is what you guys were talking about. I wanted to interject him, but I didn't interject him. I'm going to say it again, which I've been saying since last year, on that Dangote space. Just like the other guy spoke, conventional, classic textbook economics is not going to work. I think I've been saying this since last year. A lot of people has been saying it as well in that space, because our inflation is largely fueled by food inflation. So many people, so many economic outlets has declared that this inflation is largely fueled by insecurity, especially in the food business and all of that, which is food inflation driven largely. So I believe what we should do is to back up what Yemi is doing in the central bank with the fiscal side. You can, and also the textbook thing is not going to work here. So we have to have a homegrown strategy at home that is facing our peculiarities. Those textbooks is in a more realistic economy, not realistic, in a more conventional economy. That's where it works, like all things being equal. No, all things are not equal here. So we have to look at our situations. Our inflation is not majorly money supply driven. No, it's more of food inflation driven. So let's tackle that space, secure the food basins, also secure the oil space and at the other side. get these farmers back to the farm, produce a lot of food and all that, we can't put all the burden on that interest rate because it is counterproductive. Even we just have about 18% of the money in circulation in the bank, and we have about 72% outside the banking system. So these are things to consider. The fiscal guy, please get to work, get us an economic plan. The Bank of Industry has to come on stream, fully supported, and the Agricultural Bank has to come. They are there, but they need to be. In fact, the Bank of the Industry should be the most viable bank in Nigeria today. That should be the target, at least by next year. Let's face it, let's get this Bank of Industry be the biggest bank here, because we need to move to productivity. That's the only way out. Every other thing we're doing is artificial, one man. Thank you. That's where I round off. And thank you for the time, everybody. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. That's the excellent Uptown. Uptown, the homie, is an artist, So as soon as he's finished recording whatever it is, hopefully we get the chance to have a listen. So enigmatic, might be Bono Joe, but yeah.
Well done, Uptown.
Yes.
Being a Lagos boy is not really a bad thing.
Don't poke at him again now, please.
No. I'm funny. I didn't even say that with any reason. Like, I didn't feel bad about it. I just laughed. I just laughed at it. Yeah, but it's cool.
All right. The Lagos. Maybe you should add that to your whatever your artist name. Lagos.
I'm Uptown of Lagos already now, so I already took ownership of it.
Oh, Uptown of Lagos, of course. Yes, that's how you cause trouble on Twitter. But yes, have that moment enigmatic, and then we go on to Larry.
Yes, Larry, thanks for using the space a little bit. Let me just crave your indulgence for a moment. And then I'm actually stepping basically to clarify something, because this is your platform, and then this is not some kind of a propagandist platform, just to actually put facts to certain conversation. Like there is no extant court judgment that has ever mandated the release of Nnamdi Kanu. I want to put it out there now. So, contrary to the general belief, or probably whatever the IPOB-inspired fabrications have been, right? The Supreme Court, I said it yesterday, the Supreme Court, in a unanimous decision on the 15th of December 2023, right? There was a determination that Nnamdi Kanu, the acclaimed IPOB leader, the terrorist, has a case to answer for treasonable charges. And then subsequently as well, on the 20th of May this year, 2024, the Federal High Court in Abuja actually ruled against granting Nnamdi Kanu bail. So that is the fact. So I don't know where people are getting their conflicting information from. That is number one. Number two, what I want to say is that, as much as a lot of us do not agree with, we don't know if there's an agreement yet to release Nnamdi Kanu. But Buhari was there, and he gave the IPOB people the middle finger. He didn't even have conversation with them. They sent their Igwe, they sent their governor, they sent their prominent leaders. He gave all of them middle finger. There is a president that is there now, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that they viciously hate. They even wish him dead. It is the same person now that even Nnamdi Kanu himself actually ordered his spy and to demolish and then destroy his assets, including Lagos State as well. This is not fabrication. There are facts. Videos are there, so people can see it. So if the government
before you move on to something else, what you just said is not true. What you just said is not true.
So even if the government,
the court overturned the lower court.
One man, will you please let there be decorum, please, if you don't mind.
I posted for one man to show on the screen what the headline was on that December 15, 2023. He said
Okay, I get your point. Let me move on, please. I'm not here to have this correspondence with an IPOB-inspired individual today, one man. Please, let me just go ahead and have a conversation real quick. Can you hear me, one man?
Go ahead. I already put him in the back for you. I think one man is not here.
Okay, so now,
Serves you right, Mike. You're doing the right thing now. Thank you.
Now the thing is that as much as personally I want Nnamdi Kanu to be locked up for life, right? The president and this administration, particularly the Attorney General of the Federation, in its wisdom and in the magnanimity of their mind, they are trying to say, okay, let's have a conversation about this guy that a fellow Nigerian, a northerner, did not give you the room for. So the guy that from the south, either you like it or not, your southern brother now, so to speak, the guy that is not your president, so to speak, is giving you the opportunity to have this conversation. They are probably drafting an agreement or terms of conditional release. That is somebody that really wants to see Nigeria grow. Then what we don't like is the fact that this short spur, this disdainful, this hubris of egotism that they still display. If you are actually sure that you can release Nnamdi Kanu shouldn't be on his knees. The Igwes, they shouldn't be on their knees. The governor shouldn't be on their knees begging for him to be released. He should continue his coconut head approach. He basically say he wants to go to war. He say he wants to fight everybody. Why is he begging now for his release? So this guy that actually came over here that was talking about Yoruba person, if the Yoruba person actually want to show you the Yoruba color in him, he won't listen to Nnamdi Kanu now. So
all right, don't take it too ethnic.
Yeah, I'm not taking it ethnic, but we have to say it when we have to say it. People should appreciate good deeds. Buhari was there. Buhari did not give them the room, but this guy is giving them the room. They're not appreciating what this guy is here, still huffing and puffing with a whole sense of braggadocio here. And Nnamdi Kanu that they're actually talking about, the guy is a casuist. I said it yesterday. It's a sophist. It's a self. He deserves no iota of clemency from any reasonable government. If he does not get sentenced to death, they should forgive him for life imprisonment. But they are actually trying to help him out. Why are they begging? If they are not actually begging, if they are not kneeling down, if they are not bending down, if they are not bowing down to anybody, why are they begging now? They should continue the coconut head approach now.
Who's begging you?
I want to say.
Who's begging? Who's begging?
So that's what I want to say, one man. So all these shares pumping and everything, let him continue to pump his shares there and rot there forever. Maybe he will wait until they have their Biafra to release him.
All right.
One man, let me respond.
All right.
Let me respond before I leave.
I don't want it to turn into that session.
It won't turn into that. I'm gonna just point by point. Let me respond to what he said. Right. I'm the one who asked you to pull up this graphic right here from AP showing that it's actually a court had reinstated.
One man, and then be aware that I'm not here to speak to him, so he does not.
It's fine. It's fine. After he's made his comments, we go to Larry because Larry has been patient enough.
Yeah, I have to.
Larry, thank you for being a gentleman. I appreciate
what we have to do on this our platform. I was here before this last speaker came on this platform. We have to restore true and false issues. Talking about Nnamdi Kanu, that's where it's so pedantic. Nnamdi has already gone and he won these cases. It's a brilliant guy, valor, courageous guy. So they were ordered by the trial court now. Remember, we talked about how it was sent back, erroneously by the Supreme Court to the trial court. And that court now made a decision. It says, I'm going to order the two parties to go and resolve this issue. So in order to not talk too much, let me just post for you something I also want you to put on the screen, which just makes the point. Nobody's begging anybody. Could you just pull this up? This is from Sahara Reporters, I believe. I posted the link there. showing you that the lawyers on Nnamdi Kanu has clarified. It says, look, nobody's accepting anything from Tinubu or their government or something. This is just an agreement they had, and they're going to live by the agreement. It's not Tinubu giving him some kind of clemency or anybody. Nobody's begging you to do anything. If you don't release him or you hurt a hair on his head, then you're going to find out. Woman, could you pull that up? What I just showed you right now.
I've already shown it on the screen previously.
Could you just show?
No, Pansat, we have to move on.
No, but you haven't showed.
Your headline here, it belies your narrative. It said Nigeria Supreme Court reinstates terrorism charges against separatist leader.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I posted something.
No, you sent this in.
I did.
Does this not belie all that you have been saying for the past however long?
No, but you have to understand what reinstates mean. It means that the
reinstates.
Listen, before a Supreme Court does anything, there is a trial court that tried him, and that court is the trial court. It tossed out every single one of those charges. That's a trial court. Now, listen what I'm saying. So now, on a technicality, you could go up there, which is why it's still there, right? It's different. I was saying that the court, he's already been tried. To try him again, it's a double jeopardy because he's already been tried and those things were tossed out.
All right. If you say so, Larry, you're up next. All right. No. Thank you. Larry,
goodbye on this platform. I'm gone forever from this platform. You.
All right. Only 1 minute. Make I just throw my this thing.
All right. Yeah.
Only 1 minute.
Carry on.
Okay. Thank you very much. From my own view, I want, from my layman perspective, say I'd always come from a very layman side. I want to talk to some people just on this very point. Make we reason them this way. Nnamdi Kanu we there for jail. He himself, he knows say what he do, he did very wrong. For example, now this thing I want to talk. Anybody wey they argue this thing in future, make it always they remember. Now, the time we I not there for anybody or like this one am my man or this one not my man. No, I want to just tell you the truth. You see, when she was already for DSS custody, where then they castrate him, he still they shout, waiting they shout before they arrest him. Revolution now. He still they shout until they can release him. Now, for you to know the difference between all these people and this Nnamdi Kanu, where they argue matter. So, when they arrest him, he can't stop all those bad things where they do. He not congregate, they shout him again. I wish say all those things not true. Say as we they support and I say those things good. He not do anything. If for still they shout him. So as long as he not going to shout him again, he himself don't already know say this thing a bad thing. So why you now way come they outside, come they say this thing say a good thing. So I beg everybody where they support all this thing where this man do, they could not stop him because he himself don't already admit. That's why he not the shout him for where in there now. So if not good thing do, where they say kid this, buy this. If not good thing do that time, I show whether they shout you until they can't release it. Go still they shout on there. So if you don't call it and shout now, you don't say this still a bad thing. Thank you very much, Wama.
All right, brilliant. Larry, you're up next.
Yeah, good evening, Wama.
Well, Larry, it's always a grueling experience, isn't it?
No, sometimes it's interesting to hear people shout, but it's no problem. It's good. Everybody actually, hearing people's view and everything. It's good.
Where do you want to come in at it from? Do you want to come in at it from a different angle? Lagos Ogun Kano accounts for 23% of Nigeria's mobile subscription, or Tinubu forming the board for the Consumer Credit Corporation, or do you want to go in at the deep end with the Nnamdi Kanu narrative?
No, no, I won't go to that place. That is left for enigmatic and Pansat, and they can actually argue that out. So for this one, we've always been talking about this here, right? And I think he's been listening, and it's kind of like bringing some of all those things. Consumer credit board is actually something that is good, right? Because at least they need to put some sanity to the credit system in Nigeria, where you want to talk about investment. You want to ensure that you actually have some of all those things in place. And these are some of the things that has been actually depriving even people outside Nigeria. I've seen multinational companies having issues recruiting people from Nigeria, right? Because it's really a little bit hard for you to do a background check, that it's just a pure background check that is truthful, credit check, criminal check and everything for an employee in Nigeria. And that I've been in a situation where, someone in Nigeria wants to come here, and some of these companies are kind of like, yeah, they have one or two issues with Nigeria. So I think if there is a little bit of sanity in that space, where you can be anywhere and you can at least look at what people are, right, in terms of how credit worthy they are, and if they can also push that even to kind of like get us to the point that it's easy for you to kind of like do some background check, criminal check and a whole lot of things, in that space, which is good for everybody. It's even good for people outside Nigeria. If you are dealing with someone, right, and if that person gives you an approval, for you to have access to that person's credit report, that's really also going to help. It's going to help investment, and I think it's doing the right thing. Hopefully, one thing is to appoint people. Another thing is for the people that you appoint to be able to do the right thing. So hopefully, if they can actually do the right thing, I think it's a very good thing in the right direction. Yeah, that's
all right, brilliant. And it's always the boring stuff that is always the most exciting for the money people. And when I saw this headline, all I could think of was money. It says Lagos Ogun Kano account for 23% of Nigeria's mobile subscription in Q1 2024. So that's not the part that excites. The part that excites me is that it says, according to this is from the National Bureau of Statistics, it says, according to the Bureau, total active mobile subscription in Nigeria at the end of the first quarter stood at 219.3 million people. So 219.3 million people signed up for mobile use. What's the money end of that?
No, I think it's actually great. It's great that Nigeria is actually, getting to that point. But my problem is this: investment in mobile infrastructure, which is something that is really lacking, right? And that's where the key thing is. Nigeria actually have the capacity of housing a whole lot of, thing, from telecommunication to ICT to data centers to it's a whole lot, right? So I think what they really need to do, right, with all those things, take advantage of all those things and build solid mobile infrastructure, solid one, right? Build solid one, invest heavily into that place, because with what we have in Nigeria, with the population and everything, there's every tendency that we can actually make more, right, from that. And if it actually goes back to probably put some things in the law, right, MTN and some other ones, Globalcom and all of them, right, to kind of like see probably part of their revenue and everything. Let's see how much they're actually investing into critical infrastructure within that sector, right? I know there was a time that it used to be May 1, right? May 1 actually have this key investments within that sector. Do you remember? I think there was a time that I think there was some cables, that did some deep sea cables that actually damaged at a point that
they were kind of like
The
struggling.
marine cables.
Yeah, the marine cables and some of all those things. So I think the major thing is for me, it's how much we're really investing in that sector, right? To be able to power that sector to the point that whatever it is, right? We should definitely be at the forefront of whatsoever. It's good. We have the population, and we have a population that is not just growing, a population that is kind of like, uh, uh, going more digital. If you look at the digital attraction in Nigeria, particularly in Lagos, in Kano, Kaduna, and some other places, right, you will see that it's a whole lot. Now, averagely, will you see a Nigerian now that's not probably buying data, people that have not, that probably 5-6 years ago, right, that do not really take it serious, like, oh, we need to be on the internet. But if you check what is happening in Nigeria, that's why you see that most people within that sector even want to go to Nigeria, because that's where the market is, right? Everybody wants to go there. But if we don't invest in infrastructure within that sector,
Sorry, Larry. Who are you asking to invest in infrastructure? The government or the business people?
no, it's not just the government. That was why I said probably if they need to bring a law, right? Probably we need to kind of like see part of those people's profits that is really going into investment into that sector, right? It shouldn't be all about repatriation, because that's the major thing, right? They want to, get everything and look for a
Well,
way.
I see the law. Okay, a law will be fine, but part of demand. If it was in China, they probably would have made them build nice, beautiful infrastructures, telecommunication infrastructures and towers, whatnot. But because all this money for doing such projects is what they give a kickback to the politicians and the people in power. So ideally, businesses would not invest. Come on, they have one man read it, 219 or 16 million penetration in Nigeria. That's huge. So if they can make profit or get that many subscribers, why do they want to spend money on infrastructure? Their profit when they're not mandated to do it. Let's face reality here.
You see,
Sorry, Larry. Let me give you this paragraph. It looks as though they might already be doing what you're saying. It says, to bridge the infrastructure gap in the country, the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, recently announced the government's approval for the establishment of a special purpose vehicle for the delivery of an additional 90,000 kilometers of fiber optic cable to complement the existing connectivity for universal access to the internet across Nigeria. So I think they're addressing that bit.
Yeah, the thing is, Bosun is trying to kind of like rally some of those guys because it's expensive, very, very expensive. And I think at a point too, I think when Bosun even came to the US, those are things he was kind of like saying. Because even the government cannot even, this is not it's not what government can just, show.
Exactly my point, Larry. Are we forgetting that I think somewhere in Yorkshire, the glue man laid his marine this thing, I think passing through 7 or 9 countries before getting to Nigeria. I think initially it cost him over $1 billion or more. I can't really remember the figure. Why are they not protecting him? Because MTN came first. They install most of the towers by rules as applied in other countries, particularly in the West. One tower is sufficient for even 7, 8 communication companies. They can share it. But here we are, they allow proliferation of towers. Such does making operation costs higher in Nigeria. Because we have, with every tower, you have a generator, you have security men, and they have to buy diesel. So the whole thing started from beginning. I don't think it's lack of facilities. MTN is one of the problem. MTN is foreign owned. So we need to start to protect our own, like Glo, because Glo doesn't repatriate its funds to South Africa. His money stays here. Even what he earns from those other countries, his marine cable pass through. It brings them home. So government have to wake up. It's not in the purview of the government to say they want to invest or looking for investor for any other marine cable. What we have is sufficient. What do you think about that?
Well, before Larry commented, Barbara, if MTN build the towers, unless it's a law, they're not mandated. They're not mandated to give bandwidth to other companies to come into the marketplace.
No, that's
So
why I'm
they
saying it's from beginning. They can when you rent space on their tower, and that reduce your cost of operation.
they're trying to stifle competition because they're trying to make it harder for the new entrants into the marketplace.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, Larry, carry on, please.
Yeah. Everybody's actually right. But I don't just want to point fingers. You know what I'm saying? Like probably it's MTN I want to run away from pointing fingers. But it's huge, right? It's huge. Because you have the market. If there is no way telecommunication data usage has become a necessity in Nigeria. That even if you ask some people, you see people telling you how much they use in, having loading data, and every sort of things in Nigeria, right? And you kind of like, wow, this is huge. So for me, I don't know. That's why I said if there's a law, right? And those are places that I actually want National Assembly to look into, right? If there's a way they could do it, right? Make some of those laws. We are not really saying, don't repatriate whatever you make, right? But there is still a way we can actually do it in such a way to ensure that as part of your, probably you have a little, probably through NCC, right? If there are retained earnings, part of that retained earnings, portion of the retained earnings to be keyed into, you investing into one or two things. If that is going to make probably the government also, right, look for a way to kind of like, okay, fine, don't pay taxes in so place, right? If you are investing in this, there are a whole lot of things, right? Like tax palliative and everything to motivate them to be able to do that. Because in the long run, it's the country that is going to benefit from some of all those things. Because Bosu can say, oh, probably government is doing this. Government cannot even do it because these are investment that runs into billions of dollars. And until you see those guys, right, and coming in to genuinely invest into some of all those things, right, you won't even see development. That's why in most cases, when people talk about foreign investors, you can have foreign investors, but do you have genuine foreign investors, right? That are not really more like, we want to quickly come in, look at what we can actually take out of it, and let's move. If there's any problem, they leave. But when you have genuine investors are the ones that, they go to wherever they are going to, they make that place their second home, right? They don't just think about just what they can milk from that place. They think about how they can actually help that place to really be better as their second home. So for me, I think it's a whole lot of things. If it's going to be through the laws, right, to ensure that government working closely with some of all those guys, right, and NCC doing what they are supposed to do. Because in most cases, even if you go to NCC, some of all those guys, they have their ways around. So those are things that I think they can actually do. It's good for the numbers, and this is also good for probably someone that wants to come into that space. Because that's another space that, if they are talking about you making, loss, right? Because you hardly make loss in that space because it's become another necessity. After food, if you ask an average Nigerian today, right, after they actually portion some amount of money for probably food and probably house rent and some of those things,
Another necessity they do is how much they spend into, buying data, and probably loading their phones and stuff like that. So it's a good thing for the numbers, and the investment is where I'm more interested in, and how much those guys can actually invest. Yeah, oh man.
All right, brilliant. You don't want to speak on that. Let me take you to. Have you spoken on the credit board?
Don't
You've spoken on the
necessarily
credit.
agree with Larry, though. Is it Larry that just spoke?
All right. Come in, Ola. Ola, did you want to disagree with Larry? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I think Mr. Ola wants to say something.
Ola wants to disagree with you. Ola is at work, I suspect.
I'm just saying I don't necessarily agree with you.
Okay.
Yeah, so disagree with him then.
Because Nigeria is not the only place people repatriate money. So it is normal thing that if you want to encourage a foreign direct investment in your country, you just have to, number one, investor must just be, that confidence must be there in you that they'll be able to move their money back. So I think we are only looking at the money going back only, but we are not really looking at the benefits. And what's the opportunity cost of just using a law to tie those people and for them unable to move their money back? You are not sending the right signal to other investors. Not when we still need, for that country to be okay today, in my own estimate, you understand, we still need nothing less than between 60 to 100 trillion dollars so over years. So, and if we are focusing on MTN only, I don't think it's good, because we don't have to look from the money they are repatriating alone, but what are the impacts? Okay, I was listening to Kanayo and some of these people in the industry. There were some days, those days, whenever they made their own production, they were just making their production for pirates and for some people that will benefit from the sweat. But when you look at that impact of telecommunication and some other things today, their life are far better off. So I just give that as an example. So a lot of things. So it's not only government that will be investing, by just having the bare bone of that infrastructure alone too. Some businesses now will now be putting infrastructure in place to benefit from that bare bone. So to me, we should look beyond whatever money that all those foreign investors are taking away, but look carefully at the value chain. What can you do to benefit from this? So to me, I think if I see foreign investor moving money out of the system where I live, if the foreign investors are moving money out of America or United Kingdom, so that means that it's part of the globalization. So if you want to do protectionism, you want to protect, that's when you now do all those stuff. So to me, anything that's resorting to protectionism, when you don't even have that capacity for you to expand, then it's going to discourage foreign investors. So I don't subscribe to using some kind of law to stop these people from moving their money. Yeah, you can encourage investment.
If
but
before Larry continues, okay, I hear what Ola said, but see, that industry is almost matured right now, and it's industry by industry, right? Not just all a blanket, don't get your profit out of the country. It's industry by industry. At this point in time, the telecommunication industry in Nigeria is almost in a mature state, and we got plenty of players in that field. So if you put a demand on them, I'm not about business, government, like always, trying to get into private business and control what they do. But nonetheless, they have some responsibility to their host country to invest I mean, there are ways you can go about it to incentivize those people. It can be a joint, venture between the government and and telecommunication companies to invest in infrastructure or give them some incentives to do so. But they have a huge profit, I would say, or market in Nigeria. So at the same time, I'm not going to prevent them from repatriating their funds, but there has to be some level of obligation to Nigeria to invest in that country. So it's up to the fact that they're taking advantage of the country is totally up to the government, and that's the laziness and incompetence of the government at the highest level.
You see, if you remember, we were discussing something yesterday. You see, like Tata Group and some companies in India, they have way of floating the subsidiary here and backing the subsidiary up. And we were talking of how those people from India, they are taking over the job space here and everything. And somehow government allowed them, even though it has some kind of implication on the local economy. So that's why I say it's not only here. So I think what government can really do in Nigeria is maybe instead of you are floating your company now and you are bringing some kind of expatriate. No, you should increase the number of local content. So simply means that you can't tell me now that in the whole of Nigeria, you don't have a general manager that can manage can manage for you locally, and you have to bring someone from foreign. Don't tell me you don't have a Nigerian that can manage your data center. You have to bring from foreign. No, you don't take that. Instead, you can put a policy in place that will make them train local people, to take over, to take up whatever local job we have. So I'm for that. But when it comes to say, okay, I bring maybe I invest billions of dollars, and you are saying I cannot move my money. Come on, because it's a risk. If I bring that money to your economy, if something happened to my money is gone. So if our people are not investing, when we are here criticizing Dangote up and down every time, I just laugh because we are not even looking at people that really have that money and they don't invest in this country. That by the time they even they pie with the generation wealth in another country. So to me, we are not even at the point where we can even be dictating. We are not an advantage. We are not an advantage position now. It's that we are very disadvantaged position.
Mr. Ola.
All right, bring us straight home. Respond and bring it home, Larry, and then speak to us a little bit about flooding in Lagos. Yeah.
So Mr. Ola, so let me clarify some things. Number one, I'm not saying people should not repatriate whatever they want to repatriate. And at the same time, like you talk about local content, there's a law. We have an existing law, right? Local content law. But it's just unfortunate that, government has not really been implementing that, to a particular extent that it's effective. But at the same time, just like Prince Daddy actually said, those companies are matured companies, and they've been in Nigeria. They've got a lot of things from Nigeria. There are some things that they just have to do genuinely. And the fact that you said, no country does that, it happens in Europe. If you're a company and you are going into Europe, number one, Europe is very, very key when it comes to data privacy, data laws, and some of all those things. Me and you know that in terms of anywhere in the world, even Amazon, anybody, right? Even if you want to keep data, in Europe, you can't even domicile that data outside of Europe. It has to be domiciled probably in a region in Europe, right? And those are laws that they just put in place to kind of like guide a whole lot of things, which in Nigeria. So when you put some of those laws, it's not like you're trying to take them out, because this investing in those things
are things that would definitely in the long run also benefit some of those, all of them in that sector. Just like Prince Daddy said, if it's a joint venture, whatsoever, if it's a way, probably by encouragement, by motivation, if government needs to reduce some taxes and see that they genuinely invest in that sector, at the end of the day, everybody's going to benefit from it. But when you don't invest that much in a sector, what happens is if there is a critical problem, what do? You do your plus and minus, and you feel like, okay, probably you're not getting what you're supposed to get. You look for an alternative because it's easy, because you don't have so much investment that you kind of like start looking at it. Okay, because of this investment that I've invested in this sector, if I try to like liquidate this particular aspect of the business, that means I'm going to be losing a whole lot, right? Because these are assets that I've actually invested in. But when you have less of that, it's easy for you to quickly kind of like, oh, let's liquidate and let's leave that place to another place that is rosy. Everything actually has a beginning and it has a end. Because it goes to a point that it become marginal. The profits that you get become marginal, right? That is not like when you just started. And at that point, you are not really making what you used to make. So that's when some of this company kind of like, okay, fine, it's marginal. So probably if I see a new place that I'm still going to get that thing, I can quickly go into that place and leave. So I think it's a win-win situation. Government work with them, and they also work with government to ensure that they invest in that sector. That's what I think.
So
all right.
You see, one thing about investors is this: investors are always greedy. If you make $1 million today, you want to make 2 tomorrow, and after tomorrow you want to make 3. That's how investors behave. Now, if you make it difficult for investors to repatriate their money too, they will quickly run away. We say that over and over. See, let me tell you one thing about that policy. Naturally, naturally, if these investors have their ways, they did for like, let me give an example. That's how China managed to start having a oversupply in some sectors, especially in the area of heavy industry. When they had oversupply, they just had some kind of sovereign weight arrangement. They started targeting countries outside foreign countries for them to invest there. And that's the reason you will see them borrowing, lending Nigeria money. But the unfortunate thing about lending Nigeria money, the Chinese, they benefited more by lending money because we did not do our local content very well. So those are the kind of investors that you don't want within your environment, because after installing the rail system and they fail to transfer the technology properly, they lend you money, they lend you money, and probably they are benefiting like almost 80 to 85% of what they lent you, instead of the thing to be the other way around. And they refuse to transfer the technology properly so that you'll be working there. So, but when you look at the telecommunication sector, it's totally different. Because probably you get to that telecom sector today, you see Nigerian developers there, you see Nigeria engineers there, and so many other things. So now, if they want to park, you don't just park things like that away. How do you park your cable?
Mr. La, I think you are mixing things up.
All right, Larry, I don't want us to stay there for too long.
Yeah. No, let me just say this, right? Yeah. In terms of that investment, right, it's not just human capital, right? I know most of the things you're saying are more of what they have actually done in terms of human capital.
No, infrastructure on ground. That's what I'm saying. I said you borrow money from China to do rail for you. Your government is the one doing rail. It is not China, because you are paying that money back, right? And they still make money from you, and you still pay debt. And the worst scenario is that if you do not pay that debt, they take over the infrastructure, right? MTN is coming with its own money. They are not lending you. So if they want to go tomorrow, they will have to find buyer. They can, it's not a case of Nigeria defaulting and they are taking over. So their infrastructure is on ground. You can't park your cable away tomorrow. You can't just go ahead, okay, I want to pack all my base station away tomorrow. No, it's not going to be like that. But the Chinese people, after laying your trap for you, they can pack away, they can go away, they can hold you to ransom. So I'm just trying to separate between the two. The type of people you don't want, and you really want to monitor properly, are the Chinese type. Not this type of MTN. Okay, someone said MTN is building big data center in West Africa, for example. But the Chinese people, they prefer to lend you that money. Okay, take this $10 billion, build the data center. So we are going to operate it for 30 years and transfer. You know, they are lending you that money. They are using the people to do the job and creating this, so are benefiting like 85 to 90% from the same money that you will have a liability on you. But MTN model is say, I'm bringing that money, I'm going to build it. The infrastructure is there, it's their money. It's not your government. And they are hiring your people to work on it. And not only they are hiring your people, it's escalating by liberating all that part of the value chain that is attached to the economy. Those are the type of investor you want. You don't want that type of the Chinese own that is creating debt for you. The only thing we are talking about this South Africa, they are repatriating money, but
sorry,
they are
can anyone hear me?
liability.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Through debt.
I don't think Ola can hear me.
You understand? So I'm just trying to separate. So if your analysis is going toward
Larry, just move on from there after it lands. I don't think you can hear me.
I agree with you. But for airliners,
Ola, can you hear one man?
No, I can't hear
Ola?
one. No, I can't hear one.
He's
Man.
been talking to you. He's been talking, but you can't hear him. He's trying to get your attention.
Okay, I can't hear him.
Just tell him to land the point, and then so that we can move on from that space, so that
Mr.
so that I can leave as well. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I've just changed my channel now. I just changed my channel to another link channel. Okay. One man, can you speak now? Let me hear you.
No, I was saying that once you've landed that point, I want to move Larry on so that I can leave and hand over to Mike.
Yeah, please move on. If Larry doesn't want to speak anything again, yeah, you can move on.
All right, Larry, do you want to give us just a very little flavor on the Lagos flooding, and then I'll hand over to Mike. Still plenty of people to speak. Ajan Lekoko has still not spoken. Baba is here. Ola himself has not spoken. Isaac has not had the floor. Kene, who hopefully is not asleep. So plenty of conversations to be had still. But Larry, the floodings in Lagos.
Yeah. So the flooding in Lagos, I think we've talked about it. The major thing is, you see, you can't stop flooding. It's going to happen, right? The only thing you can do is to prepare for it. And I think Lagos State have actually been preparing for it. You know, clearing up drainages, you know, ensuring that they kind of like educate people to make people know that there's going to be flooding, but what they can actually do is to ensure that they minimize the impact of that flooding when it comes. And the flooding is not even just Nigeria, right? It's something that is all over, right? I think I was looking at somewhere even in Ghana, right? They had flooding, and you know, it's a normal thing. It's a normal natural disaster. So for me, I think the major thing is just that the number of hours it took. I think averagely in Lagos, with what I saw, you know, around 9 to 12 hours, you know, for things to actually clear up, which is actually a good improvement for what it used to be. So I think the major thing the government also still needs to do is to, you know, kind of like orientate people more, right? Orientate people more, bring some, if there is a way to kind of like sanction people that, you know, that don't listen, you know, and also, you know, you can't, until they get to that point, you know, you can't build on drainage and you think government will still use government resources to demolish, you know, build on that drainage, prosecute people that, you know, prosecute people, and even people, the neighbors, you know, if you see someone building on drainage, right, no matter what it is, right, you can also let the government know. And I like what is actually happening. Like somebody said here, if you call that Wahab guy, right, call him on Twitter, call him anywhere, they will be there almost immediately.
So it's a whole lot of things. And for me personally, I'm actually looking forward to hearing him tomorrow. I think it's going to be on three TV stations to kind of like tell us what they've actually done and probably lessons they've actually learned from this. Because I think it's more of lessons learned from them. At least they will be able to know where they need to focus on. And probably there are other channels that they need to really open. Because Lagos is still going to flood next year, in as much as you don't have control over rain. So expect flooding, but the government what they can just do is what they're actually doing now. Probably they need to improve more, which is obvious, Every government should always look for a way to improve on whatsoever they are doing. And if they can actually do that, hopefully next year will be better, compared to this year. Because what I'm seeing, I think this year is kind of like better to what actually we were used to. So yeah, hopefully that's what I actually expect. So for me, let me hear from I'm going to hear from the commissioner tomorrow and see what they've actually learned from this scenario.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So let me bail out, as I said, hand over to Mike. So Mike, most of the people on the screen are still not spoken, especially Ajan Lekoko. The super chatters that's out there right there. That's Isaac who's on the screen. Super chats to applaud the platform. That's Alexander Gomez at the earlier stages of the conversation. That's Tope O said hello. That's Ayo, as you know, traditionally. That's Lato Rich, of course. That's Is it somewhere in the UK, and that's Ola having a commentary with somebody there. So thank you to all those. Keep the super chats coming, keep the conversation flowing. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Mike, over to you. Mike, Jojo, Mabino.
Oh, man left. Who was talking?
Yeah, it's me, but you can move to the next person.
Are you done?
No, you can move to the next person.
Today. Go to Baba. Go to Baba.
300. Okay. All right, Baba, you have to cross.
I'm not ready yet. You can carry on. Maybe in another after you are coming.
Baba John Lekoko. Baba wants you to go there.
I can't tell what Baba no,
Then keep Prince Daddy Law. Keep Prince Daddy is there.
Mr. Isaac Black, Isaac Black.
Okay.
Oh, Prince Daddy, do you want to go? Prince Daddy, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm here. Okay, sure. Where do I start? Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu. Baba chimed in earlier, and of course other people. So now I've been thinking. So what is the incentive for Tinubu to jump on this bandwagon to release Nnamdi Kanu? Really, I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to politics. Now I can understand if it's getting close to 2027, and Tinubu says, okay, if it's going to help me somehow, maybe get votes away from Obi or whomever may come out from the east or another candidate, that'll be fine. But at this point in time in Tinubu's government, it's kind of early, Of course, we can't say we don't want to play politics without Nnamdi Kanu's life. But I would say, though, that I think so far, Mike has made the most compelling argument about why Nnamdi Kanu should not be released, actually. Because many people, I guess, not me necessarily, we get sentimental about it, thinking that, the guy's been in jail for such a long time, therefore he needs to be released. But based on the antecedents and what is done, pying of people, destruction of property, personal property and public property, this guy's done a lot of damage. It looks kind of feeble right now, and in prison, willing to acquiesce to whatever gets him out of prison, but he's done a lot of damages. He has, and
if you notice, the elders, those politicians from the Southeast, all of them, they are saying they should be released. None of them have condemned a single thing the guy did. They didn't even condemn anything the guy's done, but they are coming arrogantly to tell the same way they went to Buhari Yeah, that old man that with the red hat, all of them went to Buhari. They didn't even tell Buhari that hey, we condemn the guy calling you Jibril or wishing you death, and they didn't condemn anything Nnamdi Kanu did. All they're saying is just release our son arrogantly.
Yeah, see, I guess they're quick to forget. I mean, that's the thing. If you really think about it, innocent people died. The people were fight.
They
They
haven't even
were. I
condemned
mean,
that. They haven't even
yeah,
condemned that. All they are, they're just kind of arrogant, and then some Yoruba people too come here. The guys said they should burn down Lagos. They were setting
exactly.
things on fire in Lagos. Yeah. Well, go ahead, sir.
So it led a lot of young people astray, no doubt, and it caused a lot of damage, to life and property. It did. So what do we do at the end of the day? To me, it's become a political pawn, really. I mean, I'll be surprised, really. I'm not sure if I'll be surprised. Tinubu is, I guess, a nice guy, but at the end of the day, Nnamdi Kanu needs to be used as a pawn for politics at the end of the day because he serves zero interest in Tinubu. I mean, well, Obi got 99% from the east, not literally, but you know what I'm saying. And Tinubu didn't really benefit much from the southeastern votes. So today that they're coming to him, and he would be the one to release Nnamdi Kanu. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he's getting from it. Maybe there's more to it, quite frankly. But I don't know. I don't know what he's going to get from it. It's just and who cares about if he comes back into the open and about this guy Samuel Ekpa. I guess the two of them can duke it out, but uh, I don't know. But then Peter B, of course, saying he should be released. Peter Obi, at this point in time, of course, I trust Ashiwaju. Is an astute politician, and he knows his left from right. So let's see what he actually gains from it at the end of the day, because he has to gain something politically. There's no benefit at all, because Nnamdi Kanu is a negative for him, absolute negative. And it's kind of people are quick to forget, just like you said. They forget all the bad things it did, all the mayhem it caused. They forgot about it. They don't even apologize for nothing. So come 3 years from now, do you think they would think Tinubu helped him or helped them or did anything for them? Nah, they're quick to forget. They'll go jump on the next bandwagon and even support the person of Waziri guy, and even they will support a candidate that Buhari selects or put forth. They would choose such a person over Tinubu, and that's how they do. So I say at this point in time, good luck to Tinubu, whatever he chooses to do with him. The flood in Lagos. I guess good submission by Larry earlier, but Lagos, even in the West where they have urban planning, good drainages, and all those nice, amenities to curb flooding and take care of the waterways. Um, Sometimes when dry leaves, fall, they clog the drainages, they clog pipelines and whatnot, and that sometimes cause flood in places in urban areas that are well planned. So I'm saying this, in addition to people building close to canals or building illegally and not clearing their debris after construction, just like Larry said, or was it Baba? The population of Lagos itself, I don't think that can prevent flooding. All those pure water plastic bags and all the trash people throw around, that in itself, given the population of Lagos, is sufficient to cause flooding every year, even with good urban planning and drainages across the state. So many people, a lot of people. So it's just, I don't see the plight going away anytime soon. I'm seeing it, of course, happening year after year. I'm not sure what is going to save Lagos. I'm not sure. Of course, we can't depopulate the place. I don't think so. But maybe they go aggressively and clear some drainage areas and demand that people build in a certain way. I think Baba was saying that they should build the houses, or was it Patty? They should build the homes. I don't know, is it 4 feet above the ground or whatever? I'm not sure how that works. Maybe that would help. Maybe some new building codes would help. So um, that's the way to look at it. And I guess lastly, which one? What else is there? Um, Dangote complaining. Was it complaining about the high interest rate? Um, I guess if anybody knows to complain or to be concerned about it, it would be, because it has a lot of investments, and it does a lot of manufacturing and production in that country. So I know it was addressing, according to Walmart, it was addressing the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. So it is a concern. I mean, 30%, over 30% interest rate, it's huge. I mean, it's huge for any manufacturer. But again, somebody said it earlier. Someone like Dangote has access to capital from other places, foreign countries with much lower interest rate, and his money is going to go further in the Nigerian space. So lucky for him, he has alternatives, unlike the small manufacturers or business people that don't have such opportunities or avenues to pursue. So um, so yeah, it is what it is. Somebody said, is Nigeria never had a single digit interest rate for forever. So we've always lived on a high interest rate. And but having banks like the agricultural bank or some other specialty banks that target certain industries with low, financial instruments or lending programs would be the best way to go. And there has to be a lot of them with a lot of incentives for manufacturers. So I think that would help alleviate some of the financing problem in the country. Okay, who's next? Who's somebody that can go next?
Yeah, I don't know. I think most people left already. So. Can you hear me? Oh. Well,
Yeah, I can hear you. I think there's Baba there, and who else is there? I think Ola is there too, right?
yeah, probably at work or something. Oh shit! Let me post the link. Probably some people trying to come back. The link is not there. Okay, I posted the link. Yeah, they'll come back. I think people on the screen now are probably doing something.
Yeah. So I just like I was in my submission, kind of asking a question. What do you think what do you think? What is Tinubu's benefit to releasing Nnamdi Kanu at all at this point in time in his tenure?
I can't even see any reason. I don't see any benefit at all. Who is the guy? What does the guy contribute to society? I don't even understand what people are putting head in his matter. They're talking as if when they release him, it's coming to change the world or something, or it's coming to change, uh, contribute something to. What is he going to do for anyone? So why are people? I mean, like it's just so ridiculous the way black people reason. Africans, the way Africans reason, it's just very pathetic. It's like they seem as more important than other people in a picture, like people dying, the destruction, the disaster. They see him being released as something more important than other issues. And I'm like, okay, so you release this guy, and then what? That's going to change Nigeria? That'll make Nigeria better, or that will make the Southeast a better place? What is the point? Why do people? I don't understand Nigeria. Like, I don't get it. And they don't learn from history, because when they release him, it's like they're repeating the same mistake of the past. The people that did the same thing did in the past, because they pardoned and released. It's the reason why we have him and all this other shit going. It's like black men are the only people that do the same thing over and over and over and expect the same different results. And so they'll come in. I'm like, dude, we saw it. The guy that trained Nnamdi Kanu, who was Zurike, while Nnamdi Kanu was under him, it was Masop before he became IPO. The guy, the government arrested him, and the people called for pardon, and the government pardoned him. They even gave him money, and he stopped talking. He's still alive, but guess what? His godson Nnamdi Kanu took over and became IPO. Worse than Masop. Now, Nnamdi Kanu is arrested. We are saying the same thing, repeating the same mistake. Oh, release him, pardon him, and the next guy will come out again, do the same dumb shit. Well, kill people, just destroy things. I mean, I don't get it, man. Just a stupid mentality we have in our society. Me, I won't even have a problem if all they are doing is destroying their own region. But when you start attacking my own ethnic group, no, I won't. I got problem. Say you're gonna burn down Lagos. Are you kidding me? And you gotta be online just spilling bigotry against my region. And I mean, come on, man. To answer your question, I don't see no benefit. I don't see anything. I don't even say it benefit me or it benefits Tinubu or anybody. They're releasing him. All I know is the guy is a terrorist. He should pay for his crime. That's all. I don't want to hear any more people on Radio Biafra spilling all that bigotry, against my region. I don't want to hear that.
So do we wait till 2027? Is that it, and see what they're gonna do? Like, do we wait till 2027 and see the benefit of it?
Benefit of what?
Of releasing Nnamdi Kanu, right?
Well, I won't be shocked. The people that probably pushed Tinubu to release him will probably be some Afeni Ferry and all these Yorubas. They just always annoying me, man. They are the same people that pushed. Where Ojukwu led the people astray. He led them to war, destroy millions of lives. Not only Southeastern, even like destroy lives of many Yorubas in Ore. When they did an invasion of Ore, I know some Yorubas have lost their relatives. They got destroyed lives of people. And when he ran away, it was Yoruba people that were campaigning for his pardon. The same way they are campaigning for Americans' pardon. I'm like, how can you pardon someone that committed that kind of atrocity? Are you kidding me? And not only did they pardon him, they even send him back to go and lead his people to be in charge. Like to even, how can you win a war and say no victor, no vanquish? That, first of all, that's a dumb shit. He's saying Yoruba people that was getting go on to do that. And the same people that's campaign for Obasanjo to pardon Juku because I don't know how Yoruba people they think they's being a Moluabi, but to me that's just being foolish. Now the same with Juku when he campaigned for his pardon, they pardon him. The guy went and teach people to even hate Yoruba people self. Because he went and started twisting. Because of course, when he has to go and explain to his people what he led them into. So of course, what is he going to do? He's going to try to cover his ass, trying to make it look like the war was not his fault. What happened to them is not to be blamed for it. So he decided to twist the whole story of what happened. Started telling them it was Yoruba people that betrayed them, that backstabbed him, that caused them to lose the war. Started, they say Yoruba people that campaign for him to be pardoned, they are allowing to come back to the country. He turned and brainwashes people to hate Yoruba people. And the same Yoruba people today, they don't learn from their mistakes. They are saying, go and pardon Nnamdi Kanu. The same dumb mistake he made, pardoning Ojukwu. I don't know, they think by doing that, the Igbo people start liking them. You start pandering to the Southeast. I don't know, man. I don't know, they call it Yoruba liberals or whatever they call themselves. Like dumb people, man. Very dumbasses.
Well, which is kind of interesting because yesterday when Babatian, one might ask the question if the Yoruba people were given the opportunity, would they secede from Nigeria? And I think there were 4 or 5 Yoruba people on the platform said yes, the Yoruba people would leave. And I wasn't. I think I was in the background then. And like, look, there's some Yoruba people that don't want to leave, that are equally as educated or well off, that believe in Nigeria. Even though the polling that one man did was like almost 100%, it makes it sound like, oh, all Yoruba want to leave Nigeria. I think there's some Yorubas, you call them Yoruba liberals or whatever, they don't want to leave. They just think Nigeria is, it can work.
The thing
So,
is, I'll probably say that way because most Yorubas, right, they make their wealth. Most Yorubas in Nigeria, they make their wealth. They made it in Yoruba land. And most Yorubas that really a place they usually aspire to live, usually somewhere in Yoruba land, either Lagos or some other city in Yoruba land. Probably the only place I can say outside of Yoruba land that maybe some people would like is Abuja. But I don't see any other part of Nigeria that Yorubas really desire or even see as a place as greener pasture to them. So I really don't see how Yorubas really seem like are the ones that are really into Nigeria like that. As far as say they see something they are gaining from Nigeria, the only thing people can say is maybe oil from Niger Delta. But to be honest with you, the oil, the wealth oil that they get from Ondo, Lagos, and other, if you put
mhm.
the money and then plus the wealth of other things, the that comes out of Southwest, there is more than what comes in. You understand? So the Southwest really doesn't need Nigeria. But to me, I can say the only way you can say you need Nigeria is kind of like we have a bigger country. If you are a entrepreneur, you want to push your product, you have a bigger market or something like that. That's about the only thing. But as far as saying that you need every part of Nigeria, I don't, like me personally, I really don't see any other part of Nigeria as, I don't see anything there that I want to go get that I can't get from the Lagos. What am I going to Abuja to get? Or to what business do I have in Enugu or in Southeast? Living in South. What is there that I want to go get? I can't get right there in the Southwest. Is it seaports? Is he what is it? So that's why to me, I never give it. I don't think
well, yeah.
any person really care whether I just split or not. So when all these Southeastern are coming saying, give me Biafra as if I'm holding them or like we need Nigeria more than them. The people that need Nigeria is the Southeasterners because they can't get things in their region. They have to go to other regions to get it. And they'll be the one coming here crying, and some Yorubas will even be begging them to leave. Why do you want to leave? What the heck? Why you beg? What is wrong with you?
Well, I mean, the Southwest of Europe, they may be like self-sufficient, and they have everything. But and the way you're talking about it, yes, we can afford to go our own way, but it comes down to the ideology, the way people think about it. I think a lot of Yorubas don't think that way. I think some people, maybe it's 50-50. Some people think, they don't think, well, we can,
No, I don't think.
we
I
don't.
don't think we're losing. I don't think we're okay. What I'm trying to say, the way Yoruba people say is okay. We're not really losing being in Nigeria or winning being in. It's neither here or not there or not there. You understand what I'm saying? It's neither here nor
Mhm.
there. I don't see what if I get my own country, it's still gonna be the same thing. If I stay in Nigeria, it's the same thing. So it's nothing. It's neither lose or win. You understand? So that's why most Yoruba don't really care like that. Don't care whether they
Yeah,
don't see
exactly
that
to
okay
that
we
point.
have to go. And again, think about it. I can say maybe during the dictatorship era where you have a military dictatorship, but now it's politics is more local. People governing their own space these days. It's the governors that govern the states. It's not really the center is not really involved like that. The only thing the center gets is maybe the natural resources. But if you go to every state in the Southwest, it's really the governors that are responsible, or even the Yoruba people are responsible for developing their space. There's no hand, anyone from another region holding your hand from doing for yourself, or So I don't see any other people in my way as a Yoruba person in my space. Though we do have issue of people flooding, coming to our space, flooding and stuff like that. But even if we get a new country, they'll still come. Foreigners will still come in. So we still have to deal with the same thing. So I'm neither here nor there. If Nigeria split,
Okay, so to that point, either here or there, that's the point. Most Yorubas, I think they are indifferent because the way one man and Bati make it sound like, oh, well, actually, he said, unlike the Southeasterners, that the Yorubas are more likely to, if given the opportunity to succeed, to go their way much quicker than the Igbo people or the Southeasterners. That could be true, but is that indifference? I think a lot of Yorubas are like indifferent. Like I don't care if I stay or
no,
go.
here's the fact. Here's the fact. If today they say Yorubas, okay, go, you have your own country, all right, as just Yoruba land only, right? They say Igbos, go, you have your own country, Igbo land only. I bet you the Igbo will be the one begging. Like, no, 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 no. They're not ready. They're not ready to leave, dude. They just can't. They can't be on their own. It's impossible. Their territory is too small for their population. Too tiny. They can't. They can't. And that's why I always wonder why do you guys accommodate this their rubbish when they come with let us go, give us go. Who's this dummy that came here? Was it gas them dumbass guy that come here and let the Igbos go? I'm like, stupid. Are we holding them? Like, what are you coming here telling Yoruba people to let them go? I think we are holding them. I think we are the one responsible. I mean, you understand what I'm saying? Like, we are the one to holding them in Nigeria or kind of need them or something like that. I don't even get it. They'll be the one begging. In the beginning, even when the British were living, it was as if and then they were the one begging British. No, 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 no. We have to have one Nigeria. Because they realized when Nigeria was created, they were the one that started benefiting from Nigeria. They had opportunity to leave their villages, because their land was pretty much mostly villages, There's nothing there. They became prosperous people in Nigeria. Prior to Nigeria, they were not doing well. They were just they were landlocked. It was like those inner tribe, they don't have access to ocean or even the outside world or
So
things like that.
are you saying Nigeria has been good to the Igbos? Is that what you're saying?
Bros, go and check out all the Igbos, most educated Igbos, the Igbos that became from the beginning, that became educated and became civilized. Find out where they became civilized. They will tell you it was in the southwest, most of them, or other region. They would say all the from Ujuku to Azikwe to all of they were all educated in the west, in the southwest. They all got educated and got exposed in Yoruba land. It was in Yoruba land they got exposed, got their education and everything. Imagine if Nigeria was not created, is it in that southeast that it would have been civilized? There's nothing there now. No city.
So
They don't have any cities. They don't have cities there. It's villages. Villages and nothing going on. No exposure. Even to today, every southeastern
So
Nigeria,
are you
everybody
saying
have
someone like Pansat is not serious about leaving? He's just bloviating. He's just making noise.
the
Is
first
that
time
you
Pansa really got exposed to anything in his life was when he left Nigeria. Pansa was a bushman now. It's the way he talk. You could tell I grew up in the bush. That's not the reason. The southeastern you see that have brain are the one that grew up in other regions. Like maybe were raised in southwest or south or if we even not. People like Pansa, those one raised in the southeast, they just retarded, man. Like they very bushy and dumb as fuck, man. Like Nnamdi Kanu is very obvious. The guy didn't get civilized until he went to London. Be like barbarian, man.
Wow. Interesting. Was it Emmanuel? Well, Emmanuel, I think it was Emmanuel that said yesterday that the Igbos are more Nigerian than any other tribe in Nigeria, and I think somebody challenged him that is not true.
Now, I said,
because
to be
Igbos
honest, if it
they
wasn't,
everywhere.
if you ask me, if it wasn't them, I don't think Nigeria would have remained one. To be honest, I don't think so. Like their actions actually is what's keeping Nigeria one. And even if Ojukwu didn't fight that war, Nigeria was really eventually was going to part ways. To be honest, like it was that war that made everybody like kind of like that war was something people didn't want to see again. Everybody just kind of bought into the okay, let's just move. Because after the British left, it was a matter of time when it was peacefully Nigeria was peacefully going to like divide, to be honest. Like because I don't think anyone was into it like that, into the Nigerian thing. Even the Northerners, they were not into it. And I don't think Gowon even fought that war because he was into Nigeria, wanted one Nigeria. I don't think anybody really cared. The only reason Gowon fought that was because he just had a personal thing with the Ojukwu, and the way Ojukwu was going about it, because he was so arrogant. Gowon just had to prove to him, like, nah, you can't have your way like that, you know. And also Ojukwu claiming other regions and things like that. So I think that was the only reason people they just fought him to prove to him that you ain't shit, man. You ain't, you know. But I don't think from the beginning any region really wanted, like, I won't say say they don't mind it, but I don't think any region really cared that Nigeria was a country. The only people that really cared, even when the British left, was the Southeasterners. It was Azikwe and them. They were the one campaigning for Nigeria. That's why the British handed Nigeria to them. When Nigeria, don't let them lie to you when they're saying British give Nigeria to the North. That's a lie. Just go and look at the record, man. The British gave the Nigerians to the Southeast, man. Southeasterners. They put them in every position because they knew they were the only people that bought into the one Nigerian thing, you know. They gave them everything, the military, the civil service, everything. They were there. Even the political power, the British gave it to the Southeast. I mean, it was Azikwe that decided the first government. I was the one that created it. He created the first government, made Tafawa Balewa the prime minister, and he chose to be president. It was his decision. You know, they had power, they had everything, they had control of the country, but they decided, you know, I don't know, out of their way of doing things, they lost everything. How can you go to war, risk all your position, all that power, and just lose? You know, if you lose the war, you lose your position, man. Me, I don't mind though. If you want to, if Nigeria want to split, but don't come and be contributing new signs and be coming and be attacking my region and talking all this rubbish, man. I'll give it back to you, man.
Yeah, they don't. Well, Kenneth said it. You know, if asked, you know, if asked, the only 70% of the Igbos don't want to leave Nigeria anyway. It's just a few minority,
But
maybe
that's
like
the deal, though.
Pansa.
That's the deal. Have they ever asked anybody that they want to leave Nigeria? They're not even asking. I don't know why people give Igbo. The Biafra they're talking about is not Igbo. If Biafra is they're talking about, it's not Igbo. It's an idea of conquering a bunch of other minorities and taking their territory and just creating country with them so they can rule over them. That's what Biafra is. Biafra is not Igbo. So when you guys are saying the Igbos want to leave Nigeria, no, they never said they want to leave Nigeria. They've never said it. They will never open their mind and say they want to leave Nigeria as a tribe. And when you guys are having that conversation, I just look like, what are you guys talking about?
They never said they wanted to go. So who's been agitating? Who's been suggesting that they wanted to go? I mean,
are they saying they want to go as a tribe?
So when Pastor talks, what is he talking about?
Even Pastor make it bold. Like we say we'll conquer the Ijaw, we'll invade them. That's what Biafra is now. Dude, I don't know why you Southwest people don't grab it. When they're saying Biafra, what does Biafra mean? Does that mean Igbo?
So they want to take part of the South land. Is that it? To be part of their Biafra?
That's what Biafra is, man. The real Biafra I'm talking about is South. It's just South. It's greed. They want to take that other oil. Well, they just want it to themselves. That's it. You know, they want to snatch those lands from those people and rule over them. You know, that's what the whole idea of Biafra is. You know, they want to dominate. The idea of Biafra is basically the whole South except Yoruba. You know, oh, I always laugh when I listen to them talk, man. How I do it? You guys are so desperate for conquest and domination so bad, man. They will tell you when they interview Nnamdi Kanu, they say, okay, what is Biafra? The guy said the whole South except Yoruba land and Oba of Benin's palace.
Really?
Yeah, because the thing is, why would they, if Yoruba were like a small tribe, like a minority tribe, they can dominate, they would have put us in Biafra too now, you know. You understand? So they look at it like they want a country where they can have absolute domination. That's what it is. So they look at Yoruba people like, there's no way we can dominate these ones. It's impossible. And then when they look at the South, they look at the Benin, right? The Benin Kingdom. They know that the palace is very powerful. You understand? So they look at it like, if we're going to include these people, then how can these people will respect their king more than us. So that's why they always trying to turn the Edo people against their own palace, their king, you know. So they will tell the Edos, some of them are so dumb too, they bought into that Biafran shit, especially those Essans. They want from Essan. They will tell them like, if you want to do Biafra, we have to get rid of Yoruba. That's why I always fighting with the Benin people on the internet now. Because they will be attacking their Yoruba, you know. Because they know that you know, the Oba is so powerful in the Benin Kingdom. So they know that if they form a country with these people, the people they're gonna put their Oba above the Igbos, you know. So they will tell you Biafra is the whole southern Nigeria except Yoruba land and the Oba's palace, Oba's Benin's palace. Oh my God, man. But yeah, I don't mind though. Hey, to me, the South people should just join them. They should form their Biafrans together because they always gang it together on Yoruba people anyway. So they should form their Biafra now. I always get sick of those South people, to be honest. You see Patoski today too. He was always jumping on Pansai's side. I'm like, are you kidding me? Pansai here started insulting people and they always side with the Southeast and everything, even when it's, you know, politically and everything, they always side with them. So like, once you guys just join in, even the Biafran thing, I don't even understand those South. They want bread, they'll be like, yeah, they give the Igbos Biafra. Well, then when you ask them, okay, are you part of it? Like, no, bros, join them. You guys do Biafra together, man. I mean, let's get this, you know, let's get this sorted out, man. Join them. You guys form Biafra together, and it'll be easier. You can all, at least we know it'll be easier, you know. So we know that, hey, you're all on the same page. The Biafra is real. So we'll support you. You get your Biafra, we get our Southwest, and you leave us alone. You can't form your Biafra together. Let's. But most of them know they will become Osu. People like Isoko, where gas they won't come from. They'll become Osu in Anambra.
What is Osu?
You don't know what Osu means?
No.
Man, you don't know. Osu in Igbo land are slaves now.
Oh, okay.
If you are not a original Igbo, you are Osu. Yeah. They will become the second class citizens in the Biafra. So most they know that. Those fast people. That's why they don't want to buy into the Biafra. You know? If you come from maybe the only people that may not become Osu will be the powerful ones like the Ijaws or the Benin. I don't think they will become Osu. Those ones, they are so strong. You know, maybe which other tribe is strong in that south. I think it's only maybe Koreans can give you a little fight, but the ones like
the Igoni people.
The
Igoni people.
Ogoni, those ones are too small. Those ones will be Osu straight up, man. This one, People like Isoko, people like Gasimov. Those one will be confirmed Usul, man. Straight up. There will be slaves in that place, man. In that Biafra. It will be serious oppression, man. I want to see how Biafra, all of them. Outside. My prayers, they all come together, just come together and form Biafra. Just have that place, man. So I can watch the Biafra. Even people that is always my way or the highway. My way or the highway. Your pastor always make it clear now. They will crush. Pastor will come here and tell us how you crush any South person and open their mouths. They challenge the Igbos. They haven't even got Biafra. Is already talking like that. Oh boy, man. I just wish, like, hey, we can figure which way, man, whether it's Biafra or Nigeria or whatever the heck, so we can start building country. And all these Nigerians are not serious, man. Honestly, they need to figure out which way, to be honest. To me, I don't care which way, whether it's split or stay or whatever, I don't care. Because they are the politics is so stupid, so divisive. North, south, east. I'm like, dude, what you guys going to focus on nation building, man? Even my Yoruba people make me sick. You start playing this. Reason I'm not developing is because of the nuts. Are you kidding me? Come on, man.
Yeah, well, I think the Yoruba people too, they're getting super lazy. I mean, they don't invest a lot in agriculture, So if they don't get tomatoes and onions from the north, then we can't do anything. So, if Nigeria was to break up right now, what percentage of our food comes from the north? I think we may, even the Southwest may find it hard because they don't really grow much anymore. They don't grow much.
Yeah,
They
that's
may
true.
find it. They might have money, but they can't buy food. Well, I guess it means they can import. At this point in time, I don't think any region is actually positioned to be alone. I don't think so. Um, each region like suffer for a while. Some much longer than others. Um, South, I think with all their oil, I think they're gonna have a hard time. A hard time too. Yeah, which one? Yeah.
Yeah, I think the problem with South is which country they will form. I think that's their number one problem. But there's just too many tribes there, man. Too many ethnic groups. They don't even understand each
Hello,
other.
Mike.
Who's that?
Hello, Mike.
Yeah.
This is Kenny. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good morning. Prince Daddy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Kenny. How you doing? How you doing?
I'm good, my brother. Yeah, just I've been trying to log in since, but I was unable to log in, but just log in now. See, Mike, yeah, I just want to say something little about this Nnamdi Kanu and our people that is supporting the barbaric actions, and I don't know what they're thinking in the first place. Look, I follow these guys, and he has made a lot of bad impact in people's life. If you look, if you are someone that normally watch Nigerian TV before the incident in Lagos, TVC station was the best TV.
Your network is bad. You're breaking up, man.
That particular time, that station. Oh, I'm breaking up.
Yeah.
Because I'm driving. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think it's better. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. So I was saying that the impact that guys make in people's life is huge in a bad way, not even a good way. TVC as a station, I follow that TV station all the time. Since he has people to go and destroyed that station. That station has been struggling since, and they've lost a lot of their staffs. So when people come on here and say no, they should be released, it's totally, I mean, it should rot in jail. Honestly, if I have my chance, I want them to hang him in the street of Lagos and be disgraced. Those people, they have no shame for them to come out and say he should be released, and they're not even saying anything about all this atrocity.
Exactly.
People die. People die. They pile of police on the street.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, so who pays for this all this atrocity? Who's going to pay for it? I mean,
Mike, if those people that are coming here to say they should release him, if one of their family died at that time,
they won't say
be saying that.
And that's the selfish mind that we have in Africa. That why we're not developing. It's only when something affects us that we care. If it affects others, we don't care. We turn blind eye. That's why we see people suffering. We don't care. We see problems. If it's not my problem, I don't care. We don't believe in solving. We don't believe in fixing community and making things fair for the community. We only care about ourselves. That's it. Myself, my family, and that's it. I don't care about the environment. Now, like you said, people have lost their lives. Families have lost their loved ones. People have lost their property. This guy, I mean, he has victims. And you are saying release him. I think if you release him, he has something to offer the world. Like he has something bigger to offer the world, and we can say we can release him for. Maybe he's going to come out and invent something that we need, and then we can say, okay, at least for that reason, maybe we should release him. But he's not coming out to come and invent anything or to come and change anyone's lives. He's just coming out to be probably create the next Nnamdi Kanu.
I can tell you for sure, if they release that guy, it will only take him 3 months. He will go back to his format. It will be worse than ever.
He will even raise the next one. The next. Was that not what Wazirike did? It was Wazirike that raised Nnamdi Kanu now.
You know? So, and for those people that are coming to plead on his behalf, they are just trying to play along. They don't want. If you deep down in their hearts, they don't want to believe. They don't want it to release. But they just want to be one of the. Let me just play along. Let me say what they want to say popular things. They don't. They
want to please their friend.
Exactly. They just want to. Please people. But instead of them to say the truth, you know what I mean? They want to say what people would like and praise them. Yeah. You are disabled.
And Yoruba people are very fond of that. They will say one thing to your face, but it's something else behind your back.
Exactly.
In their room, they are saying something different too. Well, here they will come up.
So that you can call them, say they're not tribal, they are neutral, they are this. Otherwise, if behind the screen they will say something else. I don't know why we are like that. Instead of you to come out, let people know your stand. Say the truth and let the deputies be ashamed. I hate that guy with passion. Seriously. Because you can't come out and be saying even this same Tinubu, you are asking people to go and pie. You know what I mean? You are not crying in front of him now. See how God work in miraculous way. The same person you are saying a lot of bad things about, the same person you ask people to go and buy, the same person you ask them to go and buy his children and destroy his businesses. This is the same person. Now you are not begging with all your leaders, useless people. You have no shame.
You know, they are not even apologizing to Tinubu at all for that too. They are not even saying we are sorry for what he said or what he did. They are just telling Tinubu to release him. They are not even saying, oh, they don't even condemn any of those things.
They will not condemn now. They will not condemn his atrocity. Because they are the same feather. They are the same. I just want to mention people's name. There are some people that sometimes when they are talking, I just pause the video and let them speak. I don't listen to them because they don't. There's no truth coming out from the mouth. All what they say is just they want to say something popular so that they can praise them and say, oh yeah. You speak. Totally rubbish. So you know, it's annoying. How can they release a terrorist? The guy is.
Can you imagine? In the United States, imagine an American campaigning that they should release a terrorist.
Exactly.
Even someone that committed someone that do mass shooting or something like that, if you dare open your mouth to even say something positive about that person, hey, you are in big trouble in America.
Even this guy that is frauding people, he's even better than him.
Who?
Evans.
Oh, Evans. Evans the kidnapper.
Evans the kidnapper. You're advocating for a terrorist because you want your 5 states. And now they are talking. They say they want other states. I don't know where they want to put the states. Maybe they're going to cut some of the some from Bayelsa or some from other region. They don't know what they want. They deceive themselves too much. They lie to themselves. You know what I mean? That's what
They want states. They want Biafra. They want presidency. They want...
Yeah, exactly. You want
and
presidency?
they will install their way. They're trying to install their way to get all these things.
Yeah, you want presidency. You want Biafra. You want new states. So what do you want? You understand? I don't know. People that are supporting them, they don't know what they're doing. In the first place. Me, I would say with my full chest. You know, yesterday the other guy came. There's one guy that came on the platform yesterday. Right, he was saying the Igbo people are the one, they are the backbone of Nigeria. They so much. They have this arrogance in them. They are too. You know, I don't know. Because people give you
Kenny, what do you think? What do you think is Tinubu's incentive to release? What do you think is Tinubu's incentive to release Nnamdi Kanu?
You know, naturally Tinubu is a forgiving guy. Tinubu will go forgive you for anything you do. That's one thing about him. And as you said, I don't see anything that's going to gain because these people, tomorrow they will not fall for him. I'm telling you. Even if you release the bad person that even is not what's it called? It's not this guy. They will still go back. And Tinubu, you know me. Let me just say, Tinubu will not gain anything from this. Seriously, I don't see him gaining anything. But what I know about him is, Tinubu will forgive you for wrongdoing as long as you said to him that, you know what, Daddy, forgive me. I'm sorry for what I've done. I mean, you let it go. That's him. You know, he has that kind of forgiveness heart. So apart from that, I don't see him gain anything. Maybe they promise him that they're gonna force for him or something. I don't know. I don't know what they told him. Because I don't see any pathway. I don't see any green light. I don't see anything that guy will change because Samuel Ekpa will not agree with Kanu. Prince, can you hear me?
Samuel.
Yeah, I hear you. I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, he will not agree. He will, even if they listen tomorrow and he say, okay, you know what, no more Biafra, I surrender. Samuel Ekpa will continue, and the Igbo people will follow Samuel Ekpa. That's who they are, because they have that strong belief in that their Biafra. You understand? But like I said before, they don't actually know what they want. They want new states, they want Nigeria presidency, and they want Biafra. You can only have one. You know, in the Senate, in the House of Rep, they have people there. They can actually sponsor a bill to say, you know what, we want to go, but they're not saying that. So they're just a joke. I'm telling you. I don't take them serious. You know, that's me. And for the flood in Lagos, Lagos State is trying. They are doing their best to make sure flood reduce to the minimum in Lagos State. I can't fault them for that. It's natural disaster, so there's nothing anybody can do about that. You know, so we just continue praying, and people need to do the right thing, and local government as well needs to do the right thing. You understand? All this rubbish they put on the floor everywhere. It's what local government can employ people to pick all those rubbish on the floor and make the environment clean. You get me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what that's what they need to do. They just need to be active about cleaning in Lagos State. Because here now in London here we have people that pick up the streets every single day. Even if people continue putting things on the floor, but it's down to the government to make sure they are doing the right thing, and that will create more employment for people. 'Cause every look and corner, just put people on the street, let them start picking and dig the drainage. So that will release the flood. And they have to change the style of building the houses in Lagos State as well. They shouldn't allow people to build near the canal. You know,
No, I think Lagos generally need to be replanned because you see an important city like that, we can't just continue this way. Even though we know that no matter how they plan, they will still be flooding, but then we can do better. We all know where we live that drainage system alone on its own is like a city. If you try to drive through the drainage system to a different location within the city, you will get there. But we can't say the same thing for Lagos. And I think there's a need for massive investments in Lagos planning because Lagos is not just one of those. It is a very critical and important city, not to only Africa alone. I think to the entire to the entire world. So I think we should be thinking of that because
Ola,
please,
do you know the problem? Do you know the problem? Yeah, it's not
yeah,
as if
well,
me. I believe it's not as if Lagos they don't know what to do, but with the people who be the one to complain that they are destroying my houses, they destroy my shop, they're not allowed to. What am I going to do? Where am I going to be to make money to feed my family? We are the one to complain. Then
no,
after
Kenny, we have to consider that. Okay, look at even demolition houses. You know, demolition houses and varying the situation is to even be an opportunity. Look at what Jack Monday did. You can take people's property, you can take their land, but make sure you relocate them properly. Okay, I've always been an advocate of building what do we call it, a mass housing. Not I'm not an advocate of building bungalow up and down every nook and crannies of Lagos. See, where you are supposed to have like two houses, I'm an advocate of having like 30 flats there whereby people can stay. So what I'm saying this time, see, if you need to demolish Lagos and rebuild, you have to do that because we can't say because people will shout today, we now put the life of people in danger in like
Allow we talk build from scratch. What do you mean? I don't get it.
See, what I'm saying is this. If you want to redevelop Lagos, okay, you can look at Ikeja now because they did this thing in Cape Town. They did it in some part of Joburg, if I still remember properly. Now, you may look at Ikeja now, for example, that's okay. Ikeja is not properly planned. Maybe, okay, you want to renew Ikeja in such a way that you are going to have nice drainage system that you can walk under the drainage system like you are walking on the street, that you know where you are shining the water to, you know where to evacuate all those kind of whatever that is clogging the drainage system. But if you must move people away from Ikeja, someone that has his own house in Ikeja now, you must be able to prepare or give him house somewhere too. You don't just say, okay, go and take this money. And at the end of the day, the person may not even be able to do something good with the money. Relocate them properly, compensate them properly. Even the act of building Lagos on itself is a massive job opportunity to keep our economy growing. That is what I'm saying. So now, if we say we don't want to do that because people will complain, look at what can happen to the people living in Lagos in like 30, 40 years to come. Lagos will keep having more population and people will keep packing things and keep clogging the drainages. They keep dropping plastic, everything there. If you don't, and what will happen at the end of the day, there can even be worse of this flooding coming to Lagos. The time to act was yesterday. Now the next time for us to act again, maybe probably today. So you don't just have to keep postponing this day. So to me, flooding in Lagos, as is a calamity today, is actually an economic opportunity for us tomorrow if we really know how to actually take advantage of that opportunity. So to me, people must shout no matter what you do. Even if some people value of house is like say 10 million today, I will give them 50 million. They will still tell you that the great grandfather, the greatest of the great grandfather was buried there, and they will tell you that that land has something. People must still complain. But on the side of the government, let the government, or maybe whosoever, maybe is going to be public, private, public partnership, whatever arrangement, anybody that will be displaced should be well compensated. But Lagos need to be rebuilt. Prince Daddy, did I address your question?
Yeah, I hear you, but yeah, it's. I mean, what do we do with the people? Are we going to have to relocate some people out of the state for a period of time, or? I mean, Lagos is a breathing, living city. It is just. I don't know.
So, let me tell you one thing. Rebuilding Lagos is a matter of choosing between life and otherwise. Choosing between life and death. If all of us are stakeholders in Lagos and we properly think about the future generation, see, if we are doing urban renewing or renewal, you understand? Even if government want to relocate you to Ogun State or wherever, the important thing is for the government to make to just give you a place that is comfortable, that will make you live your normal life. You understand? The only reason we come to Lagos is just because of business opportunity. If you start rebuilding our cities and you can have the opportunity in Ibadan, why must you go and be building shanties under the bridge in the Lagos in the name of you want to be a Lagosian? You understand?
Ola,
yes, sir.
You know, see, like you said, you see, the solution to Lagos state problem and most of these big city problem is if the state governors, because anytime they have investors come to their state to invest, all what they do is they let them stay in the city, but they need to now focus in the rural area. For instance, I'm from Malaysia now. Yeah, I'm a chairman. Yeah, if they want to
the way you take mention shop on all the other time, I know. Now only look you really hard.
So if you added that now, want someone to come and invest in Osho State, don't let him stay in Osogbo. Yeah, there's some other villages that they have a lot of lands. Put them there. For instance, if someone wants to say like Michelin China now, that they want to come back to Nigeria and they're looking for a place to stay, don't let them stay in Lagos State. Let them go to Oyo. You know what I mean? Let them stay in the rural area. That will people in that one will attract traffic to that village. A lot of people will move back from for instance, now if I know that there's a job in my village in Ilashe, yeah, where father came from. If that kind of job is there, I don't need to live in Lagos. I'll go back to my village and look for a job. Which aspect is going to be cheap? You understand? Way of life, living standard, it's so far cheaper. So it will reduce those kind of traffic. So it will even give government a mind to plan for this. For this journey that I was talking about. But as it is now, today, the population of Lagos is too much. It's too big. They can't destroy. They can't plan the way they want to plan. And if they do too much, people start crying. They start look at what they did for at Alaba. Look at the way they started saying, oh, they're saying Igbo's houses, they're doing that. That's what they'll continue doing. And if they do that too much, that that party, they will not come back. They will not come back to power. So there's a lot of things at stake. So these governors need to start think out of box and say, you know what? Let's start building rural area. I live in London. I live in Essex. Where I live in Essex is a village. I can't remember last time I've been to London.
Hello, Kenny. Hello, Kenny. Good morning, everybody on the platform.
Good morning.
Yeah. What you just said now, that okay, if they started destroying houses, people might gang up against the government and not return that particular party for the next election.
Yeah.
Is that not the same problem that we are facing that is not making our government to take bold effort to even do anything meaningful for the people? Because if that fear is there, that okay, if I do take this bold step, I might not be returned, then it's part of the problem that we are facing that is not making us to develop.
Simba, this point we will be there until the end of time, until we change.
You are buttressing what we have been saying all this while, that the kind of democracy that we are practicing cannot make us to develop. Let me tell you, the Lagos has a master plan right from colonial era. What made the successive government of Lagos State failed to follow that master plan? Because everybody is just doing, let me do whatever people want, and let me return and get power and go.
No, Simba, it's not even what people want, because if what I'm suggesting, if Jack Conde did not do that in the Second Republic, I would say it's not possible. You know the story of Morocco. But before Jack Conde went on some kind of, he already made some kind of arrangement. All those LSDPC estates scattered around. You see some around there. You see Oba, not far from Acme. And you see that he built all those housing units. Someone that was living in maybe one bungalow, one shanty before, he took them away from that place. They give some people 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom flats that even in their life they did not even think they could, because those places were better planned and more livable than where the Morocco that
I agree with you. But
so what I'm saying that, but people did not hate Jack Conde because of that.
What Jack Conde did between 79 and 83. Looking at the population that time, looking at the available land that time, do you think it would be visible for any government to say want to undertake such a project now?
Yeah,
See,
good point.
let me tell you one
Good
Simba.
point.
Simba,
And
it's not going to be done in a day. It's not as if Jack Conde solved all the problem that time too, but people will see the sincerity. If you
there's no land in Lagos. There's
exactly. Where is the land that
every
you
inch
want to locate them to another state?
It used to be Surulere that was absorbing the people from everywhere. Surulere is like almost
there are lands towards Badagry. Wait now, you are just saying there's no land. That's not totally true. It depends on what you want to do. There are some lands. You understand? You may see lands, and the question is this. I'm saying, okay, look at it this way. You want to rebuild Agege, for example, you look at some area around Badagry. You build the place properly. Maybe you want to, I'm just giving an example. Maybe you want to build like 1,004 estate, then you want to use that model. So you don't build that thing. So you are not wasting land by building bungalow like anything. You are building at least story buildings, or let's say it's even a meta format where you can get 2-story, 3-story building. You understand? You move people there.
What would be the target population to accommodate?
Hold on. It doesn't matter where. See, the modality. Let's work the modality out first, because we've not even done anything before we start critiquing the whatever we do. If you finish that of Agege today, don't forget that you want to demolish Agege after moving them to Badagry, right? Agege that you want to demolish will be another place you will rebuild now. Maybe you want to move people from Ikeja to Agege now. You move people from Ikeja to that Agege now that you demolish, that you rebuild. Then you come back to this thing can be 50, 60, 70, 80 years plan. It doesn't mean you are going to achieve it within 4 years. if you
And
do little,
are you going to
little
stop the migration and send some people back? Or like,
Exactly. That's what I see. You see?
see, wait now. When you start doing that, who told you that other states will not call the bug? Nobody told
really?
you, you
Since when?
understand?
Okay.
No. See, this thing is going to be national. See, this thing we are talking about flooding, we are talking today. We are not seeing the thing as national emergency. As if you look at it from the security angle, you won't be joking with it. And some people are already forecasting that or predicting that Lagos will submerge in 30, 40 or whatever year they are talking about. And you know now, according to Nigeria, now everything goes normal. Nobody even cares. It's not even a trend. The only thing they see as security in Nigeria is only when armed robber come corner you. There are some kind of insecurity that are far worse than when an armed robber or a criminal gang visits you. So this is just a matter for national emergency. So that the thing cannot be planned, I don't necessarily agree. So it can even be arrangement. See, this kind of arrangement can even start between, okay, when we are talking of regional integration now, regional integration can even be a model to even describe people and say, okay, look at it this way. It doesn't, okay, in
Yeah,
Canada today now.
see that plan. Okay, let's just chime in. That plan, I think, would encourage more migration into Lagos, and the pollution and the congestion is not going to stop unless a lot of things are going to change or ban cars.
Prince Daddy, if I rebuild the Ikeja today, let me tell you one thing. This one, people can call me evil. One of the first thing I first of all do, like if you attach any shop, to your house and rent it out and you use it for another purpose, honestly, Omaru Okuobani. You understand? There be some farm that will be doing community service that, there be some kind of mobile call that when you just order the plan like this, you will just go and be farming for people to eat. See this thing is just because we are not serious. When we used to have town council, there was a time in Lagos that everything is town council. When we allow a structure to run properly.
See, when was the last time you were in Lagos?
You said what?
When was the last time you visited Lagos?
2012, 2013. I've not been to Nigeria since I left Nigeria.
Okay.
Look.
Prince
Daddy.
Yeah.
See, as for me, any time, I will continue advocating for.
Kenny. Sorry, let us be sincere to ourselves. Ola will not like this statement that I want to make because he doesn't like the person. In 1983, when Buhari Diagma came in, they sensed this kind of problem. And I could remember that time. People decide that is what you are going to say. That's why I mentioned your name first. They started demolishing shops. If Kenny could remember that time, along the road, they said people should not do street hawking and all those things.
Yeah, of course, yes.
They were doing it under UPN too. They were doing it under UPN, so he didn't do anything.
Let me finish. And let me say the one I want to say. I'm not
on constant basis.
Let him finish now. Let him land his point. We're trying to see where he's going.
So, and if you see the uproar, even as at then, this government is too tough for us, so they want to kill us, so it doesn't want us to eat, and immediately Buhari took over. Everybody started jubilating. It shows that as people.
You mean Babangida?
Babangida, I mean, Babangida came in, took over from Buhari in 1985. Everybody started jubilating that ìjọba tí ò fẹ́ ká jẹ ìjọba tó lè yí.
ṣègbè náà ṣe yan Buhari ìgbà ni yan Buhari jáde náà yan Buhari.
You see, look at the mentality as at then when teams seemingly, because it was all things were not that good then also, but seemingly Look at the reaction. Look at the mentality. Our mentality now is more worse than that of 1983 and 1985.
See, Nigerian people, yeah, our people, they are just they are set of people say I don't even understand them. You understand? They what they
I know, Kenny. See, Simba is talking. The way Simba is talking is this: you are talking as if everything you do in life, people will agree with you. Even on this forum, we have multiple voices. Not even two. If Mike talk, I'm against him. If Simba talk, Prince Daddy is against. If Kenny talk, Remy is against. So it's telling you that it's our see. People will never agree with any government, no matter how good, how brilliant it is. That is why we talk of leadership. It is the duty of the leaders to remain consistent as long as you can carry the majority or significant people along to do the thing. So that people will complain is irrelevant. But I want to tell you something. Before Buhari Idiagbon you are talking about arrived, town council in Lagos were very efficient and they were demolishing illegal structure up and down. So Idiagbon Buhari did not do anything, but Idiagbon Buhari, they came with kind of aura.
Ola, what you are saying, if you are saying, okay, they were effective, where were they? Where were they when they were building those things that they were destroying? You claim that they were destroying that time. The so-called town council, why did they allow them to put up those structures?
Let me, at least they were doing the Buhari and Idiagbon, were they effective in doing everything?
It's not even don't let us have an argument. It's not about Buhari, but I know, but for them to have put up that structure, those structures that they were destroying
Let me tell you, Simba, that was one of those things that led to Jack Conde now finding solution in mass housing. And as he moved into that mass housing, he was rebuilding some community. If you've allowed the life of Jack Conde to rule for like 10 years, it would have been totally a different ball game. So just because someone now demolishing everything up and down without giving you alternative.
We can continue to say that.
Wait. Look at what we are doing now. I told you that Jack Conde was building, was relocating people and demolishing. But someone is coming and is demolishing, it's not relocating you. And we are saying those are the person we should plan for. Exactly. I'm telling you that even right under UPN, they were demolishing. But the approach was different. The approach is this: don't worry, we are going to compensate you. Whether you were wrong or you were right. But we are going to make sure we allay your delay. But someone is coming, it does not even care whether you go and pay after. It's demolishing your distance. We are saying that's the person we should be celebrating. This one is not a function of whether I don't like Buhari. His approach was just crooked and was anti-progressive.
Okay,
why would Nigeria not complain? Why are we not complaining? Okay, why are people from Morocco? Why are they not cursing Jack Conde today? Everybody is saying, Jack Conde tried. Jack Conde tried.
Okay, first, you have a good morning, everyone. I think for the first time in the history of that country, that short spell that Buhari and Idiagbon ruled Nigeria, that was the first time in the history of that country that Nigerians, who, wherever you are, they fall into line because of their war against indiscipline. And you must also talk about what brought them to governance. It's not that they planned a coup. The coup was necessary that time. The politicians have bastardized Nigerian political terrain. There is a huge corruption in the land. The president at that particular time, Shagari, does not know what he was doing. There was some pocket of good. Let me finish. There was a pocket of good governors from Lagos State. I totally agree with you. Jack Conde was an example. He did a lot of wonderful things in that state. But when you look at overall totality, they were
all Western governors. They did excellently, even including the president.
In terms of ranking them, no matter what happened, Jack Conde will be number one. I know that Bola also did.
No, Remy, I know. Look at all those governors. This guy arrested all the Western state governors under UPN.
Not only the Western, all of them.
Just 10 seconds. he didn't get any of them that embezzled. So tell me the corruption that they were fighting under there. When Ajashi, nothing stole nothing.
Let's say the truth, Babaola. We all know that during that time, Ade Dubu and the rest, there were political thuggery in Ibadan, fighting everything, so many stuff.
That's okay. That's
so
another
many
thing now.
states. There was so many trouble. We shouldn't lie, okay? We should tell what is exactly what happened. During that time, the political terrain was not peaceful.
Political thuggery was not an excuse for any government to take over power because it became worse.
I understand you. It was not a good reason, but the way we are going at that particular moment, don't you think at the end of the day, because we are preparing for 1983 election or what are they preparing for that? I was little, but at the end of the day, everybody knew that the political terrain was toxic. It was not good. There's a lot. In fact, I think it would have led to another thing entirely. So we don't know.
Remy, you know what we are saying. The people that took over, they had their own ulterior motive. That is what we are missing there. And when
why are you talking like a small boy? Any politician or any leader, we have an interest, no matter what happens.
Yeah. So the intention of the military itself were not okay, but they were just coming just to use that one to now pacify you and implement this. That was why when Buhari was disrupting the situation, they quickly removed him.
But let's just move ahead from that. Let's talk about what's the current situation you guys have been talking about.
Hold on, Remy, before you run to that part. The comment you made about the corruption in Shagari's government, and that's the reason why this military people came.
No,
and I was going to tell you that.
Not only corruption alone, the political terrain was toxic. There's a lot of
whatever the reason. Okay, perhaps, but for whatever reason they came and overthrew the government. Nothing has been better than when Shagari was in power. The country overall was much better. No matter what corruption you're talking about, there was the level of corruption then compared to when this military crooks came to power cannot be compared in any way, shape, or form. So that lazy argument.
But are you just talking, or you know what you are talking about?
I don't know.
I don't see, but I know what I'm talking about because I lived it. So one second. Are you saying Abacha loot and
Babangida? We are not talking. Just hold on. Okay, you can take them differently. Okay, or you want to just pull all the military together and say, okay,
all of them together. All of them together. All of them together.
I agree with you.
So now you know I know what I'm talking about. Yes. So yeah, so I say Shagari may not have known. It may have been docile in a lot of ways, but I'm telling you, we had a good country then. We did. Since the military came and from Buhari to Babangida and Abak, it's been down the hill from there. Down the hill. It's never been better. We had a planned country, a planned economy. I was little, but trust me, from Lagos to Kaduna, I could see it. I remember as a kid, I'm telling you, even though I've never been to London then, but the streets of Lagos and Allen Avenue felt like the way it is right now in America in a lot of ways. Well planned structure, street lights and everything. We had a good life. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. That the military came to do whatever they came to do.
During that time you are talking about, Lagos was clean, a lot of street light. There was just like today. There was still a lot of people.
Not like today. Not like today. Not like today.
Listen. There are still a lot of people still complain that time because that is why the Southwest enjoyed that time because it was free education, it was free healthcare. And if you know people very well, because they can go to the hospital for free health, they can send their children to school from primary school to secondary school. It's free. They often give them books. They give them everything. So they don't have cost to.
Correct.
This is a social benefit that they enjoy that time. So, but nowadays they are not enjoying that kind of social benefit anymore, because our leader became lazy.
That's the consequence of your Buhari you are praising.
No.
As bad as Shagari
No.
was,
I think if you want to put a blame to any Nigeria that bastardized that country, which is Babangida, to be frank.
No, it started from Buhari. No. I don't like this isolation of the angel within the love.
Okay, let me ask you one question.
Ola, you follow this man to his grave. You follow him to his grave. The way you are.
I always say that it was the Diago that actually did that coup. There's someone that said.
They call him. They call Buhari.
No, it was actually Babangida and Abacha. That's so because of their position and not just because of their position.
What about Bali? Duncan Bali?
All those people are the caucus member now. They are the
Duncan Bali, Vatsa, they are the one behind the Dongoyaro, yeah. In fact, Dongoyaro then was just a brigadier.
I know. Even including Diya and Co, they were all there. So it's not as if Buhari was not in the know, but because he was the most senior officer there. And in the history of Britain, by IPB, because most of the boys used, he was the instructor in the NDA. So they were able to execute whatever they were. So they made him the head.
And you know that he has been a minister before then. Buhari has been a minister.
Unless we are okay, I just
want money lost under Nemo. We are still talking about it today. Money got lost.
No matter
is
what.
it not documented? Now me write all those books. Have you not write them? You are just saying. Now me write the book.
Okay.
I did there when he shot the money.
No matter.
Is it not the same thing that happened when he was controlling PTF?
Ali used that PTF money under Abacha to create a lot, to construct a lot of.
Any leader in power, whether you were the one that shot the money or whatever, but as long as it happens under you, it's just like when someone gives birth to a child. You give birth to a child. If that bad guy go do something, say, you understand? There's no way you talk about a one round like that, and you will not talk about the politics.
Let's go back. I want to quickly talk about the listing of Nnamdi Kanu, and I want to use the opportunity to ask questions.
Okay,
I'm not against. I'm not against. I'm not against of releasing him. I'm not against of releasing him.
Why you not against this, Remy?
I will tell you why.
Okay.
I know what I want to say is this. I want to ask a question.
Okay.
If they release him, are we sure that another person will not come up again? That is one. Two, are we trying to patronize that anything you do in Nigeria just will rub your head? Forgive, go home and relax. Is that the kind
what about Samuel Ekpa? Don't we have one already?
So I don't understand Nigerians sometimes. So if somebody killed 50 people, you are well done. Just go home, go and relax. Don't do it again. Is that the country we want to be promoting? So, and in terms of youth saying, so that is a question I want people to ponder, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Even if you release everybody, the Southeast, they are not going to vote for him. And I know that Tinubu knows that one already. So no matter what happens,
See, it's not about Nigeria. It's about the Igbo people that are not truthful to themselves. You understand?
Yeah. And
if you have set of people like that are not truthful to themselves, so how can they be truthful to Nigeria?
I was watching politics on Channel TV yesterday, and they are trying to promote having their own sixth state. And they are already fighting among themselves. In one state, everybody is claiming one grant. Adada state, Etiti state, Olu state, the state. Oh my God! It was like these people are not coordinated at all.
So where's the land for the state? Where's the land?
No, what they are doing is that those ones that are clamoring for Etiti state, They are clamoring that local government should be removed from the 5 states and put together to make it a TT state.
Can you
So
imagine?
they are going to have 11 local government. There are another guy that is talking about Adada state. Those ones, they are saying that Igbo-speaking people from Delta and also from Rivers, they should carve 2 or 3 local government away from them and then carve the rest local government from the Southeast state and join so that they can have their Adada state. So,
sorry, Remy, quickly. You say you're not opposed to Nnamdi Kanu being released, but you didn't finish. What was the
yeah, my
submission
question about that is this. I'm trying to talk in a kind of indirect way. Means that if you release him, would that be the end of the agitation? That is practically no. And second, will it stop other people that are interested in saying, we just want to go? Will you stop them?
No. Remy, the question please, that is asking is, you said you are not against them releasing it. Why are you not against it?
Okay, my own position is this. Because unless there is every concrete evidence that he is the one that buy all those people. So sometimes his word cannot be totally used against him. That is the undertone here.
No, Remy, you are not a lawyer. Don't go there. A lawyer has
okay.
his position on
Okay.
that.
Let me just finish. Let me finish my analysis.
Okay.
Because we are in democracy, and this is people talk to one another in terms of, okay, now that they are pushing out their leaders, sending emissary to Tinubu, and I'm damn sure that they are going to send Obasanjo to him also. At the end of the day, everybody, so many people, but they will send it to Tinubu. So Tinubu have an option. Is it to tell them, let it leave it to the court to decide, or maybe settle out of court? But settling out of court, that is why I said I'm not against releasing. But settling out of court, what are the conditions that you are going to lay there in front of him and others, even the one that is here? So what are the conditions you are going to lay down so that we can have peace in that region? Because those people, I will not lie to you, they have demarcated Nigeria totally bad, man. Anywhere in the world.
See, Remy, see, there's no way we can totally absorb Nnamdi Kanu from whatever is happening in the southeast. Let's just face that fact. You see, incitement that you say here, it doesn't say in Canada here, incitement can carry up to 5 years. Even you just say something, go and do this thing, and people can catch you and give evidence that you actually encourage someone to do that thing. You can back 5 years like that. You are not carrying anything, no. But you are pushing someone
to prove
you understand?
that one behind it. So there's no
exactly. So he himself came online. A lot of things that he said himself, all those things. So the evidences are staring. The problem I had with Buhari was, if you could pick Kanu, you should be able to identify the criminals too within your own territory. It shouldn't. The criminals do not belong to a particular region.
So wait, was it Buhari that identified Kanu, or was it Kanu that identified himself?
Because
exactly.
No. Wait now. When you say someone is commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the military is under you, the DSS, they are all directly under the presidency. So if DSS could identify all those, where out of the DSS, wait now, if DSS could identify Nnamdi Kanu that he was doing something that is anti the country.
It was DSS that identified Nnamdi Kanu, or every one of us saw him. Like,
every one of us saw him. Wait. Every one of us saw him.
Mr. Ola, why are you making excuses like this? Come on.
I'm not making excuse. Just get me right. Crime should not be tolerated in any part of the country. Get me right. That's my basis.
And that's the end of the story then. If that's
wait. No. Get my point right. No, I want Arokin Badu. I want Arokin Badu to get my point right. I'm not saying Kanu should not be prosecuted or dealt with based on his own crime. Totally wrong. If you think that's what I'm saying. No. If you can dissipate energy to catch Kanu for what he's doing in this whole region. If you can dissipate energy to pursue Sunday Igboho for what he was doing in the Southwest, you should be able to run after this. What's the name of this guy that said we should be giving pardon to bandits? That he was telling us that we know where they live. Or what's the name of this former military guy that is
Gumi.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's not incitement. Mr. Ola,
carry all of them. That's what I'm saying.
There's a difference.
Carry all of them. But once you
and Gumi, you know that Gumi was actually the DSS invited Gumi not long ago.
Baba.
Twice. You know Gumi had a running battle with Buhari himself.
Gumi should be in jail for guest story.
For what? For incitement? Remember that Gumi's head is still locked up. That is it. That was actually helping him that was doing negotiation with the bandits. You know they picked that guy up.
I don't know. You are the one giving me information now.
I can't remember the guy's name, but there's one of Gumi's age as well. He's a very well reputable guy as well. He's well known. He's been picked up for a while now.
So it's not as if anybody is defending Kanu from that angle. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I'm not supporting criminality, but just make sure everywhere, every region in Nigeria, you must maintain security. So security should not be, oh, this is the only place. Everywhere in Nigeria is not secure.
Ola. See, Ola, we should start this. What about? You understand?
I'm not saying what about.
Because that's what you're trying to say now.
No. There's a difference between what about. I didn't say what about. Good, you've captured Kanu. Fine. United Arab Emirates, name some criminals, those people that are financing Boko Haram in Nigeria. They dealt with their own in United Arab Emirates there. And all we heard here is that, the name has been forwarded to Nigeria government authority. Till tomorrow, we have not heard anything. So, United Arab Emirates could identify people. And all of a sudden, the Nigeria DSS are used to know, the Nigeria the military intelligence that are used to know, at least on the pages of newspaper, all of a sudden, they could not identify the sponsor of criminality in some part of the country. I'm not doing what about.
So United Arab Emirates, and whatever they say is complete facts, and you gotta go by that. And secondly, hold on. Wait. There's been more war. There's been more war. The military has done more war in the north than in the south. Stop fighting criminality or banditry and there's been more bombing, more like when I talk about active war against criminality or whatever, bandit or whatever in the north in the past 10 years. Like more northerners have died, like in the hands of both the hands of military and hands of the terror or whatever, the criminals, than in the south. So the idea that they are ignoring all the crime in the north and they are only coming to the south to fight us, that's just fallacy, man. Come on.
Okay, Mike, hear me out. After this one, I will not say anything about it. Now we can say Kanu now is the sponsor of violence within IPOB. Yeah, we can say it's the sponsor. Tell me, who is the sponsor of those crimes in the north? Now,
well, you tell me now.
Sunday Igboho was
Are you suggesting? Okay, are you suggesting? Okay.
If they didn't go after Abubakar Shekau, I would say you have argument. If they let Abubakar Shekau walk around.
How many people have died? How many Kanuri people have died? You know how many people have died in the northeast?
That's not what I'm saying.
That they have died in the northeast. So are you suggesting that the elites there are intentionally fighting themselves? Are you telling that Buratai doesn't want to go home? You know Buratai, the former chief former minister. You know he had to airlift his family from their village because
the atrocity Nigerian army have committed against Northerners. They are even Amnesty International.
Amnesty International is even talking.
And Allah is telling us there that they are ignoring
their JTF. Do you know how many JTF people have died and have died?
This is the problem now. For us to move forward.
Come on, let us move away from this stuff now. This
we need sincerity. But
I just hate North. I just hate Northerners. All those Yoruba have been brainwashed. Just hate the North. You know.
Like this, Northern people are homogeneous. Inside that North, they have Kanuri. Kanuri people are Fulani people. They don't even get along.
They've been fighting wars for centuries.
Any day we are sincere in
But
moving
because all of
forward,
you just lump them together, not.
any day we are
In that
sincere
Benue
in
State,
moving forward, we are going to
in
solve our
Benue
problem.
State, they have
Look at
issues
the
in
type of
Benue State between
infidelity
all the
happening
ethnic groups.
among
It's
us here now.
Ola is like Aragidigba. It's like you say south. Is your part of IPOP?
Exactly. That's not in simple Benue States. In Benue States, okay, there's Idoma people and their neighbors. They have been fighting each other.
I decided not to mention Fulani because if I mention the word Fulani, for example, now this place now will be the argument.
Fulani people in the north are less than 2%. How many are they? What's your population?
That's not even the issue. That's the problem. The problem is that when we now are talking of a bigger issue now, we just unpick from what we want to hear. The question is this. Now, Shekarau was identified as one of the leaders of Boko Haram, right? Just like we say, Kanu is the leader of IPOB, right? Who are the leader of the bandits? Separate bandits now.
The bandits are a disjointed group. That's why they are called the bandits. They have leaders, but they are a disjointed group. They are not a formal group. They are not a political movement.
No one created them in front of our eyes.
They are not a formal group. They are not a political
movement in front of our eyes on the
online.
They
are not sincere in finding a solution, Gary. Let's move to another topic.
You're losing. You have said that you lost the argument.
Let me interject.
No, Mike, I'm not here to win an argument.
You lost the debate. You lost the debate.
We are not debating. Let me interject.
I've said it over here that whenever I'm talking here, I'm not here to win an argument. I'm just
you lost the debate very much.
Mike, you are never going to win any argument in the public space.
Let me interject a little bit. The problem with the southern Nigeria, I will tell you, most southern Nigeria, they believe they are superior than the northern part. They believe we are better than them. We often believe that anything that came from there is bad. Everything that came from there is just interest of their own people alone. It's not that way. We in the South, there's a lot of things we are doing to ourselves that are even more terrible. And when you do your analysis, some people will look at it from the religion aspect, thinking this kind of religion is superior than that religion. Let's call it a spade a spade. The Shekari you are talking about today is already gone. The bandits, so many of them, they have killed their leaders.
They are even killing them. They are bombing them every day.
They are bombing them every day. If you know, can they bomb the southern Nigeria like that? That is why they are restraining.
The last time Buhari tried it in Southeast,
they mistakenly kill some people. They find some people mistakenly now, innocent people. They still find some people innocently in Kaduna recently now.
Can they drop
when Nigerian army bomb an entire village?
Because they mistook them for bandits. They find all of them.
And all I will tell us that they are living in northern Nigeria.
Imagine how angry I'll be if they mistakenly drop bomb in Lagiri. I won't forgive Nigerian army till I die now.
Yeah, sometimes if we are talking, we should also put human face to it sometimes.
Okay.
Because
let's move away from the topic.
Listen, let me talk, Ola, please.
No, we're not moving.
From the last 20 years.
Okay, stay there.
For the last 20 years, these people have suffered because of insecurity.
Now, it's Southerners think that Northerners cannot afford that now.
Yeah, whether it's the architect of their political elite or the problem of the whole country as a whole, they have suffered. And I don't think any southern Nigerian region, whether south, southeast, or southwest, can suffer that way and still remain in Nigeria. I'm telling you the truth. They cannot drop bomb on Oyo, Ekiti, Ogun like that, and we say, okay, we are still going to remain. That will be the end of that country. But these people have suffered. I'm not trying to say what they have done is good sometimes, but one thing we must give it to them is that they are not complaining like, okay, they are killing all these terrorists. You cannot see an average Hausa man coming on board and say, you should not kill them, or we should protect them. No. They want Nigerian soldiers, they jubilate when they kill them. But when you go to the south, it's another thing entirely. That is when you now you dust your books and start saying, this is against human rights, this is that, and everywhere you be on television. Before we know it, all the whole world already know we'll be talking rubbish. And while you are protecting your own. What Igboho did was wrong. Although his own kind of agitation or whatever is not the same like Nnamdi Kanu, But if we are going to say the right thing, if they have arrested him or pie him that day, that will be the end. Well, and there's one thing I like the Yoruba about that. When we also see all those Yoruba agitators in the last few weeks trying to take over your state, all Yoruba people, we rise up and gang up against them. That's how people are supposed to do. And I don't know why the people that are trying to say they want to liberate your people and started killing your people. It's like I want independence for my people and I'm killing them. What's the justification? I don't understand that kind of agitation anymore. So, Ola, we must always say the truth. When you look at it, they have suffered the northern part of the country, especially northeast and northwest. They suffer, even including some.
Okay, Remy, you said the truth. Almighty Jude, I don't know if you want to talk, Mike. I don't know. I know maybe you are the one pushing it that Almighty Jude should talk. I don't know. So, Jude, if you want to talk.
Jude just came here to take a nap. He came here to sleep.
I think it's one man that wants Jude to talk.
On the screen now, so that's why I'm asking.
One man wants Jude to talk. He left a message that we should let Jude talk.
Okay.
But it's not, you know one thing about Jude, I pity for them also, because they are part of they are in Nigeria before the the referendum they did, and they are set to go with the French Cameroonian, and the French Cameroonian also tricked them that if they come to them, it's going to be a level playing field. But since that time, they never have respite. They never have peace in their region. I mean, the English-speaking side. They regretted it. But now they are having the same problem the Southeast are having in Nigeria. They want to go away, but their leaders are also using them to siphon money. The so-called agitator for them in the English-speaking side of the Cameroonian, they are using them to make money. It's just a cash cow. So it's not really like we really want to really get away from Cameroon. So when you look at everything, it's so funny, okay? So I understand him. He sees himself more as a Nigerian than a Cameroonian. That is why you always see him coming to Nigerian platform most time. But what can you do?
Anyway, we were discussing something here yesterday. I was unable to land.
Okay, go ahead.
About all this, our university and the system of education we run in Nigeria. And I was about challenging Patoski yesterday because I think our university in Nigeria, so and I'll unapologetically tell most of the academic in Nigeria, many of them, they are just lazy bunch of people in the academia. They don't even understand why they are in the academics other than for them to march to the office and just collect salary. Why did I say so? In this environment, Jude is not coming. Boa, we be asking Jude to come, but he's not talking. So if you want to talk, we give him room. So we are not dominating, but he's not responding to us. So the thing is this: here where I live, our university here has 9,000 hectares of land for ranching only. We're still not talking of other farming this thing, ranching. You know what it means for people to prepare for like 2,000 cows, and they were trying some kind of experiment. Some they will sell, some they just for experiment, and they just go and work with farmers, local farmers, on how to breed and improve on the outputs. Inside there, they have piggery, poultry, everything. That's just a university. You understand? If I remember how much they even make in that university as a revenue, is it $450-something million? I think I need to go and check that fact. That's what the university is generating, So in Nigeria, one of the problems we have is we have lazy university system, lazy educational system that all they care about is the discrepancy between HND and BSc. And YNC should be higher than ND, but not what they are showing out.
They only care about going on strike alone. It's all about money.
You understand? So if university of agriculture in Abeokuta, if they even have farm and do all those things, because my guy is not here today now because I was going to take it up with him yesterday. It is the duty of Federal University of Agriculture in Abeokuta to go into agriculture. University is just a center of civilization for your country, for your city. They should lead by example because they are the one that they are equipped with the knowledge. They should lead. Okay. Now, if me or that person.
Ola, sorry to interject. I just read a report on the cable news now that Nigerian custom intercept about 270 million worth of rifle in Lagos port.
Yes, now shotguns.
I think they want to party in that country
from Turkey.
Who is doing that?
If you see how many shotguns were there, you will be afraid.
And
the shotguns were coming from Turkey.
I don't understand. What is going on?
The
shipping was from Turkey.
The robbery and all those militancy in Nigeria, that's it.
No, I don't think those guns are for Kiloko. It's either they are passing through Nigeria to somewhere else, or it's for something more sinister. If you see the amount, brand new.
Even that's Obasanjo as far back as early 2000, they intercepted trailer loaded with such kind of funny things. So they be smuggling all those things. But the problem in Nigeria is how do we make sure that we tighten all those things? But see, let us go back to our agriculture, begging. Because when we talk of this thing, that there are so many things that our university should be leading. And we should forget about, see, let me tell you, because we have to go out by, this is one of the reasons I love Lagos State. When the founder of Access Bank those days, when they went crazy, they started discriminating against some state universities. You will see how backward some leaders in Nigeria think. You want to employ university graduates to be a teller, university graduates to be carrying PC, university graduates to just be doing data entry, and you are demanding for first class, you are demanding for second class. You were not even limiting it to that. You were not saying all the Nigeria premier universities, like University of Lagos, like University of Ibadan. You were not saying, oh, LASU, no, you don't trust LASU. Oh, it's a university. No, you don't want that standard. Or the HND, that one, you don't even do anywhere at all. Talk less of anything. So what now happened was that until this Lagos State government then told them, they say, look, if that is what you want to do, I think you have to relocate your business away from my state. That guy reset their brain. You see, in our workplace today, the government need to reset the brain of employers. I know that the federal government themselves, they are culprits. They are culpable in this. Most jobs that you see graduate doing in Nigeria, some people will even upon the same job, they will get a PhD. We don't need caliber of education to do that. Even before all this proliferation of using university graduates in as a teller, start at 6, then later the graduate secondary school graduate. That should be enough. So when you are going to university, you are challenged because why am I saying this thing? You see some of us. Okay, I used to have a professor now, background in mechanical engineering as an undergraduate, but he funded a computer, a computer business that he later sold for more than $2 million, and later became a professor of finance. Look at that trajectory. Background in mechanical engineering, but he has his PhD in finance. I tell you, in Nigeria, for the fact you have mechanical, they will fair of send you back again if it is possible. I'm just giving an example. This is metaphoric now. It's what they can even send you back that you have to go back to university and learn finance again. Then you come and do masters. Then you come and do PhD. All those nonsense. We are just wasting efforts on what is not going to help us. A university in my background, 9 hectares of land just for ranching only. And they were working with the farmers. Then those people in oil and gas, they were working too. They were getting. So all this I told you that I'm doing is this. our university should be able to work with the like of Dangote, the like of Airpeace, the like of Innocent, and help them to carry out research and get some kind of money from them to help improve on local products. Allow those people that attend technical school and secondary school that you can retrain within your environment to work for you. Our NEPA was better when people with technical education were the one with NEPA till you started employing HND or that to start climbing pole. Because at their own level, a whole me, how can I be living with 4,000 naira a month, for example? No, I must do some kind of shady thing to make millions. That is why you find our system not functional. So
can I be allowed to interject you for 1 second?
Oh, my brother, I will be. It will be nice. Go ahead.
Can I say that you are accusing universities of not doing enough? Can I say that I put it to the elite?
I'm not even accusing
and the wealthy, and the wealthy that they are not doing enough, because when you look at all this, the big five, is it the big four they call them? A lot of their funding comes from alumni, and then you have someone like Ndimi Dangote. I think it was Ndimi recently that 2 of his daughters graduated from one university in America, and he went to give them $1 million. It was one of my neighbors that happens to be from that side. He's an elite as well, not an elite. I was telling me that, can I believe that man has never, ever given anything to any university in Nigeria?
I think he did that to protect his interest in America, which is
not one block. That man.
I don't know whether
Dangote didn't invest in Nigerian universities until it became expedient because he was starting a refinery. Now Dangote is building blocks around in all the universities around Nigeria, giving them money.
I think he also has a university.
No. Let me give you an example. Now there's a university called Georgia Institute of Technology. Their computer science program, if you go for the program, you can't come out of that program for less than $60,000. This guy, they develop a program, they build a proposal that they have shortage of techie guys within the environment, people with the knowledge of computer science. And they made a proposal.
Hey, Prince Daddy, hold on, guys. Prince Daddy, are you still there? Nah, the guy already slept.
No, he will come back.
I was gonna.
He will come back real quick. So now they made that proposal. They went to different people until AT&T now put money down. That okay.
Hey, Mike, yeah, I stepped away from the phone. I was hearing you. What's going on?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, what do you think about the debate between Trump and Biden? You know? I think Biden destroyed Trump.
I know say once we enter that region now, another topic.
Let Ola finish.
So now AT&T now gave them money. AT&T gave them money. Do you know that the program they were running for 60,000 is now less than 7,000? As I speak to you today, the program that they usually have like 200, 300 people in the program, they now have close to 15,000 people. Google it. Go and Google.
Is that not an oversupply?
Wait, forget about oversupply now. Just look at the activity of university. University approached people now, and they now make education cheaper. You understand? So look at that. That is university for you. For you to complete the program, you run for 60,000. For now, go for less than 7,000. And they will still pay.
What are you guys talking about? What is the point you guys are making? I'm trying to catch up.
The point is that our universities, we are lazy. Our university system is lazy in Nigeria. We are not doing what can help the country. But universities say they are doing. Like University of Calgary.
Ola, can I interject? Well, you see, it's not me. It's not fair to blame the university. You should blame the students that are picking the course that they know that the job is not in Nigeria in the first place.
No, Kenny.
And I'll blame the universities for that particular.
You don't get my point.
The university, the schools, they should set the program. The university should set the program for the market.
Okay, how can you as a student?
The university should research what the market needs.
Thank you, Arugiliga. That's what I'm saying.
How can you pick a course? You're going to spend 4 years. After 4 years of your course, there's no job for you in Nigeria. How can you
Mr. Kenny, you have to understand that we've all been young before. And when you are young, you're coming out of secondary school, not everybody has a clear path as to what they want to do in life.
Exactly.
And also the nature of the market changes. I mean, when I got into university and I went to study engineering, we used to look at people that are doing computers as people that went to do computing science were people that couldn't get into maybe electronic engineering or mechanical engineering or the higher science fields. So they go and do computer science with business admin. You get, but within 10 years, look at what has become of people that are doing computer sciences. I then had people like myself that did engineering going back to learn programming.
You understand? So the thing is this: you do the research in the market, and university here, when they train you to, they have career department that they help to link you with their industry partners. They don't just give you degree and say no, they help you through career. They have career department that take you through all those career cards. But university in Nigeria, once they graduate you, congratulations, you go. None of them is working.
Well, it's called, we don't have industries in Nigeria now, so
Mike. If as a matter of fact, university are supposed
economy is not that robust where there's just career all over the place.
No, Mike, university are even supposed to be part of industry creation in Nigeria. They're supposed to be part. Okay, let me give now.
Ola, before you go, I just want to quickly chip in this. It is the Nigerian University Commission, NUC, that develop curriculum for both private and public university, especially public university, and all public university must follow it. That is number one problem.
No, that's not even the issue, Remy. They can give you a curriculum.
Because sometimes
let me wait now. Let me wait. I'll tell you why it's not issue. Now, you go for computer science in Nigeria, right? You go for computer science in, let's say, in Mike University in the United States of America. Nigeria University will be telling you that, okay, define C++. Who is the developer? You just be writing jargon. But in American University, they will tell you, okay, C++ is what they can do. They will now look for a real life application. So, okay, store A want to develop, want to build a store, and they want the store to be online. So you should be able to take credit card. I should be able to send the signal to the logistic company that we do this for you. Okay, please design a system at commercial level that we have this component and do that. You see this right? Already what we're doing in the industry is what they are putting before you. But someone is only telling you to now define something. What is the whole in electronics? If you do this.
Remy? Is Remy there?
I'm here.
So what's going on with the euro there? The euro call that's going on there in Europe. I feel like you guys
are fantastic now. We are having a super team for the quarterfinal. And we are looking forward to Germany against Spain tomorrow. It's going to be hell of a match.
I think Spain will destroy Germany.
And you can't say that. And I think France.
It's not guaranteed though.
France is going to meet Portugal. So it's also a
France will beat Portugal. That one is sure.
Those people they always working it so that England can get further. Why did they put Spain and Germany this early?
No, England is going to be meeting Switzerland, and Switzerland is very good.
Yes, but they should have put England against a big opposition. They always try to work it for England.
They were lucky to be in the quarterfinal because they are already gone. Just 2 or 3 minutes remain, and then this guy scored. Okay, they were just lucky. They are not a super team in this competition. But when you look at it, against Switzerland is anybody's game. because that's Switzerland.
Yeah, Switzerland guys are good, man. They will beat England now.
So it's anybody's game.
If you just give any country to England, they will beat England. Even the forget about England, Jerry.
You know, they always hype their players, okay? But actually, in the match they play against, is it Slovenia or Slovakia or something like that? I think
even the last Euro, their performance in the last Euro is better than this one.
Yeah.
No, I don't think Switzerland will beat England, though. You know, the same.
Did you watch it? Have you ever seen Switzerland game this competition? Did you watch that game?
I watch everything, even on my phone.
I want to say solid. They are solid defensively.
No, I'm not saying they are not solid. Just the thing is game by game. You know, I was actually going to make a joke, though.
Ola.
One
of the things you have to consider: how many goals has England scored in this competition?
Sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes it doesn't matter.
England is not good. It's not winning this one.
To me, this is the worst England team I've ever seen.
You know,
maybe in the last from South African 2010 World Cup. This is the worst England team I've ever seen.
You must know one thing about English team. It's like they hype their players to I don't know to what extent. You would think they're the best.
I must find a way to watch those matches on Friday.
So tomorrow, but Germany is okay. Musiala is playing a great in the midfield and also as a supporting.
So you think, Remy, you think that Germany team can survive Spain?
It's going to be difficult. But one thing you should never give us is that first, Germans, they are machine, and when it comes to big occasion like
forget about machine, that was in the 80s and 90s. Which machine?
They don't play like machines anymore, man. This generation of German players, they don't play like any machine anymore.
When it comes to big occasion like this, I will tell you the truth. It's 50-50 chance.
But when's the last time they step on a big occasion?
Don't mind.
But they have a fairly good team today.
Philip Lam and all those guys left. Well, Germany is no longer Germany. When the
last England team, the last German team was in was it 1986 or so, 2006? I can't remember that day.
No,
the World Cup. Now that was it. When they won the World Cup, when they destroyed
they destroyed Argentina and England.
Yeah, when Tony close? That guy,
that was South Africa now. That was the one in South Africa, was it not?
That guy won.
No, it was Spain that won South Africa now.
Miroslav
Close. Miroslav Close.
When they had all those kind of guys, when Germany was the machine, when they had Michael Ballack, all those guys, after that generation, Germany is no longer machine, man.
The Brazil World Cup, when they have the Muller and the rest, they play good football that time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was the last time they were machine. After that, they haven't been machine again. All these boys they have these days, they're just
they are like plastic. The ones that we have now, they are plastic.
I know that Spain is complete, but I just see that match.
Didn't Joachim win FIFA World Cup in 2014? When Joachim was coach, they still won World Cup.
I think it's the one they won in Brazil. I didn't know the one that won it in Brazil. That's a true.
In 2014, they still won now. So they still finished top. No, they've always been there, but they can't be winning all the time.
Yes,
so
even Brazil is no longer Brazil. Brazil and
even Hansi Flick.
Mike. Generally, we are just deceiving ourselves. Standard of everything is actually falling.
Yes.
In football, those days, if you pick any big team in Europe, be it AC Milan, Inter Milan, Man U, even Liverpool, Real Madrid, you can mention big players. You understand? You will be going to World Cup and you can say, okay, these are the players that we are going to watch in the World Cup. We are coming to Euro 2024, and we can't even mention 2 or 3 star players that are coming to watch. You see average players now. They are not the ones that will now be hyping. average players. Can we see the likes of
Simba?
yes?
Let us take it over. Let me tell you one thing. You are not looking at that others too are catching up, because sports science has changed a lot. So look, so because those days some people, they are the lower part of it, they are not up to the game. So others, they will just bamboozle them anyhow. Look at Switzerland now, for example. We are talking of Switzerland today. Where were Switzerland those days? Because everybody is stepping up. I know those of Juve, Inter Milan, AC Milan you are talking about. Even there was a time that Real Madrid and Barcelona, if they were facing all those people, you could easily tell what will be there. But over time, people too now they step up the game. So to me, I see that's more of step up. Look at today now.
So you are telling me, Ola, so what you are telling me that the standard has improved?
The standard has improved. That's the way that's my own perspective.
Let me ask you. Now, okay, they said okay, they want to give a Ballon d'Or award, and they mention the players that you think that okay, they can win Ballon d'Or. What have they done extraordinary? You can't even mention. You can even if they ask you to mention five, you can't mention.
Wait now, what has Ronaldo and Messi done extraordinarily? Is that what you are talking?
They are not the one contesting now. Their own generation is gone. No, I'm talking about now. Okay, how can you? Let me tell you, Ola. Even for Ronaldo and Messi to dominate that scene for almost 20 years, it shows you that standard has fallen. Before, hardly could you win Ballon d'Or back to back. But you now have two players dominated for more than 2 decades. And you are telling me sports science.
Which generation will Messi play that won't win that Ballon d'Or back to back?
It's only this generation.
Messi is not human being, though.
Messi is good, though, but I don't think Messi is good, but I don't think if he was playing maybe in the late 90s or the early 2000s, I don't think
exactly. May God bless you.
I know.
Wait, in the 2000s.
That's our assumption. That we just about to nostalgia. We think.
No, I don't think so.
There was a time Pele.
It's going to be difficult for him that time because
so you want to tell me that if the generation during the generation of Ronaldo de Lima, when we have Ronaldo de Lima, when we have all those
there was a time that there was a time there was a time Jose Mourinho will bamboozle everybody. But today, coaches we have, they've unlocked Jose Mourinho. They've unlocked him seriously. Even look at Pep Guardiola now. Even though he's still trying because of the club is, but believe me, they've started unlocking him. He will soon run away from Premier League. Because we are talking, okay, go and look at the video of
Ola, I don't even know what you mean by Ola. What are they? If somebody can, okay, you mentioned Mourinho, yes. Mourinho was on that stage for how many years? You understand? Guardiola has been there since 2008. This is 2024. And you are waiting for how many years for somebody to tell me, just hold on. Tell me one imagined coach. Let us even leave the players now that you can put in the calibers of these people that you said they have unlocked.
Okay, now hear me out. If Pep is that excellent, I'm not saying it's not excellent, so how come it's not dominating Champions League like the way he's dominating the local league? So you still don't get it, because you can, okay, Now, the same Pep.
Let me.
Wait.
No. That question. Let me puncture that your question. Tell me who are the coaches that are winning this same Champions League that you said? Why is he not winning it? You see the likes of Ancelotti that's been there since for 30 years.
So
you understand? Are they the new ones? Are they winning anything?
Well, okay. What of Thomas Tuchel?
What did he do? Thomas Tuchel, is he a good coach?
Who is Thomas Tuchel? He's not a good coach, and
let me tell you, I just outlier. He was just lucky. Okay, Thomas Tuchel was in PSG. He was formerly in Dortmund. What did he achieve in Dortmund? He went to PSG. He failed.
Forget about.
I beg you, I don't even know what you are talking about. When he left, when he was even in Chelsea, apart from that Champions League.
Don't change your question. You say how many of them have won it? Am I responding to you? Thomas Tuchel won. Jurgen Klopp won.
Jurgen Klopp is not a younger coach.
Danny Zidane won. Zuzu. Is it one? Right? Hansi Flick won. You understand? So this guy, Roberto Di Matteo won. So it's not as if others are not winning, but there are some that they are superlative coaches.
That is what you want to do. You want to take it away from them. We are saying that those old days, you cannot say you want to win this thing back to back, and then you have, because you have a lot of people at the same level with you.
What we are not looking at in terms of Ancelotti, Carlo Ancelotti, we are talking about now is this: you are playing for Real Madrid.
It's not. Let me tell you, Ola. Wait.
Do you know what Real Madrid means? Do you really understand what Real Madrid is, the position of football? Barcelona wanted to sign like Real Madrid, and they're in trouble today. When people are signing Galactico, the day Barcelona tried to copy Real Madrid problem, they enter into debt. Look at Man City.
Ola, don't let us go into politics. If you want to go into that, there is a lot of politics between Real Madrid and Barcelona. We know what is happening in Spain.
It's not even politics.
You understand?
I'm talking of
politics. It's politics, pure politics. And let me tell you, Real Madrid is the team for the Spanish rulers. Why Barcelona, and you know Barcelona, why they even belong, they are trying to break away from Spain. So there's a lot of things that
I don't even understand what politics have got to do with this one. We are talking.
There's a lot of politics. The kind of financing.
See.
You know what of those clubs they are publicly owned.
Yeah, but I don't know what Simba is talking about.
Yeah, no, I agree with Simba that those exactly what he's saying.
That's not even the issue. We are talking of sporting. Forget about finance.
No, for Real Madrid and Barcelona, the nature of the board and it affects the financial.
I'm not saying. See. I'm not saying. That's why I told you that they tried what Real Madrid did, and they're in trouble. They are very insolvent now. They just have to be selling the assets to get into that. Now,
why are they in trouble? Why are they in trouble? Why would Madrid be able to do it successfully? And Barcelona find it difficult.
Farabale now. We are talking of sporting now. So the question now is this: look at as they have super team in Bundesliga, they have super team in La Liga, they have super team in Premier League. The question now, I'm still telling you, because we want to say those coaches, I'm not saying they are not good, but when Ancelotti was managing everything, it was another result entirely.
Money is important in football now, so all of us know that at this stage.
Exactly.
So you know why?
Why didn't Pep go to Everton?
That's exactly what I'm saying, because we are saying no.
The issue is let me you see somebody who has walked across.
You don't even let someone answer your question, because you are saying football standard has fallen. And I'm telling you that technology, the world has grown in knowledge beyond what we used to be in the 80s.
So you mean that the football that we are watching today is better than the one that we used to watch before?
If
I don't know your argument, too.
If I was born
So all
yesterday,
these plastic boys that they will play one game and they will play one game.
The quality of the individual players has dropped.
The quality is not there. Even the power. Let me tell you, we now have players now that they will play one match or two matches and they will go for 6 months with injury. You are talking about sports science. Now you now more injury among players, even now more than before.
But Simba, that has been explained though. There's been an explanation for that though. It's actually it's something that's been discovered is wrong with American sports. And what they've discovered is that the way young people, because of the academy system, the academy system breaks most of those players. But most of those players, when they are very young, they start to develop severe injuries. You know that then linger. So they have they might take a knock in their knee when they are still developing, and you see it with American sports as well. And you see big injuries in American sports. We didn't used to see big injuries like this in European sports, in football. But now, football, soccer, football is being managed in the same way.
Conversant. I'm not in America. I'm not conversant because all those sports that they even do in America, I don't like them. I'm talking, okay, let me give you for example. Last season, Chelsea bought Lavia. And the guy only played 30 minutes of football for a whole year.
Even worse, like, look at Man United now.
Look at Newcastle. You now see that a team will register, let's say 25 players, and 13, 14, 15 players will be on injury list.
Now.
Every week in, week out. And it's peculiar to all the team.
I think
the
players as well they are failing. They are avoiding playing because you can't blame them, because if you have a big injury in your career, especially if you have a contract coming up. So even players, they accused Luke Shaw that he was avoiding playing now, that was avoiding showing up playing for Man U because he didn't want to get injured again, because he wanted to get into the England team for the Euros. So the players as well, it's very complex. The game is not the same anymore. The passion is gone. The players don't have the desire. They don't have the individual. It's willpower really. It's not that the talent is less. It's the willpower is not there. It's the willpower. That is what makes Ronaldo and Messi shine, because those ones, they have the willpower. They want to. Whereas there's other people that have more talent than Ronaldo and Messi in terms of this football, but they don't have the willpower to match their talent, and they've not been able to actualize what their potential is. That's really what it is. It's a shame, because when you look at the footballers of that time, a lot of them were very, very special in terms of what they could do, but they had good technical abilities. They could read the game very well.
You'll be watching game and you see somebody that is something that will make you to want to continue watching what they will be displaying. Those players on both sides of the pitch, to me, I don't know what we're even watching. Very dull. It's
not inspiring. It's nothing inspiring. Players that are avoiding tackles, they don't want to go into a tackle. It's very lazy and uninspiring. The passes are lame. You're a professional footballer now. You know how to do this thing. Instead of you do a well-weighted pass, you won't give your teammate a well-weighted, good quality pass. And they're paying you all this money, and you go to training. That's what they do now. They wake up in the morning, they go to training for 2 hours, and then they have the whole day off. I mean,
that's your career.
They're paying you a lot of money for it.
The owners of the club, because they are doing business, the next thing that even the players can even gang up against the coach. I remember I was watching Obi Mike.
Simba.
Let me finish what I want to say, Ola. Obi Mike, I was watching, because Mike has this podcast that he's doing in Dubai now. Okay. And he was telling what Mourinho used to do to them, the way he used to push them, the way he used to talk to them, and they tolerated it, and they still able to achieve, and they will match whatever the coach has, told them during the training, and even after, even during the halftime when they are playing, and they will go there and put in all their effort. But these days, you even see players that will snub the coach and go and sit down.
Where?
You understand? Then the next thing is that they will gang up, and then when they are not performing, the next thing is to start the coach.
Coach, yes.
Okay, Simba, let me tell you something. Nowadays, there are more games than used to be before. Now, the
teams are big as well.
You say?
The average team is bigger as well. The average team is substantially bigger in terms of the squad.
No. You don't look at it that way. You look at how the number of games per players too. So it's not about whether they are this thing. So you know the number of minutes they play. And you know, interesting here is this. I challenge everybody. There is a site called Kaggle.com. It's all about data. So you go to football analytics there. If you really want, because there have been some kind of hypothesis to prove that older players are better than today's players, go and read for yourself and just get the outcome. So I won't be the one to talk it.
But football is not a mathematical thing like that. Because your performance is relative to the person you are playing against as well.
See, sometimes you see something with your eye and you are biased. You don't see. Woman, when we look at it, we are biased. I'll give an example from Chelsea fan perspective. Mason Mount, he won the Player of the Year of the club for 2 consecutively, and he contributed in those 2 years. He was the one that contributed highest goals and assists.
For Chelsea, Player of the Year for Chelsea, they don't generalize it.
I mean Chelsea now. The thing is, I said it clearly. I said from the perspective of Chelsea fans. Now, if you go to fan base today, they will tell you that Mason Mount is not a world-class player. They will tell you that Reece James, that hardly played 15 games in a year, is a world-class. They will telling you that, when they were playing, he was worth it. Just because he scored one, he was at AC Milan or Juve, he managed to score 2 goals now from the corner. Just 2 things, they were impressed. But they were not looking at even Mason Mount that was scoring, the guy that was crucial to winning Champions League and all those things he did and the FIFA World Cup. No, because they can't remember that, because people sometimes they have this short attention span. They forget it quickly. They only remember what happened yesterday. The one that happened like 3 years, they don't know. Suddenly, the year Mason Mount has injury, he became an average player that is not good. And some people are still even wishing me failure, even playing for Manchester United. That's the type of fan base we have today. But if you pick data, you've not met these people before, you've never seen them in your life, but you put data in front of you, choose the replay, because this is scientific now. It's not subjective. It's not this. So there's an application we call OpenCV. You understand? Open computer vision, that they use to capture everything that a player does. You will see the type of attempt he makes, the type of dribbling, dribbling, his awareness, everything. They put it under the data. So over time, we've seen that data speaks differently from human feelings. So to me, what is actually advancing, it is in the moral aspect that we actually moving backward. But when it comes to sophistication in some other aspect of life, whether you want to talk of industrialization, whether you want to talk of improvement or the science, whatever aspect of science you want to talk, you understand, what is actually progressing, not coming back. But for us of old generation, for us of old school, we used to think yesterday was better than today. So that is human bias. That's just my opinion.
Ola, let me ask you this example of Mason Mount that you mentioned. Mason Mount graduated from the Chelsea Academy, and he could only reign for 2-3 years. Where is he today? Why is he not performing at that same level that you
You see
are
the
referring
bias
to?
I'm talking about. Do you know how many matches in alone? He played the most matches among
Oh,
Chelsea.
God. So he's tired. Abi? So what is responsible for his lack of
He
form?
had a hip injury. He had an injury that this guy, okay, just like Enzo Fernandez now. That guy was nursing pain injury, and they were giving him injection to play. Can you imagine?
No, he has an hernia. He's not injured.
So
He has a hernia.
This guy was playing with injection. Why should it be that? And look at some Chelsea fans now. They are blaming him for not performing, but they never knew that this guy was playing with injection.
Ola. Okay, with the level of medical sciences and everything that the question I want to ask you is that why are we having more injuries in sports these days?
Okay, look at it this way now. Why do we have more injury in Chelsea than any other team in Premier League, for example? Then we should start questioning the doctors there, right? Or maybe the coach. How come that Chelsea?
But it's not. How many at least successive coaches? They say they have similar problem.
No, not all of them.
Not under
Mourinho, not under Mourinho, not.
I'm talking in recent time. I'm not talking now. Those ones are old now. I'm talking about from Tuchel down.
Can I interject a little bit?
He will not under Lampard.
Can I
because
interject?
I have Chelsea injury record is on internet. You can see clearly.
I think first and foremost, you must look at the team individually. What kind of play do they play? What kind of pattern do they play? If you look at Liverpool, you will see that it's seldom for a player to hold on to the ball for too long. They play what we call high tempo, in which you
Genge pressing. Just call it Genge pressing. Just like Chelsea or that to show.
Just pass and then lob the ball into the front and give it to Salah, that guy that left them, that Manning and the rest, and scored the goal. But when you look,
and running is part of it too, high tempo running.
And when you look at the intensity of Chelsea play, it's that you must get involved at every available time. And when you look at Arsenal play, you can see that the intensity about the passes formation is a build-up game. So there's chances for Chelsea player and Arsenal player to have injury easily compared to Liverpool. And at the same time, they play a lot of matches year in, year out. It's not easy. These are not machines. You can't be playing like at that high tempo. To now make it worse for them, all their fans, they want them to win all the matches. Fans don't want to hear you are losing anymore. So there is a lot of pressure on this player. Apart from pressure on the field, the politics of the game is also there. So don't let's be factual. There's politics of the game is there. And the politics of the game sometimes does not favor
all this pressure that you are talking about, the politics, they just came in. They were not there before.
Yeah, you are right. They were not as paramount like this like before. But now they are quite paramount.
Gidigba mentioned something. Ola, just hold on. Let me tell you, whether we like it or not, the kind of passion, the kind of zeal that people used to have before, they don't have it any longer. People, it's like
Simba, some of these teams are not playing beautiful football. The football are quite ugly. Just look at some team. You feel like turning. Look at Italy in this competition. Italy is the most. I don't know what to say about them. They are so terrible.
The so-called characteristics. Let me tell you. When Italy is coming for any competition, you know that Italy they are known for their doggedness and defensive. Just wait now. But the other time you said German machine, and we said they are no longer machine. That's what we are talking about. That what we know about each team, they are no longer there. The tiki-taka kind of football that you see from Spain, from Dutch, the Netherlands, they are no longer there. Samba, you don't understand. We have to, that this is what when a team is coming and that this is what is expected, and they will deliver. There is no longer, look at the way Italy playing this, and the smaller team are just beating them up and down.
Okay, Simba.
And it's because of the quality of the players. And somebody will come and tell me that, I beg you.
Simba, this is what you are missing in this thing. You are assuming that, okay,
even Super Eagles is the worst.
I beg you. Leave our
play. Why not? We must talk about our Super Eagles. So
no, I'm just joking. No.
We play a Camu now. We don't even play that rugged tackling.
Our best was when West Ham was there now, and Buffett Joe. So that's why I laugh when Mike mentions Super Eagles.
Those ones, I won't finish like 30 before everybody else. Like 30 years ago.
Just imagine that AFCON 94, where people will just arrange bunk like this, in the hostel. You arrange bunk like this. You use bunk to form stadium. I put television in the middle, and everybody. You can't bunk from the hostel outside.
What is in our Super Eagles today is also politics is there, and moreover, we are not spending the right money. We are not developing team like before. How can you just rely entirely on people that play abroad alone? That is not supposed to be.
No, Remy, you have to.
We can't even develop our own players anymore.
Let me finish. And secondly, we are not appointing a world-class coach. You just go and bring a mediocre coach. We got two mediocre coaches in Roa and Pesero. They are defensive kind of football.
You've not talked. Okay, what happened to Cameroon? Indomitable Lion of Cameroon. What happened to them?
I look at the country now. They have a president that has been ruling for more than 50 years. What do you expect from them?
Okay. Look at Bafana. That anytime Nigeria meet them those days, Lupa.
But Bafana were able to get a fairly good coach, and they are playing as a team. Our boys are too.
What I'm saying that every team now is okay. There was a time that Syria is the place to go. There was a time that when you hear Ajax of Amsterdam like this, you go to shake. You understand?
But now the league is in the Premiership. If you want to
now the Premiership you are talking about now, you see what happened to the Premiership. People like those people that were topping the table those days, including Liverpool. What happened to them?
So don't you think they also play politics? I don't know why Manchester City were able to win won the league 4 times in 5 Premiership consecutively, and I don't know why only Man City can buy a lot of expensive player like that. I don't know what kind of control. So sometimes the way
I don't think Man City is not about the players. I think it's about the system they are playing with.
Well, which player did they? Manchester City has never bought. They have never bought any players close to 100 million pounds.
Are you kidding yourself?
That's not true. You don't know.
No, tell me one player. Tell me one player that they bought they bought around 1 million pounds in Manchester City. Just tell me.
What's the boss of her?
How much did Ireland?
Ireland was around 60 million. Go and check.
How much did they pay this guy? How much did they say
Jack Grealish? Okay, yes, 100 million.
Jack Grealish is a waste of money, man.
No, but that one, was he playing? What I'm saying, let me get you. Apart from Jack Grealish, I don't think there's any other player. Even Ireland is around 60 million. All those Rodri, Bernardo Silva, even Kevin De Bruyne. How much did they buy Kevin De Bruyne?
What are you telling Kevin De Bruyne?
So it's not. Let me tell you. If you look at even the teams that actually pay more for players, they are not the one actually winning.
Exactly, like Chelsea.
Like Chelsea.
Don't talk about
Man you that gonna pay 200 million for Pogba.
See, Simba. This is the point. This is the point we are missing. It's not all about money alone.
Football is not about players anymore, man. It's about the team, man.
The Chelsea you are looking
at. Team game now.
The Chelsea you are looking at, we have virtual capital. You know what? When private equity take over you know what it means. Those players they are buying, they are not necessarily buying those players for them to win. That's why you see them just piling up talent.
Sorry. I quickly want to test Simba a question. Phil Foden was bought by Man City for 150 million pounds. What are you talking here?
It's not true. He's an academic player. It was not bought. Go and check. You might be looking at the value now. Foden was an academic player of Man City. He was not bought. He was not grown.
As of 20, out of now, Kevin De Bruyne is the most highest paid player there. Okay, about 400,000.
No, Simba. I'm just saying, Simba. Let me just explain this thing. So signing players for 100 million sometimes you sign players for different reasons. You sign players for image rights. You sign players for the type of pool, maybe from his own region. Maybe look at it that maybe you want to capture, let's say, the South American followership, for example. You go to that place and you sign players for a particular amount. And sometimes you use those players because you are going to amortize over time. You use them to slash your tax obligation. So when those players get to a particular level of book value, you sell again, you flip for profit. So signing a player for 100 million is not necessarily for sporting reason these days. Is like owners of Chelsea that you see today is financial first. We are no longer in the era of Abramovich. Yes. Now it's not as if Abramovich was not going after money. The strategy was just different. Abramovich was busy building the brand. That was why that when people are saying Abramovich model was not sustainable, where people that are naive in finance will tell you that. But those people that knows about finance very well, they will tell you that it's not true. It depends on what you like.
But Ola, you must also put in there that a team cannot reign forever. So when your time was there, you guys are winning everything on ground.
But Baba, even Manchester United no allow us to win every time. Don't make Manchester United see the time Abramovich arrived.
For you to come up on board again, it like at least take you another 2 years. So don't worry, this next season you are not performing very well.
No. See. If Maresca is a good deal, we may be there. But it's not because it won't be because
I don't like you guys. So whatever you say.
No. Let me look at it this way. Either way you see it, these guys they have to find a winning formula. Otherwise, they will lose the fan base. Already, if you look our social media followers now, they've reduced already. As we were reducing, Manchester City are increasing in number. Even Arsenal now are beginning to grow. Arsenal fans. That's because you are going to lose the fan base. Okay, a person like me now for the past 2 years now, or going to 3 years now, I've not bought anything.
But can you repeat? You say we are losing fan base. We are not losing nothing. We are not like you. We support Arsenal to the core. Okay, we are still there with them. And our team is
you don't get what I'm saying. I said as Chelsea are losing fan base, Arsenal, Real Madrid, and Manchester City, they are gaining fan base. Don't get me right.
Fine.
And we used to have more fun than you. I will say have more fun than you anyway.
Who told you have more fun than you? Who told you that? Who told you have more fun?
Which team is your team that has more fun? Ola?
Chelsea now. She's talking about
Chelsea has more fans than who?
We have more global fan base than Arsenal.
That's not.
I don't believe that, Jerry.
I'm not. See, Mike, it's not my data now.
Arsenal and Man U has the most fans.
Look at our players now. Look at.
No. Let me hear from Mike. Mike, what did you just say?
I say Arsenal and Man U are the one that has the most fans.
That's not true. Man City have fan base more than Arsenal.
Who? Man City?
Yeah,
I don't think
no. Man City doesn't have fan base, man. Man City just
no. See, Mike, just go to your.
Dude, Man City just came in the picture, man. Yeah, before Man City, everybody already picked.
No, do you know how to measure?
You tell me all those historic Man U fans and Arsenal fans, they've dumped their team and gone to Man City.
Do you know how people that brought the data measure it? Now they go to Facebook, they go to Twitter, they go to Instagram, they go to WhatsApp. They look at the number of your followers globally. That's what they do. You understand? and they now look at the revenue you generate through your fan base too. So all those things are facts that say, okay, now if you are able to generate money from your fan
base, do you know that most football watchers are poor people around the world that don't have they don't get online. Like for example, almost over 100 million Nigerians are diehard Premier League fans, Man U, all those things, third world country. They don't. Most of them can't. They don't get online. They are not this thing. If you are talking about fan base from if you are using all those social media, those things, it's only from advanced countries like US, Europe. But we are talking about fan base.
That's true. But
as
poor as you see
base,
Nigerians today,
most people football watchers and people in poor countries now.
As poor as you see Nigerians today, they are still on Twitter, they are still on Facebook, they are still on Instagram. They may not be this, but what I'm saying that the only credible way for us to measure are the data that some analytic companies are pushing out. That's the only way. I can't just stay now and assume our fan base.
I think you are right, because I just checked it on Google now, and there are different parameters to it. Some pick Chelsea above Arsenal, some pick Arsenal above Chelsea. Well, Manchester United has the most highest fan base in the UK.
So, and Chelsea fan base drop